आतंकवादियों का सफाया करता है, यह अपने आप में छोटी बात नहीं है. दिस इज अ बिग अचीवमेंट एज फार एज ऑपरेशन सिंदूर इज कंसर्न्ड. लश्कर तैयबा, जैश ए मोहम्मद, हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन, इनके ठिकाने ध्वस्त होते हैं. और मैं यहां वो नाम पढ़ना चाहूंगा. ये जो 9 नाम है, 9 आतंकवादी ठिकाने, मैं आज देश से अपील करना चाहूंगा, तमाम भारतीयों से अपील करना चाहूंगा कि ये नाम हमें स्मरण करना है. आने वाले 100 वर्षों तक हमें इन नामों को याद दिलाते रहना है, दोहराना है. जब भी आतंकवाद सर उठाए तो हमें ये चित्र दिखाने हैं कि तुम्हारा क्या हश्र किया था ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने, भारत की सेना ने, भारत की राजनीतिक इच्छा शक्ति ने और भारतीयों ने. इसलिए मैं नाम पढ़ना चाहूंगा. सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, जो पीओजेके में है, 30 किलोमीटर दूर है एलओसी से, उसे ठिकाना लगाया गया. लश्कर तैयबा का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था. 20 अक्टूबर 2024 सोनमर्ग में और 24 अक्टूबर 2024 गुलमर्ग में जो आतंकी हमले हुए थे, उसमें यहां से आतंकवादी आए थे. और सबसे बड़ी बात, 22 अप्रैल 2025 को जो आतंकवादी आकर पहलगाम में हमारे नागरिकों को मार के गए थे, हमारी बहनों के माथे से जिन्होंने सिंदूर पोंछने का काम किया था, उनका प्रशिक्षण भी इसी केंद्र में हुआ था, सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद. सैयदाना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, ये जैसे मोहम्मद का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था, ये दूसरा कैंप जो ध्वस्त हुआ. गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, ये एलओसी से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था, लश्कर तैयबा का बेस था. और 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में, 9 जून 2024 को जो तीर्थ यात्री को बस में हमला करके मारने का काम किया था आतंकवादी, यहां गुलपुर कैंप से आए थे जो कोटली में है, उसे ध्वस्त किया गया. बरनाला कैंप बिरगढ़, बरनाला कैंप जो 9 किलोमीटर दूर है एलओसी से, उसे समाप्त किया गया. अब्बास कैंप कोटली जो 13 किलोमीटर दूर है एलओसी से, लश्कर तैयबा का फिदाइन सेंटर है और 15 आतंकवादियों को एक साथ ट्रेन कर सकता है, उसे ध्वस्त करके गिराया गया. सरजाल कैंप सियालकोट अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है, इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर से. सांभा कठुआ के सामने है. और मार्च 2025 में जम्मू और कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवान शहीद हुए थे, उनको मारने का काम इन्हीं आतंकवादियों ने किया था जो सरजाल कैंप से आए थे सियालकोट के. उस कैंप को ध्वस्त कर दिया गया. महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट, जो कि 12 से 18 किलोमीटर इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर से दूर है, मैं एलओसी की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं, इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर से, और हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का अड्डा है, बहुत बड़ा कैंप है. कठुआ और जम्मू क्षेत्र में जो भी आतंकवादी गतिविधि होती है, सियालकोट के इस मजनूमा जाया कैंप से आतंकवादी भेजे जाते हैं. भारतवर्ष ने उसे ध्वस्त किया. मरकज तैयबा मुरीद के, जो कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूर है. 2008 के मुंबई का जो हमला हुआ था, 26/11 के नाम से जिसे हम जानते हैं, उसमें जो आतंकवादी आए थे, अजमल कसाब और डेविड हेडली, उनकी ट्रेनिंग मरकज तैयबा मुरीद के में हुआ था. और आज मैं फक्र के साथ कह सकता हूं, गर्व के साथ कह सकता हूं कि भारत की सेना ने, भारत की राजनीतिक इच्छा शक्ति ने और भारतीयों ने मरकज तैयबा मुरीद के को ध्वस्त किया है, समाप्त किया है. मरकज सुभान अल्लाह बहावलपुर इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर से 100 किलोमीटर की दूरी पे है. विश्व में किसी ने ऐसा नहीं सोचा होगा, पाकिस्तान ने तो सपने में भी नहीं सोचा होगा कि भारत की सेना के पास, भारत की एयरफोर्स के पास और भारत के राजनेताओं के पास ऐसी इच्छा शक्ति होगी कि इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर से 100 किलोमीटर दूर घुस के वो हमारे आतंकी अड्डे को ध्वस्त कर सकते हैं. मरकज सुभान अल्लाह, जो कि जैश ए मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था, उस मुख्यालय को भारत की वायुसेना ने ध्वस्त किया. यह कोई छोटा विषय नहीं है. यह बहावलपुर एक ऐसा स्थान है जहां यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स, यूएस भी अपने ड्रोन नहीं भेज पाया था। उस जगह पे भारत घुस के मारता है। आज का भारत, आज का नया भारत यही है। ये नाम, जो 9 नाम मैंने पढ़े, हमें याद रखने चाहिए, मगर उन नामों के साथ मैं कुछ और भी बताना चाहता हूं। जो आतंकवादी मारे गए, एक लक्ष्य था आतंक के ठिकानों को, आतंक के अड्डों को सफाई करना, ध्वस्त कर देना। दूसरा लक्ष्य था ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का, आतंकवादियों को चुन चुन कर मारना, उन्हें मिट्टी में मिलाना। 100 से अधिक आतंकवादी मारे गए, 100 से अधिक। मैं कुछ आतंकवादियों के नाम पढ़ता हूं जिनको कि हम डिस्कस करते थे डिबेट्स में, टीवी पे, यूएन में, जिनको कि यूएस ने भी कंडेम कर रखा था। मैं नाम पढ़ रहा हूं। मुदस्सर कादियान खास उर्फ मुदस्सर उर्फ अबू जुंदाल। अबू जुंदाल नाम से हम जानते थे इस आतंकवादी को, और जो लश्कर तैयबा का आतंकवादी था, वो मरकज तैयबा का जो मुरीदके में है, उसका इंचार्ज था। जब वो मरा तो उसके गार्ड ऑफ ऑनर, उसका जो जनाजा निकला, उसमें पाकिस्तान के आर्मी के अधिकारी थे, पाकिस्तान आर्मी के चीफ थे, पंजाब सीएम मरियम नवाज भी उसमें रही। आप सोचिए, ये एक सरकारी जमीन पर हुई और तमाम बड़े लोग, सरकारी लोग पाकिस्तान के उसमें शामिल हुए, जिससे कि ये सिद्ध होता है कि टेरर एंड द स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ टेरर आर हैंड इन ग्लव टुगेदर। आतंकवादी और जो आतंकवादियों को बढ़ावा देने वाले, वो एक साथ काम करते हैं। दूसरा, हाफिज मोहम्मद जमील, ये जैश ए मोहम्मद का आतंकवादी है। ये ब्रदर इन लॉ, साला था मौलाना मसूर अजहर का, और इंचार्ज था मरकज सुभान अल्लाह बहावलपुर का, वह भी मारा गया। तीसरा आतंकवादी मोहम्मद यूसुफ अजहर उर्फ उस्ताद जी उर्फ मोहम्मद सलीम उर्फ घोशी साहब, जैसे मोहम्मद का नामी आतंकवादी, और यह भी मौलाना मसूद अजहर से जुड़ा हुआ था, और यह वेपन ट्रेनिंग देता था जैशे मोहम्मद का। और सबसे बड़ी बात, IC 184 के हाईजैकिंग में इसका हाथ था। IC 814 के हाईजैकिंग में इसका हाथ था, वह भी मारा जाता है। चौथा आतंकवादी खालिद उर्फ अबू अक्स का। खालिद ये लश्कर तैयबा का आतंकवादी था, फैसलाबाद में मारा गया और वहां उसका फ्यूनरल होता है। अब मैं ये तस्वीर दिखाना चाहूंगा, आप ये तस्वीर देखिए। ये तस्वीर कोई साधारण तस्वीर नहीं है, यह तस्वीर है उन आतंकवादियों का जिनका जनाजा निकला। और इस तस्वीर में मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा कि ये जो खड़ा है सामने व्यक्ति, इस व्यक्ति का नाम है, ये LET का कमांडर है, लश्कर तैयबा का कमांडर है, अब्दुल रऊफ, जो खुद एक स्पेशली डेजिग्नेटेड ग्लोबल टेररिस्ट, जिसको यूएस के ट्रेजरी बेंच ने डेजिग्नेट कर रखा है, अमेरिका के ट्रेजरी बेंच ने इसे आतंकवादी घोषित कर रखा है। वह सामने खड़ा है जनाजे में, और उसके पीछे जो खड़े हैं, मैं एक एक करके नाम पढ़ता हूं। लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल फैयाज हुसैन शाह, जो कि लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल है पाकिस्तान आर्मी के। मेजर जनरल राव इमरान सरताज, जो कि मेजर जनरल है पाकिस्तान आर्मी के। ब्रिगेडियर मोहम्मद फुरकान शब्बीर, पाकिस्तान आर्मी के। डॉक्टर उस्मान अनवर, IGP पंजाब, और मलिक सोहेब अहमद बर्थ, मेंबर ऑफ प्रोविंशियल असेंबली ऑफ पंजाब। ये बड़े बड़े लोग, तथाकथित सरकार के बड़े बड़े लोग, पाकिस्तान के आतंकवादियों के जनाजा में शामिल होने आए हैं, और जनाजे को लीड कर रहा है एक आतंकवादी, डेजिग्नेटेड आतंकवादी। और आप देखिए, ये बिफोर और आफ्टर, ये जितने भी मैंने आपको अभी आतंकवादी ठिकानों का नाम बताया, किस प्रकार उनकी परिस्थिति थी और क्या उनकी परिस्थिति हुई, यह इस तस्वीर से हम देख सकते हैं। तो उद्देश्य मैं बता रहा था, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का उद्देश्य बहुत स्पष्ट था। उसका उद्देश्य था आतंकवाद के ठिकाने को ध्वस्त करना, आतंकवादियों को मारना और आतंकवाद के खिलाफ एक संदेश भेजना। और उसमें हम सफल हुए। पहली बार एक बात पूरे विश्व ने देखा कि पाकिस्तान का हर इंच भारत के पहुंच के अंदर है। कोई कोना पाकिस्तान का ऐसा नहीं है जो भारत के पहुंच से बाहर हो। और आप सोच के देखिए, पाकिस्तान का एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम फेल हो जाता है। पाकिस्तान का एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम फेल हो जाता है जिस समय 6 और 7 के रात के बीच ये पूरी कार्यवाही हो रही थी। रफाल विमान द्वारा स्काल्प और हैमर मिसाइल्स के माध्यम से 23 मिनट के अंदर, 23 मिनट्स के अंदर एक विंडो था, जिस विंडो के अंदर ये 9 के 9 आतंकवादी ठिकाने उन्हें ध्वस्त कर दिए गए। 23 मिनट में पूरा विश्व ने देखा कि भारत क्या कर सकता है। मुझे लगता है पूरे विश्व में इस प्रकार से 23 मिनट के अंदर इतने प्रेसिशन के साथ आतंकवादी ठिकानों पर हमला किसी देश ने पहले किया होगा। और जब यह पूरा एक्सरसाइज समाप्त हुआ, उसके बाद जब हमारे एमईए ने, हमारी आर्मी ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया, तो उसमें कुछ 4 शब्द बहुत महत्वपूर्ण थे। वो 4 शब्द हैं: कंट्रोल्ड, प्रिसाइज, मेजर्ड, नॉन एस्केलेटरी। हमने ये जो 9 अड्डे ध्वस्त किए वो कंट्रोल्ड तरीके से ध्वस्त किए। प्रिसाइज, कोई सिविलियन अड्डा या कोई मिलिट्री टारगेट नहीं था, प्रिसाइज टारगेट था, आतंकवादी ठिकाने, उनको ध्वस्त कर दिए। मेजर्ड, जितना ध्वस्त करना था उतना ध्वस्त किया, उसके अगल बगल के किसी स्ट्रक्चर को ध्वस्त नहीं किया। जहां आतंकवादी थे उनके ठिकाने में घुस के उनको मार के निकले। और नॉन एस्केलेटरी मतलब युद्ध को बढ़ाने वाला नहीं, नॉन एस्केलेटरी, क्योंकि द प्राइमरी एस्केलेशन वॉज पहलगाम। जो मूल एस्केलेशन था वो 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में पाकिस्तान ने किया था। हमने रिएक्ट किया नॉन एस्केलेटरी। ये 4 शब्द अपने आप को परिभाषित करते हैं कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का लक्ष्य क्या था। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का जो लक्ष्य था, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने उसे 100% पूर्ण किया, 100% पूर्ण किया। इसलिए आज हिंदुस्तान, भारतवर्ष गर्व के साथ कह सकता है कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर एक ऐसा ऑपरेशन था जो 100% सक्सेसफुल था। और जितने हमारे जाबाज पायलट्स गए थे राफेल के साथ, उतने लौट के आए और आतंकवादी ठिकानों को ध्वस्त करके आए। और किसी सिविलियन को नहीं मारा, किसी मिलिट्री बेस को नहीं मारा। मगर दुखद है, जैसा कि पाकिस्तान से एक्सपेक्टेड है, पाकिस्तान उसके पश्चात रिटेलिएशन करता है, पाकिस्तान अपने ड्रोन्स इत्यादि भेजता है, मगर भारत की सिस्टम ने पाकिस्तान के इन ड्रोन्स को, इन मिसाइल्स को हवा में ही समाप्त कर दिया। और सबसे बड़ी बात है, एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम लाहौर का 7 और 9 तारीख के बीच लाहौर के एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम को समाप्त करने का काम हिंदुस्तान ने किया। और 9 और 10 तारीख के बीच, 9 मई और 10 मई के बीच 11 एयर बेसेस को, पाकिस्तान के 11 एयर बेसेस को ध्वस्त करने का काम भारतवर्ष ने रिटेलिएशन में किया। जब पाकिस्तान ने भारतवर्ष के ऊपर एस्केलेशन किया तो भारतवर्ष ने 11 एयर बेसेस को समाप्त किया। इन एयर बेसेस के नाम भी हमें याद रखने चाहिए। तमाम भारतीयों को वो 9 नाम आतंकवादी ठिकाने याद रखने चाहिए, स्मरण होना चाहिए। और ये जो 11 एयरबेस हैं, हिंदुस्तान अपने पर आ जाए तो क्या कर सकता है अपने लोगों को बचाने के लिए। ये 11 नाम भी मैं पढ़ता हूं। नूर खान, ये नूर खान वह एयरबेस है जहां पर एयर टू एयर रीफ्यूएलिंग करने की क्षमता है। हवा में उड़ रही हो अगर आपका विमान, तो एयर टू एयर रीफ्यूएलिंग यही नूर खान से हो सकती है। जब भारत ने नूर खान को ध्वस्त किया तो जो जहाज थे पाकिस्तान के, उनके पास वो क्षमता नहीं रही कि वो हवा में अधिक समय तक युद्ध कर सके, उन्हें नीचे उतरना ही पड़ा। नूर खान, रफीकी, मुरीद, सुक्कूर, सियालकोट, पसरूर, चुनियान, सरगोदा, स्कारू, बुलारी और जकोबाबाद, ये तमाम मैं फोटोज लेके आया हूं। जकोबाबाद का ये फोटो देखिए, क्या था पहले और क्या हुआ बाद में, क्या था पहले और क्या हुआ बाद में, आप देख सकते हैं, परखच्चे उड़ गए। यह है प्रिसीशन ऑफ इंडियाज अटैक। तमाम फोटो हैं यहां पे, किस प्रकार से हमने एक एक करके उनके एयर बेसिस को समाप्त किया। आप देख सकते हैं, सारे एयर बेसिस के हम फोटो लेके आए हैं, जकोबाबाद से लेके बाकी तमाम, क्योंकि आपने ये सब देखा हुआ है, मैं अधिक समय नहीं लूंगा। आर्मी ने आपको दिखाया है, DGMOs ने आपको दिखाया है, इसलिए मैं इसको आपको दिखा के दोबारा, आई वुड नॉट लाइक टू टेक मच टाइम, बट मैं रिमाइंड करना चाहूंगा कि 11 एयर बेसिस को हमने ध्वस्त किया। और इसमें एक बड़ा विषय है, पहली बार विश्व में किसी देश ने एक न्यूक्लियर कंट्री के अंदर घुस करके उनके एयर बेसिस को समाप्त करने का काम किया। पाकिस्तान एक न्यूक्लियर कंट्री है, उसके अंदर घुस करके उनके एयर बेसिस को 20% पाकिस्तान के एयरफोर्स के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को भारतवर्ष ने नाकाम कर दिया। 20% ऑफ PAF's इंफ्रा वॉज डिस्ट्रॉयड बाय इंडिया। जस्ट इमेजिन, एक न्यूक्लियर कंट्री है, उसमें घुसकर मारना, यह अपने आप में पूरे विश्व में पहला इंस्टेंस है। और भुलारी एयरबेस में 50 PAF पाकिस्तान एयरफोर्स के जवान मारे गए, जिसमें स्क्वाड्रन लीडर उस्मान यूसुफ भी मारे गए। कुल मिलाकर के 9 आतंकी ठिकाने, 11 एयरबेस, 100 से अधिक आतंकी, 50 जवान और अपनी इज्जत, यह पाकिस्तान ने खोया है। आई रिपीट, व्हाट पाकिस्तान हैज लॉस्ट वाया ऑपरेशन सिंदूर। 9 आतंकी ठिकाने, बड़े बड़े आतंकी ठिकाने, 11 एयरबेस, 100 से अधिक आतंकवादी, 50 से अधिक जवान और अपनी इज्जत, यह पाकिस्तान ने खोया है। यह झटका पाकिस्तान सह नहीं पाया और उनके DGMO का 10 तारीख को ही फोन आया। और उसके पश्चात मैं कहूंगा ये सीज फायर नहीं, ये एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग है। ये एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग है कि यदि भविष्य में किसी प्रकार का कोई भी आतंकी हमला होता है तो ये अंडरस्टैंडिंग तोड़ दी जाएगी। हमने करके दिखाया है, जो पहले कभी नहीं हुआ था वो हुआ है इस बार। अंदर घुस के मारा है हमने, ये एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग है। और सबसे बड़ी बात है, पाकिस्तान में उनके मौलाना, उनके मौलवियों ने पाकिस्तान का साथ नहीं दिया, मगर हिंदुस्तान की एकता देखिए, हिंदुस्तान का भाईचारा देखिए। पूरा देश एक होकर खड़ा हुआ, पूरा देश सेना के पीछे, सेना के अदम्य साहस के पीछे, हमारी राजनीतिक इच्छा शक्ति के पीछे पूरा भारत एक होकर खड़ा हुआ। और आज मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि आज पाकिस्तान पूरे विश्व में अलग थलग पड़ा है। पहले भी ऐसे वक्त थे, अनेकों प्रयास भारतवर्ष करता था। पहले हम सबूत देते थे, प्रयास करते थे डोजियर के माध्यम से पाकिस्तान को प्रूफ दे आतंकवाद का। वो डोजियर लेती थी मगर उस पर काम नहीं करती थी। मगर आज नए भारतवर्ष ने पाकिस्तान को बख्शा नहीं है। आतंकवाद के खिलाफ एक निर्णायक लड़ाई हुई है और प्रधानमंत्री जी ने स्पष्ट कहा है, वहां से यदि गोली आती है तो यहां से गोला जाएगा। इसी के साथ मैं अपने वक्तव्य को समाप्त करता हूं। कोई प्रश्न हो तो अवश्य पूछें।
कमलेश जी।
देखिए, मुझे लगता है आज का दिन पूरे भारत का दिन है। मैं ऐसा नहीं कहूंगा कि आज मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रवक्ता के नाते कह रहा हूं। मैंने शुरू में ही कहा था, आज मैं भारतवर्ष के एक साधारण नागरिक के रूप में जो अदम्य साहस हमारे सेना ने दिखाया है उसका विवरण किया। पाकिस्तान ने क्या खोया है और हिंदुस्तान ने क्या पाया है वो मैंने आपको दिखाया है। इसमें तमाम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ने एकजुटता दिखाई। यह भी अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ी अचीवमेंट है, बहुत बड़ी बात है। और आज मैं नहीं चाहता हूं मैं किसी की आलोचना करूं, और मैंने कहा कि विगत दिनों में वह भी एक प्रयास था जहां हम प्रूफ देने की कोशिश करते थे, हम डोजियर इत्यादि देते थे, हम 26/11 भी हुआ था, उस समय भी हमने प्रयास किया था कि हम पाकिस्तान को समझाएं कि देखो तुम्हारे आतंकी आके क्या कर रहे हैं हमारे देश में, मगर पाकिस्तान मानता नहीं था। पाकिस्तान को लगता था कि दे कैन टेक इंडिया फॉर ग्रांटेड। मगर अब परिस्थिति बदले हुए हैं, अब कोई हिम्मत नहीं कर सकता है इंडिया के ऊपर आंख उठा के देखने का।
आमोद राय।
आपके दो प्रश्न हैं। पहला प्रश्न है कि बहुत सारी सफलताएं रहीं, मगर लोगों के मन में और की इच्छा थी। दूसरा प्रश्न हस्तक्षेप को लेकर है। मैं दोनों का सटीक उत्तर दूंगा। नंबर 1, मैंने आपको इस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से आरंभ में ही बता दिया कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का लक्ष्य क्या था। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के जो लक्ष्य थे, जो लक्ष्य परिलक्षित थे, वो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने डे 1 को ही बता दिया था। आतंकवाद के ऊपर हमला, कल्पना से परे सजा आतंकवादियों को, चुन चुनकर मारना और उनके अड्डों को ध्वस्त करना, और सेना के अदम्य साहस ने यह करके दिखाया। आतंकवादी अड्डे ध्वस्त हुए, आतंकवादी मारे गए। यह हमारा परिलक्षित लक्ष्य था। हमने अपने लक्ष्य को प्राप्त किया, और जिस समय एस्केलेशन भी नहीं हुआ था, उससे पहले ही हमने वो जो 4 शब्द प्रयोग किए, जिसका मैंने यहां विवरण रखा कि कंट्रोल्ड था, मेजर्ड था, प्रिसाइज था, नॉन एस्केलेटरी था, तो भारतवर्ष ने अपने लक्ष्य को पहले से ही निर्धारित किया हुआ था। इसलिए आपका यह कहना कि कुछ और होना था, मुझे लगता है कि हमने जो करना था वो हमने पहले भी कहा, करके भी कहा, और उसे 100% हासिल किया। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर वॉज 100% सक्सेसफुल ऑपरेशन। 100% सफलतापूर्वक किया गया एक मुहिम था, एक ऑपरेशन था ऑपरेशन सिंदूर।
जनेंद्र।
देखिए, पहली बात तो है, जहां तक मध्यस्थता इत्यादि का विषय है, मैंने बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से कहा अभी, जितना मेरे डोमेन में नॉलेज है, और डीजीएमओज ने अपने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में एक बार नहीं कई बार कहा कि फोन हमारे डीजीएमओ को पाकिस्तान के डीजीएमओ का आया था। पाकिस्तान के डीजीएमओ ने कहा कि देयर शुड बी सम काइंड ऑफ स्टॉपेज, और चूंकि हमारा लक्ष्य पूर्ण हो चुका था, हम तो शुरू से ही एस्केलेशन के फेवर में नहीं थे। एस्केलेशन नहीं होना चाहिए था, नॉन एस्केलेटरी था। पाकिस्तान के डीजीएमओ ने फोन किया। दूसरे देशों का फोन, जहां तक दूसरे देशों का फोन आने का सवाल है, देखिए, ऐसी परिस्थितियों में तमाम देश एक दूसरे को फोन करते हैं। सभी देश एक दूसरे को फोन करते हैं, क्या मदद कर सकते हैं, किस प्रकार से कूल डाउन हो सकता है, इस विषयों पर चर्चा होती है। भारतवर्ष यूक्रेन भी फोन करता है, भारतवर्ष रशिया भी फोन करता है, सब जगह फोन करते हैं, हर कोई एक दूसरे को फोन करता है। इसमें किसी प्रकार का मगर संशय नहीं है कि डीजीएमओ पाकिस्तान ने फोन किया भारतवर्ष के डीजीएमओ को सीज फायर डिमांड करते हुए, रिक्वेस्ट करते हुए, डिमांड नहीं रिक्वेस्ट करते हुए।
और कोई प्रश्न? एक मिनट
दे दो, जवाब दे दूंगा। बिल्कुल, ऑपरेशन अभी जारी है, और मैंने कहा, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने स्वयं कहा है, गोली आएगी तो गोला जाएगा। तो अगर गोली आएगी तो गोला जाएगा। तो इसलिए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर समाप्त नहीं हुआ है, इंतजार कि अगर आंख उठाया तो उसका जवाब दिया जाएगा। देखिए, ये आपको क्या लगता है, इन प्रश्नों का जवाब कि जंग के लिए हमारी क्या तैयारी है, इसका जवाब प्रवक्ता देंगे। इसका जवाब तो जहां उचित फोरम में होना चाहिए वो देंगे। देखिए, मैं बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से बता दूं, ये आज की जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रही है ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को लेकर हो रही है, उसके सफलता को लेकर हो रही है। और तमाम लोग जो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर से जुड़े हुए थे, चाहे वो सेना हो, चाहे वो हमारी राजनीतिक घटक हो, चाहे वो हमारे ब्यूरोक्रेट्स हो, उन सभी का सलाम है। उन सबको हम रेस्पेक्ट के साथ देखते हैं। और सही बात है, सोशल मीडिया एक टूल जरूर है, मगर सोशल मीडिया के आधार पर यह कह देना कि किस प्रकार से देश आगे बढ़ेगा, ये निर्णय नहीं हो सकता है।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
So, detailed press conference by Bhartiya Janata Party detailing each and every aspect of Operation Sindur. Not just that, also to an extent lauding the political consensus that was achieved on this issue in the country. Heading to a very quick break with that. Lots more lined up when we return. We'll be right back. Akash Sharma is going to give us all the details of that particular briefing as that will happen very, very shortly. Akash, I believe 2:30 is when that briefing happens?
Yes, Greha, DGMO are going to connect. The DGMOs from both the countries are going to connect at around 12 today and via hotline, as I have been reporting since morning. At around 12, this conversation is going to happen at around 2:30. In fact, we are expecting the DGMO, of course, the Director General Military Operation of Indian Army, DGNO, Director General Naval Operations from Indian Navy, and DGAO, Director General Air Operations from Indian Air Force. So we'll be conducting this press conference. They will be, talking about Operation Sindur, because all of what is happening is, a very part of Operation Sindur. And that's why, all this briefing and the sort of information that we are getting will be in that context only. So at around 2:30, we are, expecting this media brief on Operation Sindur. Also, we are going to get details of what happened last night, if at all there was some violation, what was the nature of violation, though Indian Army has categorically mentioned in the morning today that it was largely peaceful across the LC and, at the international border as well. But what was, what are some more details as far as the activities are concerned, and if, in fact, the small arm was used at the LC as far as, the other side is concerned. All of this, we'll be getting at around 2:30 today.
Absolutely. Arunima is also with us. Akash, thank you so much for that. Arunima, there isn't 100% trust on the Pakistan for obvious reasons, and hence there is a word of caution, at least on this side of the border, because we have learnt of blackouts that have happened since the morning in various areas, in the wee hours of the morning. And of course, there is that posturing along the international waters. What does one make of this briefing that is going to be happening today, considering there has been a lot of escalation, particularly civilian areas that have been targeted, and we've lost 5 of our brave hearts? Back with a big breaking news update. Virat Kohli has announced retirement from Test cricket. Virat has taken to social media to announce this decision. He says, "It's been 14 years since I first wore the baggy blue in Test cricket. Honestly, I never imagined the journey this format would take me on. It's tested me, shaped me and taught me lessons I'll carry for my life. There's something deeply personal about playing in whites. The quiet grind, the long days, the small moments that no one sees, but that stay with you forever. As I step away from this format, it's not easy, but it feels right." A detailed statement by Virat Kohli as he announces the decision to retire from Test cricket. Anand Narsimhan joins us with more. Anand, there was a lot of speculation of Virat coming out with this announcement. It stands confirmed.
Yes, it is. It's been 14 years since I wore the baggy blue in Test cricket. Honestly, I never imagined the journey this format would take me on. It's tested me, shaped me, and taught me lessons I'll carry for life. There is something deeply personal about playing in the whites, the quiet grind, the long days, and the small moments that no one sees but stay with you forever. As I step away from this format, it's not easy, but it feels right. I've given it everything I had. It's given me back so much more than I could have hoped for. I'm walking away with a heart full of gratitude for the game, for the people I shared the field with, and for every single person who made me feel seen along the way. I'll always look back at my Test career with a smile. Number 2669 signing off. That is number 18, Virat Kohli. So two number 9s with totaling up to number 9s on their jersey. Two great stalwarts within about 2 weeks have now called time on their Test career. One is Rohit Sharma last week, and now Virat Kohli this week. Both of them have now signed out. It's a big blow for Indian cricket in a sense, but also it indicates the transition. Both these players were really struggling. They had a few reversals. Virat Kohli was really struggling with runs and form, which he found in Australia. But clearly, he would have seen the sign of things to come. Now he continues to be actively involved with the IPL, which stands suspended for now. But we'll also have to see now whether or not how long he will continue his ODI career, and whether or not he continues to remain in the mix for ODI in the sense per se, because he had already called time or backed off from playing T20 cricket, and now it is Test cricket. So will Virat Kohli be available for the next ODI World Cup? We have to wait and watch. But at this point, what a glowing Test career! What a person! What a leader! What a player who's dominated world cricket, and someone who has perhaps ratcheted up the runs the way he was, the way he has, and also many believe, and if you were to calculate the number of runs that he's scored, he's run more than about 550 kilometers just between the 22 yards. So that's the amount of work that he has put in to amass those runs. It's not through boundaries and sixes as much as the majority of his runs have been through running ones and twos and building an innings. And it's the Virat Kohli format where, and in terms of physical fitness, he's raised himself to a level which has become a benchmark for fitness for the rest of the players in the team. He brought in a new method, a new thought process, and a new focus on fitness and on longevity. When he was the captain, passed on the mantle to Rohit Sharma, continued to remain an effective, aggressive person who was passionate about the team's victory and backed his players to the hilt, and always ready to offer his suggestions. He and Rohit, despite what many thought had differences, have been phenomenal colleagues. And even as the leadership transitioned between one or the other, they were always there to back each other and to help each other. There is a certain maturity that was also seen in Virat Kohli in the recent years, where his aggression, although still there, seemed to be a little more tapered, little more, subdued. And he was always ready to speak with youngsters, mentor them, give them advice, irrespective of which team they were. Anyone who walked up to Virat Kohli for advice always got it. Now, we're also given to understand that when Virat Kohli, perhaps this time around, indicated to the BCCI that he may want to hang his boots in Test cricket, there wasn't too much of a resistance. So somewhere this is a team in transition. The team which is now going to take shape under Gautam Gambhir as coach will see new players. There are others who have been waiting in the ranks, looking on for leadership, for also a place in the team to play. And I think Bharat is now in the ICC Test Championship going to see a new leader and perhaps a new shape. Now, who that is, whether it is Bumrah, or is he looked over because of his constant injury worries, is someone like Shubman Gill, who's shown his ability with leadership. Is he the one who's preferred? Will it be KL Rahul? We'll have to wait and watch. Yes. But clearly, there are many who can step into that mantle. But those are really big boots to fill. The ones of Rohit Sharma and especially of Virat Kohli.
Oh yes, it indeed marks the end of an illustrious Test career. Anand, many thanks for that quick update. I do want to bring in Shivani Gupta into the conversation as well. 14 years, he's made a total of 9,230 runs in 123 Tests, an average of 46.85, Shivani. But let's talk about what Anand just spoke of. The leader, Virat Kohli. You know, he's been the most successful Test captain ever. 40 out of 68 Tests with the armband that he's won for the country.
Yes, certainly, his captaincy is one period of his career, but I think as a batsman, what Virat Kohli did for India and what he achieved needs to be emphasized here, because yes, he's stepping away only from this format, but even in Test cricket, he had become the backbone of the Indian batting lineup very quickly. Remember, he was one of the ones who took over from the era of Tendulkar, Dravid, Lakshman, Ganguly, Kumble retiring. So when these guys stepped back, it was the likes of Virat Kohli who quickly gave India the stability that it needed at that time. And now we're going through that phase again in Test cricket, where you had the likes of Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli resigning in quick succession. Ravichandran Ashwin has resigned. So all of these things are happening. So it's kind of deja vu actually for me to watch this happening in front of my eyes, because the period of transition is happening all over again in Test cricket. A new cycle of the World Test Championship will start with the England tour. So I think there is an understanding as far as the setup is concerned that we need to rebuild now for the future. But speaking of Virat Kohli, as a captain, I would say that he got a bit of a criticism that happened. His captaincy stint wasn't all roses. Certainly the results were there, and the results have been there for a period of time for India in Test cricket. But I think as a batsman, India is going to miss him. The kind of experience and professionalism that he brought to his career, we're going to miss that in the middle order. Virat Kohli, from the time that he debuted for India in Test cricket, really set the stage alight. It was a pleasure for all fans all around the world to watch him bat. The professionalism that I'm talking about also comes from the fact that he was someone who changed the grammar of fitness in Indian cricket, and just the passion that he brought onto the pitch was extremely important. And he's played a lot of very crucial knocks for India, but so it's a little bit sad to see him say goodbye to this format. We always say in Indian cricket there's always a lot of talent that is that is available, that is always just waiting in the wings. But you realize the importance of people like Virat Kohli and others who step back from a certain format or from their career only after they leave. So I think this is going to be one of those moments where we're going to look back at a lot of what he has managed to achieve. He is someone who was compared with Sachin Tendulkar right from the get-go. He was tapped as someone who would possibly break his record of 100 international duns. We don't know whether that still happens or not, but he does have 30 international duns in Test cricket. And this may be the right time for him as far as the timing is concerned. I think things are shaping up in that manner, but it will certainly be a big loss for the Indian team at this stage.
Okay, yes, absolutely, Shivani. And, just ever since we've heard these speculations, there was a lot of buzz of Virat Kohli possibly announcing his retirement as far as Test career is concerned. There were several former cricketers. One such name that comes to my mind is Mohammad Kaif. He, in fact, took to social media and very openly urged Virat Kohli to reconsider this decision, if at all he was at that stage in his mind. So the sentiment, the cricketing fraternity most certainly is going to be one of disappointment, isn't it?
Yeah, there are all kinds of voices. Certainly many people felt that he should be convinced to continue. There has been some buzz that he was thinking about this for some time. But different people have different opinions about this. So, it's going to be very difficult to say how majority of people felt. I think there's been a little bit uneasiness around Virat Kohli in the Indian cricket setup for a while now. Some of those are remnants from his captaincy days. Like I said, it didn't quite end on a very good note. Ultimately, the call that Virat Kohli takes is going to come from a different place for an athlete. For an athlete, it's always a very different decision. It's about how much...
And the last line of his statement pretty much sums up his sentiment, that he's going to look back at his Test career with a smile. Many thanks, Shivani, for getting us all those details. Heading into a very quick break. We'll be right back with the day's big stories in just a bit.
सस्ते वाले
Akash Sharma is going to give us all the details of that particular briefing as that will happen very, very shortly. Akash, I believe 2:30 is when that briefing happens?
Yes, Greha, DGMO are going to connect. The DGMOs from both the countries are going to connect at around 12 today, and via hotline, as I have been reporting since morning. At around 12, this conversation is going to happen at around 2:30. In fact, we are expecting the DGMO, of course, the Director General Military Operation of Indian Army, DGNO, Director General Naval Operations from Indian Navy, and DGAO, Director General Air Operations from Indian Air Force. So we'll be conducting this press conference. They will be, talking about Operation Sindur, because all of what is happening is, a very part of Operation Sindur. And that's why, all this briefing and the sort of information that we are getting will be in that context only. So at around 2:30, we are, expecting this media brief on Operation Sindur. Also, we are going to get details of what happened last night, if at all there was some violation, what was the nature of violation, though Indian Army has categorically mentioned in the morning today that was largely peaceful across the LC and, at the international border as well. But what was, what are some more details as far as the activities are concerned, and if, in fact, the small arm was used at the LC as far as, the other side is concerned, all of this, will be getting at around 2:30 today.
Absolutely. Arunima is also with us. Akash, thank you so much for that. Arunima, there is... Hello and welcome, and thank you so much for staying with CNN News 18. I'm Griha Atul. Let's get you these live shots of Prime Minister Narendra Modi from the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Remember this meeting right ahead of the DGMO level talks between India and Pakistan have happened. It's a crucial meeting which saw the External Affairs Minister NSA Ajit Doval, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, the Tri-Services Chief and the CDS in attendance. They are deliberating upon India's next move right ahead of that crucial conversation that India at the DGMO level will be having with Pakistan very, very shortly. These are the shots of that particular meeting, a high-level meeting that was chaired at the Prime Minister's residence at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Before the Director General of Military Operation level talks happened shortly. Remember, this is going to be the second time that DGMOs of the two countries will be discussing the ongoing India-Pakistan tension and combating situation. The last time the two sides had this engagement at the military level, and understanding to halt military actions was reached upon, something that was breached instantly by Pakistan. Hours later, there was the hostility that had been escalated from the Pakistani side. Now, ahead of the second meeting, the second round of talks between the two DGMOs, this particular meeting at 7 LKM of the Prime Ministers with all the Tri-Services Chiefs, the CDS, External Affairs Minister, and more importantly, NSA and the Raksha Mantri. My colleagues Arun Dhanta and Akash Sharma are with us on the broadcast. Arun, coming to you first, you had spoken to us about how the CDS was one of the first ones to arrive at the Prime Minister's residence for this all-important conversation. And now we see all the Tri-Services Chief along with the Raksha Mantri and others in attendance. Very, very significant meeting.
Well, that's right. And this meeting will have discussion on every angle and every front. Of course, you have an all-important DGMO level meeting. That's something which is very important, and the nitty-gritties of that will of course be discussed in this meeting. Of course, it has already been conveyed to the DGMO on which lines India would want the discussion to happen with Pakistan, since it was Pakistan who dialed India first, that India DGMO first for that ceasefire. And secondly, of course, the preparedness of our forces. In last couple of days, especially when the Operation Sindur started, even before that, this core group of 6 to 8 people have been sitting regularly. They were the ones who were formalizing the strategy. They were the ones who were in fact identifying those targets, the launch pads and the terror infrastructure of terrorists in Pakistan. And subsequently, also we saw that NSA Ajit Doval has been the point person for Prime Minister Modi. We saw that such meetings have been taking place at least twice a day in last couple of days. And NSA Ajit Doval was somebody who's been visiting thrice or 4 times in a day to the Prime Minister's residence. So even today, when all of them are sitting, you have of course Foreign Secretary, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, and also, of course, the intelligence chiefs are part of this meeting. So every angle will be discussed. Every person who's part of this meeting will have their inputs, which will be brought to the table. Then, of course, some discussion and the consensus will be built on that. India has been making it very clear that they are on full alertness. Their forces are on standby, and they are also highlighting this fact very proactively that Operation Sindur is not over it. Whether it is whether non-military action against Pakistan is part of the Operation Sindur or not, but they are making it clear. Of course, the message is for the Pakistan and to the international community that the Operation Sindur is still going on, and we're given to understand the message is very clear to our forces from the Prime Minister's side that we cannot take Pakistan, lightly, because they can do anything. They can, resort to any misadventure. So we cannot trust Pakistan at this point, and that's the reason why you see even in that press conference which happened yesterday, where you had all three DGMOs of tri-services, they made it very clear that our forces, are ready, battle ready. We are on our toes, and if Pakistan resort to any violation, the response will be brutal towards Pakistan. So the message is very clear from the top, to the bottom. And I think this meeting is very important also because the fact that you have a DGMO level meeting. India, of course, will be very strongly, putting forth their view before the Pakistan that what India wants. And India is also ensuring that the Indus Water Treaty, which is in abeyance, that stays in abeyance, because
Yes.
Pakistan needs to feel that non-military action, the result of it, and also the people of Pakistan would really put pressure on the government and the army that India is bleeding them where it really matters the most.
Right, Arun, do stay on with us. Akash also is with us on the broadcast. Akash, this entire Indus Waters Treaty being in abeyance, that doesn't fall in the purview of the DGMO level talks. Now that it has been underlined by India that any kind of engagement with Pakistan will only happen on the military level, on the DGMO level, that's how significant these conversations and this talk really becomes. That is going to begin very, very shortly. 2:30 is what you were mentioning, that the Indian media is going to be briefed on what really came out of the conversation. But anything that you're learning from beforehand, from this deliberation, which had the Prime Minister in attendance along with the Tri-Services Chief, the NSA and also the CDS?
Right, so the conversation will somewhere happen around the military action that have been undertaken, we have been told. You see, Griha, all of this, started with, diplomatic steps that were taken by India. IWT is very part of those steps, and now it has escalated to military action where, they tried, in fact, several sort of attacks on different infrastructure here in northern and western India. Now, as far as this, communication is concerned, so we are learning that 12 p.m. was the time, possibly, at this point in time, both the DGMOs are talking to each other. And, at 2:30, you rightly pointed out, we'll be getting some sort of details of the kind of modalities, that were discussed. You see, LC violation is one of the core agenda, of course. We know that how military action, is halted because of the fact that they, dialed DGMO and said that, we are going to, we want ceasefire and, we are going to stop the action, and you are requested to do the same. And it is, it is when, that sort of, halt has come. Now today, as far as these LC violations are concerned, so this will be the core agenda, of course, we are learning, because you see, DGMO, understanding, in fact, happened in 2021. In fact, that understanding somewhere resulted in the sort of ceasefire, that we had till, 2020, 22 April, 22nd April, in fact, and till then we did not have any sort of violation. In fact, violations were happening, 1 or 2 violations per year, but no civilian casualties were there and no artillery fire was there. However, after Pahalgam, we saw the small arm fire first, and then after 7th of May, we have seen that how they are firing artillery. In fact, last night, while we are saying that it was largely peaceful, 1 or 2 incidents were reported of the small arms, and in fact, drone activities were very much there. So, whether or not Pakistan will stop sending these drones, whether or not Pakistan will cease the sort of firing that is happening, whether or not Pakistan will stop sending the infiltrators, at the LC, whether or not they will stop carrying out these sort of activities in Jammu and Kashmir. This would be the core agenda, and only that, communication will be deciding if or not we are going to, stop, or Operation Sindur will still continue. 2:30 is the time when all the DG operations, will be, coming once again in front of the cameras, and in fact, we will be getting an update as to what happened.
All right, Akash and Arun, do stay on with us. We also have senior fellow ORF Sushant Sareen join us on the broadcast. Sushant, what do you make of this particular conversation that happened at the Prime Minister's residence? And remember, all of this right before the DGMO level talks. Very, very crucial one for Pakistan particularly, because we have seen a rather aggressive posturing coming in from the Indian side, where they are not just talking about how India is ready for punitive action, because there's already been a breach of understanding in hostilities to cease those hostilities. That particular posturing particularly coming in from the Chief of Naval Command, where he's saying that we are dominating international waters, Karachi port is in our sight. How does one see all of that?
Look, I think this particular meeting is, the signals of this meeting are very clear that India is not standing down as of now. The operational alert remains very much in place. And as your correspondents are very correctly saying, that the Operation Sindur continues right now. The kinetics might have paused for now, but a lot will depend on what the Pakistani actions are going to be. And please remember that I think one red line has already been conveyed to Pakistan, that in case there is another terror attack, we'll consider it an act of war, and we will hit you, and we will hit you really hard again and again and again. And I suppose that there are serious apprehensions right now in the Indian security establishment that the Pakistanis will, because this is the Pakistani nature, character, this is how they operate, that they will try to make a point by launching another terror attack inside Jammu and Kashmir to see whether India will actually respond or not respond. So I think these meetings right now are a kind of taking a complete account of what the situation is.
Sushant, while you say that, I really want to understand, where do they even have that wherewithal to do that? How are they, even in the name of posturing, will they in fact back it up with the kind of military action or even another terrorist attack? Because right now they have been badly hit. From whatever has come out of the media briefing of the DGMO last evening, we do know how there are 100+ terrorists who have been neutralized. There have been so many military installations in Pakistan that have been hit. But we are also getting some more exclusive information. Sushant, bear with me while I also present it before our viewers. As we are learning, right ahead of the India-Pakistan DGMO level talks, sources have revealed to us that the talks will be on regular hotlines between the two DGMOs. Both the sides will work out further modalities. Sources are also revealing that India will be raising the matter of drones and unprovoked firing at and along the line of control. Indus Waters Treaty, like we were just mentioning, and no diplomatic issues will be discussed because this is out of DGMO's purview, and it has been pretty much put out there that any kind of engagement with Pakistan at the moment in the wake of these rising hostilities is only going to happen at the DGMO level. Sushant, we'll come to you in just a bit. We have Siddhant, our colleague, join us on the broadcast, and Akash as well. Akash, coming to you now. We are getting this fair bit of information on what exactly are we looking at in the name of the second round of DGMO talks between India and Pakistan.
So Griha, I was just mentioning that how it has escalated to military level, and these core issues will be the agenda somewhere. The violation that is happening, the drones that are being seen almost on a daily basis in the evening time and in the night time, and also the sort of casualties that are happening because of the sort of violations we are having from across the border. This is one fact that Pakistan has, in fact, has been using artillery from the other side, and we know that how in 2021, we had this understanding. After 2021, it was peaceful, but then it has once again started. So it will be one of the core agenda. In fact, in the sort of conversation that the DGMOs are going to have. And remember, even after Pahalgam on 22nd of April, DGMOs were in touch on a regular basis. In fact, on every Tuesday, we had reported that how both the sides were discussing the ceasefire issue, in fact, on a regular basis. And today, when, the matter was further escalated, when both the countries, had attacked, in fact, from our side, it was in retaliation, of course, but then Pakistan tried to attack, attack our military bases. At such a time, this conversation is going to play an important role, because this will somewhere decide the future course of action as to how things will pan out from now onwards, Greha.
Okay. Siddhant, how does one look at the kind of posturing that India is, sticking with? We have seen a very, very dominant stance of India, very aggressive one for obvious reasons. There has been a breach of understanding, particularly. Now, right ahead of those DGMO level talks, we have seen how the Prime Minister has taken a lowdown on exactly what is there to expect. In the face of that, we are seeing a certain amount of posturing that's coming in from the US as well. So how does one break all of these dynamics put together? On the one hand, we have the India-Pakistan situation. On the other, we have US trying to at least posture itself as playing big brother.
Well, Greha, US's position has been misunderstood in India. In fact, there is a reason to it, because the way President Trump came up with a social media post ahead of Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri's briefing has perhaps sent out a very wrong message to the world, to Indians, that it is US which has mediated between India and Pakistan. But the fact, Greha, is that India was in touch with partners and friends. So was Pakistan. In fact, Pakistan was begging all these countries perhaps to kind of speak to India to de-escalate. India, each time around, whether it's the first telephonic conversation which took place between Prime Minister Modi and President Trump right after the attack, whether it's on 1st May, a conversation which took place between EMS Jaishankar and Marco Rubio. Another conversation happened on 9th of May ahead of the big day, that is 10th morning, between Vice President J.D. Vance and Prime Minister Modi. Yes. Each time around, India only stated its position to United States. Not once India sought United States assistance in mediation. Perhaps not a single word beyond India's position was shared with Americans. In fact, Prime Minister Modi told J.D. Vance that if they will stop firing, we will stop firing. If they will hit us, we will hit them harder. We are going to destroy and devastate them. Perhaps those were the words of Prime Minister Modi to J.D. Vance. Similar, same when next day Marco Rubio spoke to EMS Jaishankar after Asim Munir, dialed Marco Rubio perhaps for a help, because Pakistanis wanted US to intervene so that India goes off ramp. So at that point in time also EMS Jaishankar said that, look, stop firing, we will stop firing. If you will hit us, we'll hit you harder. So this was the position of the government of India all throughout Operation Sindur. Now, US has misunderstood it, or rather, or perhaps Pakistanis leaked this to United States, that both countries have reached an understanding, and perhaps just to please Americans, and Pakistanis have done that, and this could be one of the reasons that Donald Trump came up with a social media post. J.D. Vance came up with a social media post, perhaps taking credit, Greha, because Trump loves these words, ceasefires, deals. He's fond of such words. So he couldn't get it from Putin and Zelensky. He couldn't get it from Netanyahu. So he thought that since one matter is getting settled in South Asia, all arrangements have been reached.
Absolutely. So couldn't play peacemaker as far as it between Russia and Ukraine. So why not between India and Pakistan? That is the posturing by America. Sushant, why don't you weigh in on that? And I really want to understand, why did that call of Marco Rubio's go to Asim Munir? Why not the Prime Minister of Pakistan? It's still a civilian government there, right?
Are you seriously asking me that question, that it's a civilian government in Pakistan? Come on. Those are puppets out there. They had lost the election. I keep telling everybody Shahbaz Sharif's status is that of a chapadasti. And his ministers are even something much lower down the hierarchy. All the shots are called by the Pakistan army. And the Pakistan army is the liars. They are a bunch of liars. So, which is why their ISPR yesterday in that press conference had the audacity to say that we are a professional army. We follow political instructions or political orders. That's utter nonsense. Even they don't believe it, but they are saying this because that's what they do. They lie. The other thing is that about this whole business of how the Pakistanis want to proceed from here. This whole diplomatic drama that has taken place. Look, the Pakistanis have been very seriously rattled by the Indian response, the kind of targets that have been hit. And I have been challenging the Pakistani military that if you have been so successful, why don't you take your so-called free and independent media, all these third raters like Najam Sethi and others, take them to these sites, show them what is the damage
or at least
no
show
damage
the satellite imagery, because India is doing that. In fact, let me put out that information for our viewers, Sushant, that meeting of all the tri-services chief, the chief of defense staff, along with the Raksha Mantris, just concluded at the Prime Minister's residence. So that stands complete, and now there is going to be that DGMO level talk between India and Pakistan. Sushant, you were mentioning about the kind of posturing that we have seen from the Pakistani army, and that press conference really was, it was in fact an offering where they had also in a sense suggested that there was a nuke body meeting that was called under Shehbaz Sharif. Why do you think that really happened? And post which there was that call of Marco Rubio's that came to Mr. Munir.
No, I think that was mere posturing from the Pakistani side. Every time, they are in a bad spot, they try and posture that, okay, fine, now we are. But it was also a sign that, they had reached a point where they were virtually defenseless. Even as we speak, they're virtually defenseless. Where is that much wanted Pakistan Air Force, which was coming as like this attacking force on India? Why has it suddenly disappeared? Why haven't they upped the ante even more? Because they know that they are now in a state of complete defenselessness. And India is not interested in escalating unless necessary, which we will if they are going to try anything funny with us, right? So they did this posturing. What has happened is that some of the targets that have been hit have rattled the Americans as well.
Okay.
And I think the phone lines were being worked out between the Americans and the Indians and the Pakistanis, because the same Americans who at first had this very hands-off kind of an approach that, okay, fine, you've been doing this for 1500 years, you carry on doing it. Suddenly, what happened that they became so active? It was not that we were going to them. It was that the Pakistanis were running to them and begging them to intervene. And the Indian approach was very simple, that if the Pakistanis want an off-ramp, please ask them to talk to us.
Yes.
Which is why all this bravado that these Punjabis are showing from Pakistan, why did they have to call up the DGMO in India and ask him for a ceasefire? The Indians didn't call them up and say that or propose a ceasefire. They called us up and we said, okay, fine, we don't have a problem. We have been offering you off-ramps right from day one. You have not been taking it because the nature of the beast is to try and hit back at India. And they didn't realize that we were now ready to dominate the escalation ladder, and we were going to continue to escalate until they backed off. And now that they backed off, we've said, okay, fine, we have bigger fish to fry than these third raters, right? So the point is that they called up, and if they want, all these calls are recorded. I'm sure the Indian DGMO will be more than happy to release the call which these fellows had made, asking for talks
they must be glad that despite them violating that understanding of a ceasefire, despite Pakistan violating that understanding hours after reaching and arriving at that understanding and also putting it out for international media that we have in fact agreed upon a cessation in hostilities, they did go ahead and reach it. And despite all of that, that bridge hasn't really been burnt, and India is kind enough to offer them a conversation. Sushant, we will just hold that thought. Let me get in a quick word from Arun. Arun is outside the 7 LKM. Arun, the conversation that was happening between the Prime Minister and the other members of the armed forces has just concluded. Anything that we are learning that is going to happen, probably a briefing right before the DGMO level talks, is that in the offing too?
Well, that's right. The meeting has concluded. Rajnath Singh and service chiefs have left, but we haven't seen the cavalcade of NSA and the External Affairs Minister coming out of Prime Minister's residence, which means that both of them are still inside PM's residence, and there's a separate meeting which is taking place at this point. But other than that, all of them have left, and in fact, all three, Prime Minister, External Affairs Minister and NSA, have had meetings even in the past, separate meetings. So this meeting is also very significant, and we all know in the backdrop of the DGMO level meeting and also subsequently the briefing which is going to take place at 2:30, it is very important, as we've been discussing about the multiple things which were discussed in this meeting on every front. The forces, of course, would have given their points on their preparedness, whether it is Navy, Air Force, or the Army, and then of course you have the intelligence chiefs, part of this External Affairs Minister. So I think every facet of this is being cleared in this meeting, and that's why we can say that this core group has been a very, very important part of this entire Operation Sindur, and also the strategizing about it, and various other things which they are doing at different fronts. So this core group meeting has been very, very significant, and even as we speak, we can in fact see some of the vehicles are going inside the Prime Minister's residence. We'll have to find out who all are going in to meet Prime Minister, because it's a very important day. You have the DGMO level talks, what happened in that meeting. We'll have to find out that also, what has been the Pakistan's stand in this meeting, and how India in fact try to push Pakistan into what they want about the ceasefire, etc. So we'll find out all these details in a short while. But of course, one thing we can say that the meeting has got over. NSA, External Affairs Minister and PM are still inside and holding a separate meeting.
All right. An important update there by Arun Dhanta there, as the NSA is still meeting and speaking with the Prime Minister. While we get details of that particular extended meeting with the Prime Minister, we're also putting out these facts before our viewers, as the Press Information Bureau is on this attempt of fact-checking each and every false propaganda that's coming in from the Pakistani side. Now, this time the PIB has fact-checked doctored video by Pakistani army to spread propaganda. PIB has said that Pakistan edited the video of Indian news channel to spread fake claims. That, of course, will go on to benefit Pakistan internationally, but that has been busted by India. The false propaganda and the sliced and diced video clips have been called out by India, and those repurposed clips to make Pakistan look better, at least globally, has been presented with facts by the Press Information Bureau. So, doctored video that was put out by Pakistani army, all of this to spread false propaganda against India.
पाकिस्तान की सारी हिमाकतें टूटी हुई पड़ी हैं इस वक्त जमीन पर। ये जमीन पर जो आप मिसाइल पड़ी हुई देख रहे हैं, जनरल साहब का ये अनुमान है कि ये फतेह 2 मिसाइल है, MR SAM मिसाइल है, सरफेस टू एयर मिसाइल सर, फतेह 2 मिसाइल ये दिखाई दे रही है आपको। नाम फतेह है लेकिन ध्वस्त पड़ी है इस वक्त जमीन पर। ये एक बार लोकेशन भी आप बता दें, अगर ये कहां पर, ये
हरियाणा
सिरसा में। ये खबर देखिए, ये काफी देर से खबर चल रही थी, रात से इनफैक्ट मैं आपको बताऊं।
My colleague Payal Mehta is with us on the broadcast. Payal, which videos exactly have the Press Information Bureau managed to nab that's come in from the Pakistan side, the propaganda where they have tried to snip and slice and dice these images that were presented on Indian news channels? Just take our viewers through more on this.
Griha, the video is, put out by a private Indian channel trying to show how we've been able to down Pakistani aircraft, but on the contrary, Pakistan has sliced and diced that particular video and made it look like theirs as well. So there of course aircraft which is called Fateh has been downed, and that is something which is being shown by a private by a private channel here in India. But Pakistan, which is known to peddle lies, known to in fact trying to create a fool out of everyone, including fooling their own countrymen, lies exposed over here, and relentlessly the Indian government, so the PIB fact-check unit, has been trying to educate the people of the country not to fall prey to any propaganda that Pakistan is trying to do. And mind you, Pakistan is trying very, very hard to peddle these lies and trying to create a propaganda of sorts. by trying to impress upon its own people that they are the ones who are jubilant. And something which is a ceasefire is being shown as the victory of Pakistan, which is ridiculous at multiple levels.
Right, Payal, thank you so much for that information. Remember, the Press Information Bureau here in the country has been on its toes, fact-checking each and every false propaganda that is being put out of the other side of the border. And this one is pretty much in line with the same. We'll keep an eye on this and other stories. But right now, we are going into a very short break. Coming right back.
Yes, it is. It's been 14 years since I wore the baggy blue in Test cricket. Honestly, I never imagined the journey this format would take me on. It's tested me, shaped me, and taught me lessons I'll carry for life. There is something deeply personal about playing in the whites, the quiet grind, the long days, and the small moments that no one sees but stay with you forever. As I step away from this format, it's not easy, but it feels right. I've given it everything I had. It's given me back so much more than I could have hoped for. I'm walking away with a heart full of gratitude for the game, for the people I shared the field with, and for every single person who made me feel seen along the way. I'll always look back at my Test career with a smile. Number 269 signing off. That is number 18, Virat Kohli. So two number 9s with totaling up to number 9s on their jersey. Two great stalwarts within about 2 weeks have now called time on their Test career. One is Rohit Sharma last week, and now Virat Kohli this week. Both of them have now signed out. It's a big blow for Indian cricket in a sense, but also it indicates the transition. Both these players were really struggling. They had a few reversals. Virat Kohli was really struggling with runs and form, which he found in Australia. But clearly, he would have seen the sign of things to come. Now he continues to be actively involved with the IPL, which stands suspended for now. But we'll also have to see now whether or not how long he will continue his ODI career, and whether or not he continues to remain in the mix for ODI in the sense per se, because he had already called time or backed off from playing T20 cricket, and now it is Test cricket. So will Virat Kohli be available for the next ODI World Cup? We'll have to wait and watch. But at this point, what a glowing Test career! What a person! What a leader! What a player who's dominated world cricket, and someone who has perhaps ratcheted up the runs the way he was, the way he has, and also many believe, and if you were to calculate the number of runs that he's scored, he's run more than about 550 kilometers just between the 22 yards. So that's the amount of work that he has put in to amass those runs. It's not through boundaries and sixes as much as the majority of his runs have been through running ones and twos and building an innings. And it's the Virat Kohli format where, and in terms of physical fitness, he's raised himself to a level which has become a benchmark for fitness for the rest of the players in the team. He brought in a new method, a new thought process, and a new focus on fitness and on longevity. When he was the captain, passed on the mantle to Rohit Sharma, continued to remain an effective, aggressive person who was passionate about the team's victory and backed his players to the hilt, and always ready to offer his suggestions. He and Rohit, despite what many thought had differences, have been phenomenal colleagues. And even as the leadership transitioned between one and the other, they were always there to back each other and to help each other. There was a certain maturity that was also seen in Virat Kohli in the recent years, where his aggression, although still there, seemed to be a little more tapered, little more, subdued. And he was always ready to speak with youngsters, mentor them, give them advice, irrespective of which team they were. Anyone who walked up to Virat Kohli for advice always got it. Now, we're also given to understand that when Virat Kohli, perhaps this time around, indicated to the BCCI that he may want to hang his boots in Test cricket, there wasn't too much of a resistance. So somewhere this is a team in transition. The team which is now going to take shape under Gautam Gambhir as coach will see new players. There are others who have been waiting in the ranks, looking on for leadership, for also a place in the team to play. And I think Bharat is now in the ICC Test Championship going to see a new leader and perhaps a new shape. Now, who that is, whether it is Bumrah, or is he looked over because of his constant injury worries, is someone like Shubman Gill, who
Welcome back. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Griha. Now we're getting more updates on how India is constantly busting Pakistan's false claims. As per top government sources, we are learning that there has been a response by India to the DGI SPR press conference on internal Pakistani security, as during the attack on the Noor Khan Air Base near the GHQ in Rawalpindi, sources believe that Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir was possibly moved to a bunker for at least 2 hours. An important piece of information that we are having for our viewers, as there have been good enough reason for us to believe that as India went on to attack the Noor Khan Air Base, which is very close to the army headquarters in Rawalpindi, there was also the attack coming this close to Asim Munir, General Asim Munir of Pakistan's, his life, as he had to be moved to a bunker, and that is where he remained for a couple of hours. That's how big this is. So attacking Pakistani air bases that happened from the Indian side after that escalation from Pakistani side, where they refused to lie low, and India of course responded proportionately, and that's when the attack on this air bases happened. Noor Khan Air Base attack particularly has offered a huge blow to Pakistan, and that's something that the Indian government and the Indian armed forces also put out as a satellite imagery evidence for the world to know on where exactly does the Noor Khan air base now stand. Earlier, that's how it looked like, and after the attack, it has been completely gone. And because of that, and because of it being rather close to the army headquarters in Pindi, the Pakistan General Asim Munir had to be moved to a safer location, possibly inside a bunker, and he remained there for 2 hours. An important update there. My colleague Siddhant Mishra is joining us to offer more details in perspective. Siddhant, this is big. We do know how India had ended up, after the escalation by Pakistan, ended up attacking these military air bases. And this one, particularly in Rawalpindi, is a big one because it's very close to the army headquarters. But the fact that this attack came close to, in fact, costing Asim Munir his life, that's a huge news.
Well, that's right. In fact, this exclusive piece of information has been brought to us by securities editor Manoj Gupta, and in fact, it's a huge what we are getting to know from Manoj Gupta, that during the attack on the Noor Khan base near GHQ headquarters in Rawalpindi, sources tell this to Manoj Gupta that Pakistani Army Chief General Asim Munir was possibly moved at to a bunker for at least 2 hours. So Asim Munir was hiding in a bunker after India struck Noor Khan base, which is close to the army headquarters in Rawalpindi. In fact, Manoj Gupta also says that this is now speculation that Pakistan is considering relocation the army chief's operational base. So after what India did in Rawalpindi, perhaps now they are mulling over, changing the operational base of the army chief, and they could perhaps move it out of Rawalpindi or shift it to some other location, because they have understood that Indians can hit Rawalpindi. So as it was perhaps said by the government also, government sources yesterday, that this time around, all limits were crossed by the Indian sides, and Indians have struck deep inside Pakistan, perhaps, hitting at inside the Punjab province, targeting Lahore, targeting Rawalpindi was a big message, and perhaps because of which now, the Pakistani army is thinking of shifting the base of Asim Munir to some other location. In fact, government sources also tell this to Manoj Gupta that in fact, government sources have refuted claims made during the DGISPR press conference, terming it a propaganda. So there is also a lot of pressure on DGISPR perhaps to build a good image of Asim Munir, and to make him look like a warrior, and somebody who saved, protected Pakistan. And in the same series, what DGISPR is doing, they are doing propaganda. They are making claims without any proof. They have not put forth any evidence to substantiate the claims that they are making. In fact, Manoj is also saying that Indian sources say that the DGISPR press conference failed to substantiate Pakistan Army's earlier claims, exposing gaps in both evidence and narrative. According to them, the Pakistani military spokesperson failed to provide concrete evidence to support claims of Indian drone attack on 26 sites. So there is no evidence which has been given by the Pakistani side. On the contrary, Indian side yesterday, day before yesterday, came up with the videos, the sites which were hit by Indians. In fact, the key military installations which were hit by Indian, those videos, those maps were also put out by DGMO yesterday at a press briefing in the national capital. Now, Manoj says that the key points, perhaps what he has picked from the Indian sources, there is a lack of evidence. ISPR only displayed images of 2 sites, including one in Udhampur, which appeared to be a lawn area, not an airstrip or a strategic asset.
Right.
No
we
counter
will speak
to
about
Indian
that,
claims. Perhaps
Siddhant. But let me actually get in a quick word from Sushant Sareen on this, because this is a big development that we are learning of. Sushant, the army chief in Pakistan had to shift base. That's how strategically significant the Indian attack really is, and also how psychologically impacting this is going to be for Pakistan.
Yeah, I think it's both the nature of the attack and this kind of psychological degradation it causes to the Pakistanis. Look, try and understand. One, Asim Munir, or Mullah Munir as I call him, has been prancing about like he's some kind of a new Saladin or something like that. And you know, his Jazba-e-Jihad went off when one bomb struck Rawalpindi. For the Pakistan army, which has been pretending and which has been lying to its people that they have made the defense of Pakistan impregnable, they suddenly see that virtually all their strategic air bases have been taken off, their entire air defense systems have been destroyed. India has been attacking various places and in many cases making the point that, for example, we can take out your ISI headquarters in Appara. We can take out your other vital installations if we want to. We haven't done it, but next time you try something, we are going to take all these things out. This is the message that was delivered. So the report which you are talking about, I think I would imagine that there is quite a lot of truth in it, simply because of the events that have transpired. And this panic would be happening not just in the GHQ and the army chief, but this would be happening in all the core headquarters, because all of them are now for the taking. So, you know, this entire bravado and this thing which the Pakistan had, world #1 army, world #1 agency, etc., that entire propaganda campaign has been busted. Now, what are the Pakistanis doing? They're resorting to fake news because they have a completely complicit and a pliable press. You know, these third raters like Hamid Mir, high school pass fellows, these fellows are tom-tomming the Pakistani achievements. Okay, I keep asking them, please show me the evidence. None of these guys can show any evidence. And what are they trying to do? They're trying to build up this or restore this image of the Pakistan army. But what are they doing it with? They're doing it with fake news. They are taking
news and fake propaganda. Absolutely, and it is not restricted to, and I don't think they have any basis for that bravado, Sushant, and you're simply putting it. But let me actually put out some more facts that we are learning of, as this is another mega news break that we have here on CNN News 18, as we managed to expose Pakistan's false claims. CNN News 18 has exposed that critical flaw in Pakistan's narrative. All of this happened during the DGISPR press briefing, as India's transparent, evidence-backed briefings really are in comparison to that, and Pakistan's claims are only relying on ambiguity, pretty much similar to what their nuke really posturing is also all about, and also recycled media clips, something that my colleague Payal was also just speaking about, as the DGISPR's invasions reinforce India's stance that Pakistan is a rather rogue state. And DGISPR also showed an undamaged image of Udhampur, which is a BrahMos missile base, which was likely an old or unrelated image. No visual structural damage or debris were also seen. Siddhant has more details about this. Yes, Siddhant.
Well, yes, that's right. So Manoj Gupta is bringing this piece of information for us. In fact, you know, there's a lot of pressure on DGISPR, Greha. They want to do a damage control, and they also want to do an image makeover of Asim Munir. So there's a lot of pressure on them. So what they're doing is that, in fact, Manoj Gupta has done his own assessment, and he has spoken to his sources, and you know, now he has come to conclusion that there were critical flaws in Pakistan's narrative during the DGISPR's press briefing. India's transparent, evidence-backed briefings, Pakistan claims rely on ambiguity and recycled media clips. The DGISPR's evasions reinforces India's stance that Pakistan is a rogue state. The DGISPR showed an undamaged image of Udhampur, a BrahMos missile based, likely old or unrelated. No visible structural damage or debris was presented. On the contrary, if you remember yesterday, Indian DGMO in the press briefing perhaps gave maps of all those places pre and post attacks, perhaps to prove that those places were hit by the Indian side. Now, Udhampur airstrip damage shown was limited to the side lawn, not to the runway. So, you know, that was the claim which made by DGISPR. Even Pakistan failed to provide satellite imagery or third-party verification for any of the 26 alleged targets. So they are claiming that they have hit 26 targets in India, but they have failed to provide satellite imagery or a third-party verification. In fact, India shared geotagged images of strikes on terror camps in Bahawalpur, Jaish-e-Mohammed hub, and Muridke, which is Lashkar-e-Taibaz. Now, India's military shows satellite imagery, drone footage, on-ground reports of precise strikes on terror infrastructure in Pakistan. The DGISPR ignored this evidence entirely, avoiding accountability for hosting terror groups. Pakistan relied on repurposed clips from India international media to support its claim rather than providing original, verifiable footage. Perhaps, you know, they wanted to look clean. They wanted to, as I said, there have been two tasks which have been given to them by GHQ. One, to do the damage control, and B, to do the image makeover of Asim Munir so that he should emerge as a hero for Pakistani after what happened in last 1 week. So that's the challenge, and this is in the same series only ISPR have been lying, spreading propaganda, making false claims. Perhaps no maps have been showed, no satellites imagery have been presented by the Pakistani side. In fact, I remember there was one presentation which was done by Pakistani Air Force, but perhaps that was their internal presentation. It has nothing to do with the satellite imagery or any evidence that they have come up with.
So it's not evidence backed, to say the least.
In fact, there is no explanation was given for
absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely, yes. Siddhant, we'll come back to you. We're also constantly putting out these images, the satellite-based evidence that India has given, and on the next slide you also see how India is saluting its brave warriors, the final farewell that is being given to the lives that have been lost in this growing escalation between India and Pakistan. Sushant, coming to you on the posturing again from Pakistani side and the kind of false propaganda that continues to come from that side. This is from official channels, remember. Where is Pakistan really going with this claim? By claiming that the Udhampur site, this is an old image possibly that was put out, and claiming this was a BrahMos site. It was made very, very evident that the S-400 air defense system in Udhampur or the BrahMos storage site in Nagrota was safe. It has been underlined with proper evidence by India.
Yeah, so look, before I come to your question, I think we must say a word in appreciation for a number of nameless, faceless people on social media. You know, okay, the PIB has done a lot of propaganda busting. The news channels in India have done their work. But I think there's a whole range of geeks and nerds on social media who have actually dug out information, brought out satellite imagery, and busted the Pakistani propaganda. So I think, one must say a word in appreciation of all these guys who've done this kind of stuff. It's remarkable the way the Indian social media sphere has worked during this particular crisis and busting Pakistani propaganda. But on the whole, on coming back to your question, see, I think what the Pakistanis are trying to do is they know that they have suffered a resounding defeat. Now, what does the Pakistan army, which is in control of the country, do? They have to try and recover some of their image. Now, the only way they can do it is with false propaganda, to show that this was a victorious army. You have that clown, Shahid Afridi, half-lettered man, trying to take out a victory march. Victory march of what? Somebody should ask these guys, why are you taking out a victory march? What do you have to show a victory for? But, they have convinced themselves by drumming this out, internalizing that we have won, we have won, we have won, even though they have completely been decimated. So this is what the Pakistan army is trying to do, because the regime's survival depends on their being able to show that they managed to hold their own against India. Otherwise, this regime will collapse like a house of cards. Asim Munir will be hung. You can bet anything that he will not be allowed to, either he will have to go into exile. I don't know where he'll go, who will take this fellow, or he will have to go into prison because of what he has done. If not even prison, then he'll be under house arrest. Shahbaz Sharif and the entire Sharif Khandan's career is over. PMLN will be decimated, even in Punjab. This is a matter of survival for the Pakistani elite. And they have really no way to explain to their people once the truth starts coming out. See, already there are people in Pakistan who are coming out with the kind of casualties that have taken place. The Pakistan army is so shameless. These are such third raters. They have not even managed to acknowledge the casualties of their own soldiers. You know, almost 40-50 people who died on some of these air bases, and the other casualties that have taken place on the punishment meted out to them along the line of control. They are so shameless, they will not even admit their own casualties. But the Pakistani public is now, you know, in dribbles, this information is starting to come out. You wait for a couple of weeks, maybe even a few days, then suddenly people will start questioning that, one, why did you initiate this attack on the Indians? Why did you provoke the Indians? Why were you talking so big when we are running on empty? The former army chief in Pakistan had told the journalists that, look, we don't have the wherewithal to fight a country like India. These guys, but you know, people, and these are third raters like this Naseem Zehra, who's a mole of the army, this Hamid Mir, who pretends he's a very independent journalist. All these third raters were holding debates that how dare the army chief tell us that we are running on empty. Okay, fine, you tried to have a conflict with India. Now you've seen the result of that. So the Pakistanis are living in a world of their own make-believe, delusional fellows. I don't know what is there, these guys are smoking, that they don't see reality for what it is. They still think they are an important country. Nobody gives a damn about these people. Their passport is the worst. Their people are being thrown out even from the Muslim world because nobody wants them, because they are indisciplined.
Absolutely. These developments are rather presenting it out there and laying bare the facts that Pakistan is feeling cornered, and that's why we see this false propaganda exercise that's coming in from the country, not backing it with evidence. But India has backed each and every airstrike that it has done on Pakistani soil with evidence, and this is what it is looking like, as India has struck hard and it has struck at the Pakistani air bases. Let's see, what do we have here? This is the first one that we have for our viewers, is the Arif Wala air defense system has been in fact attacked. That entire radar has been attacked. Next, we also have seen how the Bolari airfield has been struck by the Indian Air Force. Also, the Chaklala airfield has been struck, and to add to it, there was another major attack at the Shunyan air defense radar. Jacobabad particularly, that airfield also has been destructed because of the Indian Air Force attack, and also after that the Pasrur air defense radar was struck. And later the Rahim Yar Khan air defense air strip was also struck. And next we also saw the airfield in Sargodha that was struck. And along with that, and this is again basing it with evidence, the Sukat airfield was also attacked by India. All of this with satellite imagery that has been put out by the Indian authorities, by the Tri-Services Chief also, where they are backing these claims with evidence. They have also mentioned how there is a massive attack on the Pakistani military infrastructure, particularly these airfields, because remember, that's where the attack really becomes significant, because if at all there are two countries at war, the air defense system is primary. That's from where the jets are scrambled, and if India has managed to attack that, and this has been obviously based with a lot of evidence, and these are the claims that India has in fact made on how there were proper targets on the airfields in Pakistan, and that has struck the country really hard because they have not been able to scramble the jets. And of course, there was another claim that was made by the Tri-Services chiefs in that briefing to the press yesterday, where they also mentioned how several of the high-tech aircrafts, jets of Pakistan were also downed by India. Now, next we are also beginning to understand, more updates are coming as we are now given this information that the DGMO talks will in all likelihood will be delayed. They are likely to happen this evening. So it has been pushed for some reason. It was supposed to happen at noon at 12 p.m. today, but now we are learning that it is delayed by a few hours. That conversation between India and Pakistan, now only to happen at the military DGMO level, will now possibly take place in the evening only. My colleague Akash Sharma is with us on the broadcast with this information. Akash, why are you learning this delay has happened?
There are several reasons because of which it can happen, Griha. We won't go in those technical details, but as of now, we are learning that these talks are likely delayed. And initially, the conversation was scheduled for 12 p.m. In fact, today. And we were learning that around 12 p.m. In fact, we were reporting that how there is a possibility that it could have started. However, we are learning, in fact, top government sources are telling us that there is a possibility that now these talks will happen in the evening today at around 5 p.m. possibly. Also, as far as the briefing that was scheduled to happen at 2:30, though we haven't got any official confirmation if it is delayed as well, but there is a possibility that it will be delayed too.
Okay. So in all likelihood, that briefing that was supposed to happen in the afternoon, Akash, that gets pushed further. We have seen what a stern stance that India really has maintained in that tri-services briefing that happened last evening, if at all. And is there also a possibility, Akash, that this might not happen today altogether?
Anything can happen. It really depends on, both the sides. But yes, there is a possibility. And in fact, both the sides agreed to this sort of communication, today. While we are, reporting that it has been postponed, there can be several technical reasons behind it, or some other reason behind it. But when we say that whether or not it will happen today, so there are high chances that these talks will be happening today. Also, Griha, it is because of the fact that we know that how military action from both the sides, in fact, has stopped. In fact, has halted for a time being, and it was only because of this DGMO level, understanding that happened day before yesterday, that both the sides agreed on it. Now, whether or not, this will go further, we still don't know. But what we are learning as of now is that these talks are delayed, and, these talks are, in fact, all set to happen in the evening today.
Right, Akash, thank you so much for that information. We will, in fact, wait for more updates on this. But right now, this is what we are learning. The DGMO levels talks between India and Pakistan that was supposed to happen by noon has been shifted. In all likelihood, it is going to happen by this evening. But let's see what really happens as far as that conversation really goes. I'll leave it at that. My colleague Kritsween is up next.
Good afternoon. Thanks for staying tuned to CNN News 18. I'm Kritsween Walia. Yes, India and Pakistan are set to hold Director General of Military Operations, or the DGMO level talks. And as we speak, we're learning of how there is a little bit of a delay. The meeting has been postponed. In all likelihood, it is going to take place later this evening itself, close to 5 p.m. perhaps. So we're going to wait for a confirmation on the same. But to give you a quick context, viewers, this will be the second time that DGMOs of the two countries will be discussing the ongoing India-Pakistan tension and also the combat situation. The last time the two sides had this kind of a military engagement, an understanding to halt military actions was reached upon. Sources have revealed that the talks will be on the regular hotline between the two DGMOs. Both sides will work out further modalities. Sources further revealed that India will raise the matter of drones and unprovoked firing at the LOC. No Indus treaty and no diplomatic issues will be discussed because this, remember, is out of the DGMO's purview. And India so far has come out to say in as many words that they're not looking or wanting to revisit the decisions that have been announced diplomatically against Pakistan. Earlier as well, Prime Minister Modi, remember, chaired a key security meeting which was attended by tri-services chiefs, the NSA and also Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. Apart from this, the CDS was also in attendance, and slowly we're seeing some of the officers and the ministers leave the official residence of the Prime Minister. I do want to go across to Akash Sharma, who joins us with more details. Akash, we're learning that the DGMO level talks are seeing a slight delay. What more can you tell us?
Yes, in fact, we are learning by the means of our sources that these talks are delayed. Initially, it was scheduled for 12 p.m., but now we are learning that there is a possibility that it may happen in the evening at 5 p.m., around 5 p.m. And in fact, this is crucial given the fact that, everyone is waiting for the sort of communication, that will happen. In fact, And we know that how important it is, given the fact that both the countries, were involved in the sort of conflict where both the sides were attacking each other. India, of course, in retaliation to the action that was seen from across the border at the LC and in the hinterland as well, where the drones were in fact sent by the Pakistan on towards different military stations here in India. Now, as far as these talks are concerned, so everyone is hopeful that some sort of, a resolution for the current time, will be there. However, we are learning that these, talks are going to happen in the evening today, and in fact are delayed. Now, we don't know the exact reason why, this has happened. There can be some technical reason as well. But at this point in time, we are learning that these talks are going to happen in the evening today. Also, as far as, these developments are concerned, so we know that how in the noon today, one press conference was scheduled. And this press conference, we are learning, will be delayed as well. Given the fact that this press conference will be, in fact, addressed by the Director General of the operations from all three services. And, this press conference may happen after the sort of communication that we are expecting from DGs of both the sides. So a big development, of course, between, but we'll have to wait and watch for the sort of, result and the outcome that is coming out of that particular conversation.
Okay, should we read more into this, Akash? Because these are set times that are scheduled for these kind of high-level meetings. It was a DGMO level meeting. One such meeting has taken place in the past, and the big result that came off that meeting was halting military actions. It was decided and agreed upon by both the nations. What explains this kind of a delay?
Be some technical reason, Christine. When we talk about these high-level meetings, so a number of things are happening in the backdrop. You see a number of things in discussion as to what will be the design of the discussion, what can be the possible outcome, what has to be, conveyed and everything else. So a number of things are happening in the backdrop, and that's the reason why we could say, we can in fact say that, a number of things are there, a number of technical reasons can also be there. So that's why, we'll have to wait and watch for as to what really pans out, after 2:30 or 3 p.m. today.
Okay. Parallelly, there's another meeting that had been ongoing. This was at Prime Minister's official residence at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. We're learning that though the tri-services chiefs are making their way out of the Prime Minister's residence, the NSA and the External Affairs Minister are still in attendance. So we're going to try and pick up the latest on the same too. But Akash, to also put this in perspective, now we've seen a significant change in the situation on ground since last night. There's been no drone spotting. There's been absolute, peace and calm in all of Jammu and Kashmir, something we'd not seen the last 4 days. So give us a sense of what had been ongoing, the manner in which life is slowly returning to normalcy, and what are people, in Jammu saying particularly? How are they viewing the ongoing situation?
The situation in Jammu is normal. Krishmi, in fact, yesterday it was all normal. I'll try to, show you some visuals from the main highway where Rajesh ji is showing you the visuals that how, the normal work is going on. In fact, people, were reacting very differently to these sort of situations. Also because of the fact that they are trusting their armed forces. They say that, we are all safe and we know that nothing will happen to us. And this is somewhere is being witnessed right now, given the fact that, both the countries have stopped the sort of military activities that they were undertaking. Also, we know that how LOC was largely peaceful, given that army statement, today verified all those claims where it was said that no ceasefire violation is happening, at least today. At this point in time, everyone is waiting for that sort of conversation between the two DGMOs, because it will somewhere decide the future course of action as to if both the countries are going to engage, in sort of violations that we have been seeing, or the sort of attacks that were carried out by both in retaliation by India and initiated by Pakistan. Whether or not this is going to further escalate is something that will only be decided after this DGMO level conversation that is going to happen today in the evening at around 5 p.m. Krithween.
Okay. Akash, stay on with us. I do want to bring in Arunima on that note as well. Arunima, all eyes are on the DGMO level talks. There's a slight delay that we're learning of. So perhaps later this evening that all-important conversation will take place. But there's so much that's been spoken of ever since we heard from the armed forces in that detailed press conference late last night. A lot of Pak propaganda that was exposed by the officers who were holding that briefing. They'd also spoken of the kind of damage that Pakistan has suffered in terms of military personnel as well. 35 to 40 Pak army soldiers have been killed, and this was all through the 4 days of operations that lasted. So give us a sense of what's happened so far, and the response that's come in from DGISPR as well, because once again we're seeing back-to-back fact-checking on social media being carried out by PIB to the claims being made.
So let me first tell you that as far as the DGMO level talks are concerned, the indication is that it is not happening in the afternoon. It could have been postponed till this evening. So this evening, the two DGMOs are likely to speak to each other, where both sides are going to raise issues of concern to them. India, of course, will raise the issue that even after an understanding was reached about cessation of hostilities on the 10th of May, even then, the night between 10th and 11th saw a lot of intrusion. There were drones which were spotted along the line of control. There were drone-like objects and projectiles spotted on the international border, and there was some firing as well. So India will raise this concern with Pakistan. Pakistan, of course, is continuing to maintain that it is not the one which is disrupting peace, that the peace has been disrupted by India. So that aside, you ask about fact check. I think one thing that India will be most concerned to expose is the fact that Lashkar-e-Toiba's main fundraiser, Rauf or Mudassir as his name goes, he's the funeral picture of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, which showed presence of the Pakistani national flag, which showed presence of Pakistani army, Pakistani army and men in uniform. That has been counter-checked by DGISPR by saying that the man is being wrongly accused. He is in fact a simple civilian, and his national I card and other details have also been put out by DGISPR. But strangely, the man who India calls a Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorist, and he has been banned, he has been sanctioned by the United Nations and by international anti-terror watchdogs. The national identity card number that is there as part of the sanctioned records is the same as what DGISPR put out in their press conference. The face is the same, the details are the same, and yet Pakistan continues to maintain that a civilian has been wrongly called a terrorist. So India would want to expose that. PIB is already fact-checking, but all these misinformation campaigns that is being carried out from our neighborhood, I think it will also be part of the briefing as and when it happens today, fact-checking all of this and putting the record straight about what India has really achieved and how much damage it has managed to inflict on Pakistan.
Okay, while that briefing may be about the fact check, maybe also to an extent about the conversations that take place at the DGMO level, Arunima, what's also important to highlight here is the manner in which the conversations took place during the first round of meeting. Now, this was a meeting which saw certain US intervention as well, and now as per sources we're learning that Pakistan was mounting pressure on America and was going ahead with the nuclear blackmailing card. So give us a background to what led to that meeting and the final agreement or the nod that was given by India and how Pakistan backtracked on it, because surely the Indian DGMO will be raising it with his Pakistani counterpart this evening when the meeting happens.
So what we learned from Indian government sources is that there were two phone calls which happened. The first phone call, when it came from the Pakistani DGMO side in the afternoon around 1 o'clock of 10th of May, India did not reciprocate. But subsequently at around 3:30 a second call came, and in the interim, Vice President of United States had already spoken to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and there was also a call that was made by US Secretary of State to his counterpart here. And in this call, it seemed, as per Indian government sources, that America conveyed that they were worried. They had intelligence to suggest that Pakistan was dangerously close to escalating the war. Indian briefing also told us, if you recall a day earlier, that they had reasons to believe that Pakistan was moving to forward post their entire defense hardware as well as their armed personnel. So combine these two intelligence, that defense personnel of Pakistan were moving toward forward positions, and B, the intelligence of dangerous escalation. This dangerous escalation has been left undefined by US, but I think the interpretation is that they feared Pakistan could press on the nuke accelerator, and that's why they wanted de-escalation as soon as possible. India said that we had set out 3 targets. One was to destroy the terrorist hub. We achieved that. Second, to show the political messaging that terrorism cannot be a part of business as usual. If you indulge in terror attacks, there will be a price to pay. And third is the psychological impact of actually taking down airfields, the runway in Rawalpindi, in Islamabad, the radar stations that were damaged as well in Sialkot and others. So the air assets the UAVs, the radars, that they were all damaged. So psychologically a deterrent had been set. So by the time the call came from Pakistan's DGMO, India said it had managed to already achieve what it had originally set out to do, and it had no problem in taking a step back. However, India is still on high alert. If Pakistan tries to do any other misadventure, Operation Sindur is still very much on.
Okay, all right. Arun must stay on with us. We're also picking up a breaking news update. But before we flash that for our viewers, Akash, what I do want to understand from you is more about the press conference that's to take place. We're going to hear from the armed forces once again. Can you give us more details of who's going to be addressing the briefing and what details can be expected?
Right, so DGs from all three services, DG military operations, DG air operations and DG naval operations are going to come back once again in front of cameras and, are going to somewhere, talk about this sort of operation. Remember, there are a number of things that are happening simultaneously. While military activities are not happening, we know that how narrative war is going on. We know that how DG ISPR yesterday, addressed a press conference and, attempted several sort of fake claims and in fact, allegations towards the Indian military. So possibly, the officers are going to come once again to lay down, several facts related to the sort of incidents that have happened in the past. Further, the conversation that is going to happen between DGMOs, initially it was scheduled for 12 p.m. today, and, it was a very part of the sort of a press conference that we were expecting. But now, since the the conversation is not happening between, we are expecting that this press conference will further be delayed. We are waiting for an official word from the Ministry of Defence, but definitely, this press conference is going to be very, very important, like it was yesterday, because this press conference will somewhere serve, to lay down the facts related to several sort of narratives and, fake news going on social media.
Oh yes, there's narratives and fake news that's going on, and we're seeing constant fact-checking here in India as well on part of the PIB and the government as well, attributing to highly placed sources to facts that they're presenting through these press conferences on how that entire propaganda stands exposed. Stay on with us, Akash. We have another bit of CNN News 18 mega exclusive. We need to quickly shift our attention to Pakistan Army Chief. We're learning is wanting to now change his base after Noor Khan attack. Noor Khan, remember, is an air base in Pakistan, a crucial military installation. He is now exposed to Indian attacks, and after India's precision strikes on the Noor Khan air base, we're learning that the PAF Chakala during Operation Sindur, multiple reports emerged that Pakistan's Army Chief General Asim Munir was relocated to a fortified bunker within the General Headquarters. So he's been relocated to a fortified bunker in the General Headquarters complex in Rawalpindi. His shifting to the bunker shows the psychological impact of India's strikes on Pakistan's military leadership. Asim Munir's temporary sheltering reflects heightened insecurity within Pakistan's top brass. The Noor Khan Air Base is a critical hub for Pakistan's Air Mobility Command. It suffered a lot of damage during India's coordinated strikes, and the armed forces have also been putting out proof to show the same, to send a message to Pakistan that the damage that your air bases have suffered is not a myth, it indeed is a reality, which you're in denial of. I do want to go across to Siddhant Mishra, who joins us with more details. Siddhant, give us a sense of what you're learning. This is a CNN News 18 mega exclusive information being shared by Security Affairs Editor Manoj Gupta, which tells us that General Asim Munir has relocated to a fortified bunker in Rawalpindi.
Well, yes, that's right. That's right. This is what Manoj Gupta is bringing for us. In fact, sources have told him that Asim Munir was relocated to a fortified bunker within the General Headquarters GHQ complex in Rawalpindi. And this is right after India's precision strikes on the Noor Khan Air Base, Chakalal, during Operation Sindur. In fact, his shifting to bunker shows the psychological impact of India's strikes on Pakistan's military leadership. Remember, there were three objectives which were set by India right after Pahalgam terror attack. One is political, other is psychological, and third is military. So this was a psychological objective which was achieved by India after hitting Noor Khan Air Base, perhaps which made Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir to get into the bunker. In fact, Munir's temporary sheltering reflects heightened insecurity within Pakistan's top brass. The Noor Khan Air Base is a critical hub for Pakistan's Air Mobility Command, suffered severe damage during India's coordinated strikes. In fact, imagery from a Chinese firm and a Kawa space confirms a structural damage, including destroyed fuel tanks, a damaged warehouse roof, and debris under the runway. The base houses, surveillance systems of Pakistani Air Force, C-130 transporter aircraft, IL-78 refueling aircraft. The strike targeted infrastructure supporting drone operations and VIP transport. So this site also had drone hangar and a VIP transport hangar. In fact, Manoj also sends us this input that a C-130BE transport aircraft was visibly damaged, hampering Pakistan's aerial logistics. The attack on Noor Khan, located just 10 kilometers from Islamabad, signaled India's ability to penetrate deep into Pakistan's defense network. This forced Pakistan to close airspace temporarily and heightened fears of further Command Control Authority meeting. And after India strikes these two bases, perhaps Asim Munir was rattled and he called up Americans and sought their assistance, sought their help. And that was a time when this call was made by Asim Munir to American Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
Okay, this once again reiterates the manner in which Pakistan ended up feeling the pressure, isn't it? In those exact minutes, Siddhant, when India retaliated, remember, Pakistan was the one to initiate, provoke with its military action. It was the one to have attempted to target our military installations, our civilian areas, to which India retaliated, and retaliated so hard that it ended up striking some of the crucial air bases in Pakistan, of which Noor Khan was one. Colonel Rohit Dev joins us on the broadcast. Colonel Dev, we've been discussing this. Noor Khan, its strategic importance and how it sent out a stern message to Pakistan. So apart from the physical damage, which India has shown with proof, there's also a psychological impact that this strike has had.
Oh, certainly, the entire Pakistani establishment, and after that so-called leak which requires boron to come to Pakistan with India's permission now, I think there is a huge, psychological deficit in the minds of these masterminds in the Pakistan army. And as your channel brought out, he's been shifting base, General Munir. And I won't be surprised because these people were never generals. They were actually these shopkeepers and businessmen in uniform who have ruined Pakistan. They have waylaid their own Awam, and they have cashed in and made a lot of money and a lot of wealth as politicians and generals. And that's the state of the army. After 1971 war, when our country went to mop up places and cleared their bunkers, they found a lot of wealth in those bunkers, especially also notice the luxury with which the Pakistani army officers were living that time. So I think that's not an army. That's something like a bourgeois class army where they decide who gets what. And I won't be surprised that this man is running into bunkers and trying to save his life. And compare that to Indian generals, Indian officers, Indian junior officers and non-commissioned officers who always are on the ground, visible with their men, fighting it at the front. And let me just remind this generalship or the failed state of Pakistan that today we have weapon systems that we can smoke out any rat when we want. So you can run, but you can't hide. And that's the mantra which we have. And good luck to their army who sees their generals hiding, their officers hiding, their officers going and interacting with the terrorists in Bahawalpur and Mudrika and getting killed. And what a shame! What a country! They go tom-tomming to the world, say they are the victims of terror, and they are standing hands and honoring terrorists when they are killed by the Indian establishment and the forces. It's such a sad state of the morale of this army, the upbringing of this army of Pakistan. And one is while appalled because not many years ago in wars, when we used to fight with Pakistan, and I remember, we used to honor each other's brave. And whether it was Arun Khetrapal, who was, given the highest award of Nishan-e-Haider there from Pakistan side or vice versa, I think those days are over. This has become more of a making a living out of being in the army for the generals there in the Pakistan army. And that's a very, very sad commentary for a nation which is economically under, turmoil, spiraling down with a lot of debt, and it's become a vassal state and stooge of a couple of more countries across the world. Can't look after its own people, can't look after its own defenses, can't look after anything. Yeah. And I think the message is very clear. And this is what explains,
Colonel Dev, the manner in which Pakistan Prime Minister called a meeting of a body that oversees nuclear arsenals. So they pressed that nuke blackmail button, spoke to America. That's when they sought America's intervention. The story is self-explanatory. But Colonel Dev, given that we're talking about a neighbor which is not reliable, not trustworthy, what explains this kind of a mobilization or a relocation, if I may put it like that, relocation to a fortified bunker in Rawalpindi? Because we're talking about Pakistan cannot be trusted. It's gone back, walked back on a ceasefire promise already. Would you want to read more into this?
We can, because, the rat is not only running from the Indian army, the rat is also running from its own army and Awam. He has misled Pakistan into the situation and caused this humiliating, crushing kind of a response from India. And today he's under tremendous pressure. He has to perform in the next 6 months. Otherwise, all the Islamic Caliphate dreams of Pakistan and his own dreams and everything else in Pakistan, which have been talking about Kashmir, and more so after abrogation of 370, they've been trying to give all the threats. They thought this is the season. And at the beginning of the season, yes, while they have killed innocents in Pahalgam, and that's a very treacherous and dastardly act, they don't know where to hide now. And I think this man would be running from his own Awam. And if the Awam of Pakistan, which obviously listens to channels like ours and other media, agencies, they should be very, very vigilant and look out for this man who has, taken them down and internationally humiliated. And the kind of rap they've got from, even US, they will not be able to survive that. The kind of pressure is now going to come on that country for economic sanctions, FATF, everything, together. And with so much in the open domain. They have confessed to Pulwama on air this time during their press brief. I don't know what they smoke, in their war rooms. They come out and talk about it. Very good for us. Then they have gone to attend funerals of terrorists together. Then they have been, trying to tom-tom about attacking India as an all-out war by the defense minister. But not only there, the DGMO, if you see his clips, he's talking about striking Indian air bases. That means they're telling the world that A, we will sponsor terrorism. B, if you come at us for striking back at terrorism, we will strike you militarily in a conventional manner. So I can't fathom any country worth its brain and salt to not only be so incapable and impotent in terms of being able to react to the other country's response, but being so foolish and naive to tom-tom about it and create a case and a dossier for they themselves only to be hit again by the international committee. So I think these people are such I don't know what they smoke every morning.
You've given us a couple of reasons to believe and for the world to believe that Pakistan continues to nurture terrorism and how it continues to peddle this fake propaganda. But unfortunately, yet we have an IMF securing a bailout for Pakistan. So those developments are also something that we're watching out for very closely. Colonel Dev, appreciate you speaking to us here on CNN News 18. I do want to go across to my colleague Siddhant, who continues to stay on with us. Siddhant, when did we last hear from General Asim Munir? He was quite vocal in the aftermath of Operation Sindur. We saw several politicians, ministers of Pakistan come out to declare how this is an act of war. Very war-mongering attempts were made by the political class in Pakistan. But the last 24 odd hours, ever since the military communication happened at the DGMO level, there seems to be a little bit of a silence that side.
Well, yes, that's right. Because right now, as we were discussing before, also there are two tasks which have been given to DG ISPR by Rawalpindi. One is to do the damage control, and second is to do an image makeover of General Asim Munir. Now, the reason to it is that Pakistan is coming up with lies, propaganda. They have not given evidence regarding the 26 sites which they are saying that they have hit in India. They cannot produce evidence for that. Perhaps they don't have anything. In fact, they are at denial also. The claims which Indian side have made, despite Indian side providing evidence, geotagged maps, pictures of maps pre and post attack. They don't have anything to say on that. In fact, they have evaded many questions asked by the journalist during the press briefing yesterday. In fact, it looked like that press conference was a fixed match. Perhaps most of the questions were asked which suits Pakistan's narrative. So there's a lot of pressure on DG ISPR to do the damage control, to do the image makeover of Asim Munir, and also to make sure that Pakistan looks in good light. Perhaps a country which has defeated India. That's kind of a image which DGISPR is trying to make. Perhaps they are giving calls to journalists, influencers, to speak about how Pakistan has hit 26 targets in India, etc., etc. So they are in panic mode. They have understood the power of Indian armed forces.
Okay.
Perhaps the turning point of Operation Sindur was when on 10th of May in the morning, Indian armed forces struck 8 military sites deep inside Pakistan. Perhaps was the biggest setback to Pakistani armed forces. Their radars, their air defense systems, their transport aircraft was severely damaged, destroyed. Perhaps there where India gained an upper hand in the combat, and that perhaps what made Pakistan rattled. Pakistan dialed America, asking them for a help, asking them to intervene and perhaps speak to Indians. And in fact, then only Marco Rubio spoke to EMS Jaishankar. But remember, at that time also EMS Jaishankar did not entertain any mediation proposal made by America. He only stated India's position that if Pakistan will stop firing us, we will stop firing them. And the turning point in Operation Sindur came only when Pakistan attempted to target 26 key installations in India on the intervening night of 9th and 10th of May. So that became a turning point. And
not
then
just did Pakistan reach out to America, it also almost threatened America with the nuke blackmail card that it has often resorted to in the wake of the Pahalgam attack. Thanks, Siddhant, for joining us with that quick update. We also do have Major General Rajan Kochar with us. But before that, we need to shift our attention to another bit of breaking news update that's just come in. We're learning that the DGMO level talks between India and Pakistan will take place at 5 p.m. Earlier, the meeting was set to commence at 12 noon. So a little bit of a delay. 5 p.m. is when the DGMOs of both the nations sit down for this talk. I do want to take in a word from Akash Sharma, who joins us with more. Yes, Akash, what more do we know about this? We have a confirmation now. 5 p.m. is when the discussions between the DGMOs take place.
Right, so two confirmations. First one is that press conference that was scheduled for 2:30 is happening.
Okay.
And, we will be seeing some sort of brief by the officials. But yes, as you rightly pointed out, the DGMO level conversation that was about to happen at 12 p.m. between the DGMOs of India and Pakistan has been rescheduled and in fact has been postponed to 5 p.m. in the evening. Prithveen, it is important to highlight that we still don't know the reason, but there can be some technical reason behind the delay. We know that, how this is an important, matter for both the countries, given the fact that we have seen the military action and we are on a verge, to go towards a war. And that's the reason why this meeting is very important. Till now we have some sort of pause in the sort of military action that were undertaken by both the sides. But this time around, this particular meeting is going to decide the way forward. Prithveen.
Okay, many thanks, Akash, for joining us with those details. So 5 p.m. is the time when the meeting begins. 2:30 p.m. is when we're once again going to hear it officially from the armed forces through a press conference. Going across to Major General Rajan Kochar, who is with us on the broadcast too. Major General Kochar, just a short while ago, we were breaking down an exclusive bit of information that's been shared by our Security Affairs Editor Manoj Gupta on a possible location of General Asim Munir to a fortified bunker in Rawalpindi. So clearly shows Pakistan is rattled. But would you see this as a sign of panic or some sort of a re-strategy that Pakistan is working on?
What I see is that, I'll just take you back to how General Soleimani was killed. And in Saudi Arabia. Also, at the same time, I will also take you to the Israeli strategy of targeting these leaders like the Hezbollah leader and Hamas leader in Iran and Lebanon. So, what I am presuming is that General Munir is, he must have got certain intelligence reports that he is going to be targeted and seeing the capability of the Indian armed forces, and it has been demonstrated capability this time, when we have been able to pierce through entire air defenses of Pakistan, and target their 11 air bases with precision. And I'm highlighting this word, precision. So I think Pakistani intelligence must have felt that General Munir can also be targeted, because it's a possible scenario. It cannot be ruled out. So as a matter of precaution, I would presume that he is being moved into a bunker, because if you remember the statement of Prime Minister Modi, what he made was that we are going to target chun ke. We are going to target the terror infrastructure and the people behind this attack in Pahalgam. So that message is rattling the minds of the Pakistanis, because so far we have demonstrated entire destruction of the terror network in Pakistan. And the next objective or the next target for us would be the people behind this terror. So presumably, I have a strong belief that General Munir actually fears that there may be a targeting him now.
Yes, because there's a parallel universe that Pakistan seems to have created, or is at least attempting to create, that the world will buy its version. But India stands right there to counter each of those fake narratives. General Kochar, what I do want to understand from you is also, how do you see the DGMO level talks play out at 5 p.m? Earlier was set to take place at 12 noon, a little bit of a delay at 5 p.m. And what's your expectation really, or perhaps what do you anticipate coming in from this meeting?
You see, I actually anticipate, I think why it has been delayed is because certain modalities have to be formed up, have to be understood by each country's DGMO before the meeting, and these things require a bit of deliberation, I would say. So I think the first is that Pakistan or the Indians will project to Pakistan that why this ceasefire was violated. They would like to know the reasons, and they would like to know what kind of mechanisms Pakistan is going to put in place to ensure no further violation of the ceasefire. The second aspect is that it will be highlighted that the communication channels must be kept open in case in a particular stray incident of a ceasefire violation, and it should not spiral into a conflict. It is imperative that in case any such minor violation takes place on the line of control or on the IB, then the communication must be established immediately between the DGMOs of both the countries. A third important aspect is, and I think is the most vital one, Pakistan has moved its artillery and its medium-range guns on to the line of control. So there will be a requirement to disengage, de-induct and move back to status quo before 7th of May. Because in case these guns are in the location, there is a likelihood of things flaring up again.
Yeah.
So I think it would be stressed upon Pakistan to move back. And similarly, India will also move back. It's a sort of a confidence building measure between both the countries, where India also de-escalates, moves back and de-inducts, and Pakistan, you should also do that. And my last point is that terror infrastructure on the line of control. You see, we have seen these Pakistani posts on the line of control being used for carrying out infiltration of terrorists inside. So this would need to be stressed that we will not tolerate. We have a zero tolerance policy towards terrorism, and we will not tolerate any kind of infiltration which is coming into from Pakistan, and it has been made very, very clear that any further terrorist attack or any other kind of an attack, even from a third country, would be deemed as an act of war, and an appropriate response will be given. So I think these are the
General Kochar, but to also state it very clearly, I do think that India is, as we speak, in a position to exercise dominance. India is in a dominant position because it was the Pakistan DGMO who reached out to his Indian counterpart. He, in fact, requested for a ceasefire. India's just given in temporarily, and India says this is an understanding. If you break our trust, we're going to hit you back. Now that's happened already once again. So what can be the terms and conditions of this kind of a communication at a military level going forward?
You see, at the military level, everything is quantified and everything is specified with exact words. It is not a diplomatic agreement you are signing with each other. It is an agreement in which a great deal of trust and confidence in each other is involved. So, any ceasefire agreement we have seen. Hello?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Any ceasefire agreement we have seen, if you remember, gets violated. It's not a hard and fast rule when you have a ceasefire, because in a border like this, in a volatile atmosphere or this thing, whenever Pakistan wants to carry out some infiltration, it resorts to a small arms fire. This has been happening in all ceasefire agreements with Pakistan, and we should be prepared that in the future also these kind of violations will take place. So this has to be put in the agreement, because from past experience we have seen that in spite of agreements, the violations are taking place. So this time, since we are on the dominating, on a dominant sort of platform, we must ensure and tell the Pakistani counterpart that even a small arms fire will be treated as a violation, because normally we get activated only if there is an artillery fire or medium caliber weapon fire. Now we must insist that even if it is a small arms fire, it will be treated as act of violation, and then it is also to be specified that any act of violation will be met with a stronger response.
Yes, and the example has been set. General Kochar, appreciate you sharing all those details with us. The example has been set, viewers. Several military installations in Pakistan have been struck once. This was in retaliation to the aggression that Pakistan showed militarily by attempting to target its military installations and civilian population. And here's an example of what India has managed to achieve so far, and this in terms of proof. India has shown proof of the several military installations it has taken down, and we've outlined the two for you. The terror base attack during Operation Sindur, that's marked in red. So you see Muzaffarabad, you see Bagh, Kotli, Gulpur, Bimbar, again very crucial. Murikde and Bahawalpur are the two crucial terror launch pads belonging to Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba that have seen a significant damage during Operation Sindur. What's marked blue are the several military installations that have been targeted. Noor Khan Air Base, very close to Islamabad, which means it's about 10 odd kilometers from the headquarters in Rawalpindi, and that's what's irked Pakistan to the extent that it reached out to America while seeking a certain intervention. Murid Air Base in Chakwal, another military installation targeted. Sialkot, once again very significant. Sargodha Air Base, another air base that was struck by the Indian Armed Forces in retaliation to Pakistan's misadventures. Gujranwala, Okra, Chunia. There's also the DHA area in Lahore. So Lahore becomes very significant because right in the heart of Pakistan is where Indian Armed Forces have been able to reach. And there are other ammunition centers as well. There are command control centers that have seen a direct hit. There are air bases that have been struck by the Indian Armed Forces. So there are several military installations that have seen a significant damage. What this has also done is it has essentially helped India achieve three objectives. We've broken down the details that have seen a direct impact, but the three main objectives which have been achieved by India, one is the military objective. This of course came in through Operation Sindur. That's where you saw Bahawalpur, Murid K, Muzaffarabad camps, terror camps, all of them terror hubs completely destroyed. We've put out some of those visual evidences as well as shared by the Indian Armed Forces. The political objective also stands completely fulfilled because Indus Water Treaty is still in abeyance. That is something that the government is going to continue to do until there is an end to cross-border terror. So a pause in military action does not mean that India is going to go back on the diplomatic actions it's taken against Pakistan. So there's a political objective, a messaging that's gone through, and India sticking by the decisions it had earlier taken. Psychological objective as well has been achieved, because the Prime Minister has made it very clear that we're going to retaliate strongly to each and every misadventure by Pakistan, and we've done it repeatedly. We've done it to the extent that we've seen Pakistan also see a significant damage in some of its military installations that are just shown to you. And this is the message that's coming from the top. Prime Minister Narendra Modi indicating to the armed forces कि गोली चलेगी तो यहाँ से गोला चलेगा. And you did hear the Bharti Janata Party in that press conference a little while ago make it amply clear that this is what the Prime Minister continues to maintain, and this is what the armed forces is also going by, has sworn to. If you the halt on firing is going to only mean it's a temporary pause, it's an understanding, it's not a legal binding agreement. If Pakistan strikes, India will also strike back. We heard it during the press conference by the armed forces last evening as well, that the armed forces have been given a free hand. The Chief of Army Staff has made it amply clear that the armed forces can go ahead with a strong retaliation to every Pakistan misadventure. Talks with Pakistan on handing over terrorists is also something that the Indian government is looking at. What this is essentially indicative of is that ceasefire, the ceasefire we've been talking about that has been the result of the DGMO level talks, is also going to come with a certain conditions, and the end point is going to be end to terrorism. The government making it amply clear that this is what we're looking at in the longer run, and that's what we began Operation Sindur with the intent of taking down terror infrastructures in Pakistan. Let's get you more bit of breaking news update that's come in. This is source-based information on how Srinagar Airport will also reopen starting tomorrow. 24 hours time was sought in the morning, and now tomorrow is when the Srinagar Airport will also open to public. Do remember the last 4 days have seen the airports across the country, at least in the sensitive parts of the country, being shut down, and now Srinagar Airport, we're learning, will resume operations starting tomorrow, will reopen to public starting tomorrow. Any terms and conditions, Ishan, that we're learning, or is it going to be fully operational starting tomorrow?
We believe that it will be fully operational. The officials we have been able to speak with, they have said that they have a clearance to start the operations, and it will take some time for them to go ahead with it, because airlines also have to check that what kind of occupancy and what kind of traffic that they have, because there is no aircraft which stations themselves in Kashmir, and every aircraft which comes to Srinagar Airport has to go back, and it does not stay in Srinagar. So there are no aircrafts right now in any of the hangars or any place in the airport at Srinagar. The flights will resume from Delhi. So from Delhi, you will have the first flight coming into Kashmir, and then from here the passengers will be able to go out. So the process, we have told that we believe that the communication is on, and that possibly by tomorrow there will be a movement at the airport in terms of the flights taking off and going from here. Look, this is a defense airport where also Pakistan tried to send in their drones and attack the establishment there. It's an airfield from where even the VVIP planes land, and then they proceed further. So it's an all-important airfield. So even before considering of reopening it fully, they will have to think about the nitty-gritties and how the situation is going to be. Is it fluid? Is the situation completely in control that they don't need it? Because you also have the fighter jets that are stationed at Srinagar station. So that is why it becomes important for the security establishment to ensure that the operations continue for the forces unhindered. And that's why you're seeing that there is a bit of delay in terms of the 100% operationalization and flights coming in going from Srinagar Airport. But nonetheless, we are told that in the next couple of hours things will be clear, and by tomorrow there's a possibility of flight landing at the Srinagar Airport.
Yes, tomorrow is when we can expect a confirmation, and this is of course subject to the conversation that takes place at the DGMO level at 5 p.m. in the evening. Ishan, many thanks for joining us with all those details. Shifting our focus to another bit of breaking news update that's just come in. Jammu and Kashmir is also planning to open schools and educational institutions in non-border areas across. In the first phase, the concerned DCs of all districts will be given necessary directions on the same by this evening. The schools and educational institutions in border areas will be opened after there is complete normalcy in the valley. So far, these are non-border areas that are going to announce reopening of schools and educational institutions. I do want to take in a word from Tejinder Singh Sodhi, who joins us with more. Yes, Tejinder, which all areas does this include, and how are the authorities planning to go about this?
See, Christine, after the hostilities between India and Pakistan have ceased for now, the authorities in the non-border areas of Jammu and Kashmir, they are contemplating to open the schools across the region. These schools were shut after the Pakistan tried to carry out strikes which were foiled by our security forces, by our defense forces. So as a precautionary measure, schools across the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, they were closed. Rather, all educational institutes were closed as a precautionary measure. Now the government, Jammu and Kashmir government is planning to open the educational institutions in the non-border areas. They will start it from Jammu first, but we are told that the concerned deputy commissioners of all the districts will be given necessary directions by the Jammu and Kashmir government by this evening. The schools and educational institutions in the border area will be opened after a return of normalcy. You see, the police is making announcements telling people not to return to their houses in the border areas because of the unexploded shells that are scattered in those areas. So first, the clearance operation would be done. Sanitization of these areas would be done only after people would be allowed to return to their houses, and then the schools and other educational institutions will be opened on the border districts. But as a first step, the schools in the non-border districts starting from Jammu are likely to be opened, and the decision is to be taken by this evening itself. Yes, Christine.
Okay, many thanks, Tejinder, for getting us all those details. We've been talking about the kind of damage that Pakistan has suffered, which has prompted Pakistan to walk up to America seeking intervention, which has prompted Pakistan to reach out to India on a military level and request for a ceasefire. And that's where the second level of DGMO level talks take place today, 5 p.m. is when the meeting will commence. But for now, let's also talk about the manner in which Pakistan has suffered extensive damage, not just in terms of air bases being attacked by the Indian Armed Forces. We'd broken down just a few minutes ago the exact picture on the map on the air bases that have seen significant damage. But here are the other military installations that have been damaged by the Indian Armed Forces. This includes radar sites, it includes arms rooms, control and command centers as well. So what you see on your screens are some of these areas that have been struck by the Indian Armed Forces. This is Rahim Yar Khan, Sargoda airfield, Sukat airfield. Some of these airfields have been targeted directly. Pasroor air defense radar, like I said, radar sites have also been attacked. Jacobabad airfield was another such site. So the air defense radar has also suffered a significant damage, and this has also conveyed another important message, which is that the air defense system in Pakistan is extremely penetrable. Several defense experts have been speaking of the same, and this is one of the reasons, one of the many reasons why Pakistan felt the need to seek more time. Pakistan felt the need to ensure that the military operations are not seeing an escalation anymore. Speaking of the several developments coming in, let's quickly shift our attention to another bit of breaking news update. This is the Congress now slamming the Modi government after US President Donald Trump announced a full and immediate India-Pakistan ceasefire following US mediated talks. It's a discussion which is doing the rounds in political corridors in India. Congress accusing the centre of bowing to American pressure and invoked Indira Gandhi's 1971 war stance. The Congress says she would never have allowed such foreign intervention. They've been hailing Indira Gandhi for resisting US pressure, decisively protecting India's interests. The Bharti Janata Party, though, hit back a short while ago. We did hear from the Bharti Janata Party in a detailed press conference as well. But Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma too alleged that the Congress-led political leadership of 1971 failed to capitalize on the military victory and secure long-term strategic gains. He also called it a historic opportunity lost. Now, all this stems from the US brokered de-escalation, which has triggered a political firestorm in India. Now, the Congress is set to protest against the centre as well. 5:30 p.m. is when the Congress will be holding that protest. So quickly, we're seeing a lot of escalation, politically speaking, in India. In sharp contrast to the party line, some Congress leaders like P. Chidambaram, Shashi Tharoor have backed the ceasefire. There are op-eds that have been penned by some of these Congress leaders. They've called it wise, necessary, and a move that avoided needless escalation. So a little bit of a divide that's coming in the Congress as well. Speaking of which, there's breaking news update that we've just picked up. It seems the Shimla agreement has been broken. This is a comment that's been made by Congress MLC BK Hari Prasad. He slammed the centre over Donald Trump's mediation in ceasefire talks. He says, what happened to terrorists who killed tourists in Pahalgam? He's questioned, is the question that's been raised by the Karnataka Congress MLC over the Pahalgam attack. He says our foreign policy has failed. So this is also with context to the IMF bailout that Pakistan has secured. But to give you more perspective, let's quickly listen in to what exactly has been spoken of by the Congress leader.
The issue which arises now is, it's very clear as far as our international affairs are concerned, external affairs are concerned, it's very clear between India and Pakistan, there should not be any third mediator as far as Kashmir, Jammu Kashmir issue is concerned. It's all along we have been following it right from 1972 when Mrs. Indira Gandhi and Zulfikar Ali Bhutto signed a Shimla agreement saying that no third party have any role between Pakistan and India. Now the intervention of American President Mr. Trump, it clearly says that somewhere we have broken the agreement, what we had signed in 1972. It's not an objections. You know, the entire Congress party as a working committee had passed a resolution standing firmly with the government and with the armed forces to fight and teach a lessons to Pakistan. And entire opposition parties stood with the Prime Minister and the government and the armed forces to teach a lessons to Pakistan, but unfortunately, Prime Minister did not attend the all-party meeting.
Going across to Sudat Bhardwaj, who joins us with more details. Sudat, is that the overall sentiment in Karnataka Congress?
Well, we have seen, some objections that have been raised. You can see that the Karnataka Congress Twitter handle too, in fact, did, share similar videos of Indira Gandhi talking in the past, saying that this was the kind of stance that she had chosen. Clearly, they were in support of the late Prime Minister Indira Gandhi as well. And now you can see yet another Congress MLC just ahead of the protest today that is planned by the TPMC says that, he was not against the ceasefire in general, but the fact that the third party actually mediated. He has said that this was clearly India bowing down to foreign powers, and that Trump was dictating the terms in this entire regard. And since President Trump was dictating, it was clearly a reflection of poor communication on our part. He says that if Vice President J.D. Vance had communicated this with the Pakistan DGMO, and then we accordingly got to know this information from the Pakistan DGMO, and that eventually was communicated to everyone in India, this was a failure, and that it should have been communicated better. So not only that, he of course goes on to criticize the IMF bailout once again, saying that India foreign policy has failed because others were mute spectators, other member countries were mute spectators in this entire regard. And of course, various objections have also been raised about how the terrorists got away. In fact, questions that the terrorists should be found out as soon as possible, and what the government was actually questioning in this regard. So clearly, there is a backlash from all corners. The Congress is riled up, given that Trump has mediated. They believe this is just that the Shimla agreement has been violated.
Okay. While many are riled up at that stands the announcement between the two nations, there are those who've come out in support of the ceasefire too. Many thanks, Sudat, for getting us the latest on that breaking news coming in from Karnataka. Shifting our attention now to how ahead of the national side's scheduled 5-match tour to England in June, India's star cricketer Virat Kohli has announced his test retirement with immediate effect. The decision comes after Rohit Sharma made the decision to retire from red ball format last week. Virat, in his 14-year-old career, has amassed 9,230 runs in 123 tests at an average of 48.7. In an Instagram post, Virat wrote, and he said, "I'm walking away with a heart full of gratitude for the game, for the people I shared the field with, and for every single person who made me feel seen along the way." He also then ended this emotional announcement by saying, "I'll always look back at my test career with a smile." Speaking of the several reactions coming in, this one from Team India head coach Gautam Gambhir as Virat Kohli retires from Test cricket. Gautam Gambhir has taken to X. He says, and I quote, "A man with lion's passion will miss you, cheeks." So that is Gautam Gambhir reacting to the announcement that's taken the entire cricketing world by shock. There were speculations though being made already about Virat Kohli possibly retiring from the test format. But yes, there's a little bit of a surprise element that comes with it, and Virat Kohli announcing a retirement days after Rohit Sharma's decision, as it turned out to be a double blow for the Indian team. They will be missing the duo's rich experience on the England tour, and that's one of the biggest talking point as we keep up with this latest bit of breaking news update. I do want to take in a word from Shivani Gupta, who joins us with more details. Shivani, we hear it from the head coach itself, Gautam Gambhir, remembering the contributions of Virat Kohli.
Yes, absolutely. He's called him a man with a lion's passion, and I think that describes Virat Kohli quite well. He brought a lot of passion onto the pitch. He was, always very, very motivated and someone who worked very hard to perform on the pitch. Some of the things that stand out about Virat Kohli is that anytime he faced any problems with his batting, let's say when he first went to England a couple of times, or with a particular bowler or conditions, he always worked very hard to improve his batting, and then when he faced those challenges again, he always did better. So I think that just kind of sums up the spirit that Virat Kohli had. Personally very motivated, very driven, and with him, he had the ability to lift the entire team. This is going to be, a bit of a sad goodbye to him. Ordinarily, we want a better send-off for some of our legends, and Virat Kohli is right up there. But in the last 3 days, we've had both Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli call it quits. And, this is going to leave a very big void as far as the Indian dressing room is concerned in Test cricket. So, yes, Gautam Gambhir is lauding Virat Kohli's passion and his career. But Gautam Gambhir will now have the headache of kind of rebuilding the team in the absence of two of these greats. Jay Shah, the BCCI head, has also, thanked Virat Kohli for championing Test cricket during a very difficult period. Let's not forget over the last 10-15 years when Virat Kohli has played Test cricket, it has faced an onslaught of sorts from the shorter formats of the game and the rise of the T20 format. And in this period, people used to storm to stadiums to watch Virat Kohli. And I've seen that in various places, not just in India, but also in England, in Australia, everywhere around the world. He had such a huge fan.
And I think overall, it's a time that everybody's reflecting on this 14-year career, starting 2011 when he first made his Test debut to 2014-15 when that journey saw a peak in a sense, and now coming to a glorious pause. Many thanks, Shivani, for getting us all those details. That's all we could pack for you for now. Thanks for watching. We'll be right back.
Yes, it is. It's been 14 years since I wore the baggy blue in Test cricket. Honestly, I never imagined the journey this format would take me on. It's tested me, shaped me, and taught me lessons I'll carry for life. There is something deeply personal about playing in the whites, the quiet grind, the long days, and the small moments that no one sees but stay with you forever. As I step away from this format, it's not easy, but it feels right. I've given it everything I had. It's given me back so much more than I could have hoped for. I'm walking away with a heart full of gratitude for the game, for the people I shared the field with, and for every single person who made me feel seen along the way. I'll always look back at my Test career with a smile. Number 2669 signing off. That is number 18, Virat Kohli. So 2 number 9s with totaling up to number 9s on their jersey. 2 great stalwarts within about 2 weeks have now called time on their Test career. One is Rohit Sharma last week, and now Virat Kohli this week. Both of them have now signed out. It's a big blow for Indian cricket in a sense, but also it indicates the transition. Both these players were really struggling. They had a few reversals. Virat Kohli was really struggling with runs and form, which he found in Australia. But clearly, he would have seen the sign of things to come. Now he continues to be actively involved with the IPL, which stands suspended for now. But we'll also have to see now whether or not how long he will continue his ODI career, and whether or not he continues to remain in the mix for ODI in the sense per se, because he had already called time or backed off from playing T20 cricket, and now it is Test cricket. So will Virat Kohli be available for the next ODI World Cup? We'll have to wait and watch. But at this point, what a glowing Test career! What a person! What a leader! What a player who's dominated world cricket, and someone who has perhaps ratcheted up the runs the way he was, the way he has, and also many believe, and if you were to calculate the number of runs that he scored, He's run more than about 550 kilometers just between the 22 yards. So that's the amount of work that he has put in to amass those runs. It's not through boundaries and sixes as much as the majority of his runs have been through running ones and twos and building an innings. And it's the Virat Kohli format where, and in terms of physical fitness, he's raised himself to a level which has become a benchmark for fitness for the rest of the players in the team. He brought in a new method, a new thought process, and a new focus on fitness and on longevity. When he was the captain, passed on the mantle to Rohit Sharma, continued to remain an effective, aggressive person who was passionate about the team's victory and backed his players to the hilt and always ready to offer his suggestions. He and Rohit, despite what many thought had differences, have been phenomenal colleagues. And even as the leadership transition between one or the other, they were always there to back each other and to help each other. There was a certain maturity that was also seen in Virat Kohli in the recent years, where his aggression, although still there, seemed to be a little more tapered, little more, subdued. And he was always ready to speak with youngsters, mentor them, give them advice, irrespective of which team they were. Anyone who walked up to Virat Kohli for advice always got it. Now, we're also given to understand that when Virat Kohli, perhaps this time around, indicated to the BCCI that he may want to hang his boots in Test cricket, there wasn't too much of a resistance. So somewhere this is a team in transition. The team which is now going to take shape under Gautam Gambhir as coach will see new players.
Good afternoon, you're watching CNN News 18 with me, Poonam Burde. In the past 4 days, India's Operation Sindur has inflicted heavy damage in Pakistan in response to the Pahalgam attack that killed 26 innocent civilians. Launched on May 7th, the operation against Pakistani terror groups with strikes on 9 terror camps in Pakistan and POK has yielded fruit. Pakistan retaliated by targeting civilians, violating the ceasefire despite the pause. India responded decisively. Multiple air bases, multiple military sites deep inside Pakistan have been struck over the last 1 week by India, pushing Pakistan's DGMO to seek de-escalation. India's DGMO has confirmed that over 100 terrorists, including IC-814 hijackers and Pulwama attackers, were eliminated during Operation Sindur. 35 to 40 Pakistani soldiers were killed as well. The DGMO confirmed that several Pakistani jets were downed and that Indian forces were positioned to strike Karachi if needed. Top government sources have emphasized that Operation Sindur is ongoing and that it reflects a new normal in India's counter-terror strategy. They clarified that future talks with Pakistan will only be through DGMOs, with the sole agenda being the return of POK and handing over of all terrorists operating from Pakistani soil.
The Pakistan Army has reported to have lost approximately 35 to 40 personnel in artillery and small arms firing on the line of control between the 7th and the 10th of May. Across those 9 terror hubs left more than 100 terrorists killed, including high-value targets such as Yusuf Azhar, Abdul Malik Rauf and Mudassir Ahmed that were involved in the hijack of IC-814 and the Pulwama blast.
Their planes were prevented from coming inside our border. All right. So we do not have the wreckage with us, but definitely we have downed a few planes. Numbers, we would not like to hazard a guess out here. Okay. I have the numbers. Okay. And we are getting into the technical details of it to establish it. So I would not like to put a figure at this time, but definitely there are losses from their side which we have inflicted.
The Indian Navy's Carrier Battle Group, surface forces, submarines and aviation assets were immediately deployed at sea with full combat readiness. The forward deployment of the Indian Navy compelled Pakistani naval and air units to be in a defensive posture to strike select targets at sea and on land, including Karachi at time of our choosing. As you are aware, our response has been measured, proportionate, non-escalatory, and responsible from day one. First of all, as I mentioned, we have quantitative and qualitative edge to deliver a massive blow to our adversary. And we completely dominate in the maritime front. This time, if Pakistan dare take any action, and Pakistan knows it, what we are going to do.
So what exactly has Operation Sindur achieved so far? India has Pakistan exactly where we want them to be. Here are a few key takeaways from the press conference that the DGMOs had yesterday and outlined what exactly India had achieved via this operation. Over 35 army personnel of Pakistan were killed. 9 terror camps were destroyed during Operation Sindur has been the clear message that has come out right from that day, only confirmed yesterday. 100+ terrorists have been killed in India's strike. Remember, a few days ago, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh too had echoed that. Yesterday, it was confirmed by the armed forces as well. IC-814 hijackers, Pulwama plotters, they've all been eliminated during this particular strike is also a confirmation that came in from our forces. 10 Pakistani military sites were also hit, including several of their air bases, and that had forced them to go and de-escalate, rush to the United States, try and tell them to intervene. But this was a decision that was taken between India and Pakistan bilaterally at the DGMO level talks, where de-escalation was decided to be done on Saturday evening. Yesterday, we had these DGMOs also come out and say that several Pakistani jets were also downed by the Indian side during Operation Sindur. Of course, the number has not been clarified yet, but there are definitely some Pakistani assets, some Pakistani jets that have gone down. Forces were ready to target Karachi as well if the need be. Then that is something that will be looked into as well, is something that the forces have come out and said. Remember, there's this narrative that was being set from the Pakistani side, from the international media, that civilians were being killed in Pakistan by India. That's something that has been unequivocally rejected by the armed forces. We avoided as much collateral damage as we could, is the message that came out from the DGMO's press briefing yesterday. If Pakistan strikes, India will hit back. There are no two ways about it. That's something External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has also said. From the highest political offices in India to the highest military offices, everyone has made it clear that India is not escalating the matter. But if Pakistan continues to provoke, then India will retaliate in good measure. Pakistan has pleaded with India for ceasefire, which is exactly what happened, has been confirmed here on CNN News 18 as well, that India and Pakistan decided to have these DGMO talks on Saturday and then now today, later in this evening, where the modalities of this will be further discussed. It is an agreement that Pakistan wanted, not the other way around, is a clear message that India has sent out. My colleagues continue to be with us on this broadcast, getting us more details of what exactly is transpiring, what are we to expect next. We have that DGMO meeting that is going to be taking place, the talks between Pakistan and India DGMOs that takes place at about 5 p.m. this evening. We have a press briefing that is going to take place in just a short while from now, where we will have more details coming through as to what exactly has been done in the last 24 to 48 hours. It is going to be a follow-up from yesterday's briefing. Several of the Pakistani air bases were hit, and that's when they went into panic mode. India has made it clear that talks will only happen at the level of the DGMOs. Nothing other than the LOC and the IB situation is going to be discussed. Kashmir is not on the table, no matter how much Pakistan wants it to be. Irrespective of what the United States says, they do not have a say in this matter. That's the message that India has unequivocally sent to Pakistan. At 5 p.m. later this evening, we are going to be having DGMO level talks that take place between India and Pakistan. In a short while from now, a briefing is expected on Operation Sindur and how Pakistan has been struck hard. They're struggling after Operation Sindur, clearly in panic mode as well. Akash joins us now, getting us more details. Akash, we're given to understand that the DGMO level talks have been delayed. They were supposed to happen at 12, but now they're happening at 5 p.m. But the press conference that was scheduled for 2:30, that's still on track. What are we expecting from that briefing?
Right, so press conference is going to happen, in fact, in some time from now, and this press conference will further lay down the facts related to Operation Sindur. We know that how operation is ongoing, and a number of things are getting circulated in social media and in fact in Pakistani media as well. We know that how yesterday DG ISPR carried out this press conference where they came out with several sort of allegations and in fact claims where they said that they destroyed several positions and so on and so forth. But this time around at 2:30, we are expecting the 3-star officers from Indian Armed Forces to carry out this briefing, where they'll be coming out with facts and figures related to all these claims in social media. We know that how PIB is already doing the fact checks related to the sort of claims that have been made by the Pakistani army and also the Pakistani media. But this is very important given the fact that at this point in time, we are seeing social media handles, propagating several sort of theories related to, the air assets of India, related to drones or related to line of control. In some time from now, this is going to happen, Poonam. But then we have this DGMO level conversation, that is scheduled for 5 p.m. today. Initially, it was at 12 p.m., but now it has been scheduled for 5 p.m. It is an important one, given the fact that this will further decide as to what is going to be the future course of action as far as militaries from both the sides are concerned. We know that how, India has been retaliating to sort of, action taken by Pakistan. And given the fact that our air defense systems, are working pretty fine, we haven't received any sort of damages, major damages to the Air Force stations that were targeted. But then, Pakistan has received major damages to the primary, air bases where, from where they operate their transport aircraft, their military aircraft, their other military aircraft, and also drones. We know that how Noor Khan, at Chaklala in Rawalpindi was very much targeted, and in fact, this particular target forced the Army Chief of Pakistan, to change his base. So a number of things are happening simultaneously. This press conference is important, and then this 5 p.m. Conversation that is going to happen between the DGMOs of the two sides, is going to be very, very important. Poonam.
Absolutely. Akash, do stay on with us. Ishan joins us from Srinagar as well, getting us more details on this. Ishan, on Saturday, after we saw this decision of an agreement, a ceasefire it was called, but then the military came out and said that this is an agreement between the DGMOs of both sides to stand down, but if Pakistan escalates, India will retaliate as well. Right after that announcement, we did see some sort of ceasefire violation take place, but yesterday has been peaceful. It has been calm both along the LOC and the international border.
Well, absolutely right. There's a possibility of certain activities taking place on the line of control, which can be, looked at the very local level there by the military officers there present. But apart from that, by and large, things have been peaceful. We've been told by the army guarding both line of control and international border in Jammu and Kashmir that it has been a peaceful night, first peaceful night ever since India started to take action against those perpetrators and those who are responsible for killing of several Indian citizens on its land. And that's why all these actions were followed by missile strikes and also drones being used, which also came over Srinagar. Now, people who are of this generation will never forget that how the India brought down several drones which Pakistan had sent to target vital military installations, including Srinagar Airport, which is also an airfield, and also Avantipora Air Base. But from it, multiple attempts were made to penetrate through the defense of India in 15 Corps headquarters located in Srinagar, and multiple other important military installations in Baramulla and Kupwara. But all of them have been successfully averted, and the Indian missile defense system ensured that if there is any counter activity which takes place on the line of control on the international border, that they are able to deal with it appropriately. What we have been given to understand is that the local officers have been told that if there is a retaliation from any of these areas, you have to hit back, and hit back very precise and carefully on those locations from where they have been targeted. And that's why you see in the visuals that have been released by the army ever since they have carried out this operation, you will notice that the army has with precision targeted army bunkers, army installations or the line of control, disseminating them and ensuring that they do not fire from those positions. But on the line of control, there has been a massive migration for a while that has taken place. More than 50,000 people have been forced to migrate, and several of them have moved from their houses, leaving their cattle and leaving their household behind to temporary shelters, and the government is providing them food and shelter. Some of them have moved on their own, including Rajouri, Poonch, where massive shelling was witnessed and several people lost their lives. One should remember the 20+ citizens also lost their lives in the ceasefire violation, the shelling which followed post-Pahalgam attack, and then some armed post personnel, which number has been given 5, have also lost their lives in the operation that is still underway in a way that that they have been asked to maintain vigil. Though the DGMOs will speak again today, and what sort of detailed conversation that they have, that will be something that will be interesting to see. But people of Kashmir and Jammu and Kashmir have been keen and happy that there has been a ceasefire, particularly those civilians who live on the line of control and have been in the line of fire for several days now. They can return to their homes, but the government is right now and the police is right now asking them to stay put where they are, because there's a lot of ordnance that has been left in the villages, in the houses, and overstepping could lead in further damage to their lives.
Right, so precautions have to be taken. That's the message that has come to the fore from the administration. Ishan, do stay on with us. Arunima joins us on this broadcast as well. But let's talk about what Operation Sindur has achieved. Yes, one, of course, is the target of terror camps of terrorists that are being killed, but Pakistani military has been hit hard as well. This is the Jacobabad airfield. That's what it looked like before the strike. These are satellite images that we've accessed for you here on CNN News 18. That's what it looked like before India's strike, before Operation Sindur. This is what it looked like after. You can see the clear damage here on this part of your screens as part of the entire complex of this particular airfield is concerned. The next place where India struck was in Bolari. This also is an airfield. This is what you see. This was right before Operation Sindur. This is what it looks, completely fine. Here you see a big crater right on top here. This is the damage that was inflicted by Operation Sindur, by India's strikes right on the airfield. Sukar airfield was another place which was targeted, where the strike took place. That is what it looked like before the strike. This is what it looks like after. You can see several of these marks here on the airfield, on the airstrip. That's where the damage has been inflicted. Chaklala is also another airfield where India struck, where Indian Air Force, the entire operation took place. This is what it looked like. This is a satellite image from before the strike, from before, that was taken from before India struck there. This is what it looks like now. There's an entire portion of this particular airfield that you see that is completely reduced to rubble. Sargodha airfield is another place where India struck. That is the runway that you see before the strike, completely clear. That is what it looked like. This is what it looks like after the strike, where you can barely see any remnants at all. That has what has been achieved by Operation Sindur and by India's strike. Another airfield of pictures of which we got to you over the weekend as well, where the damaged inside of the Rahim Yar Khan airfield was seen. This is what the satellite images show. This is the entire facility that was before the strike at the Rahim Yar Khan airfield. This is what it looks like now. These two bits where you can see holes or pictures and images that resemble holes in that entire facility, that's something that can be witnessed via satellite images. The Chunyan airfield is another one where you can see similar damage that's being done. Before the strike, there was a radar that used to be there. That was completely destroyed. Satellite images show exactly that damage. The Arifwala airfield shows similar damage as well. That portion that you see highlighted on your screens on the left-hand side, look at that and what it looked like on your right-hand side right after that particular strike. The same goes for several other airfields as well. The Pasuru airfield also showed similar signs. In fact, we're learning that there is going to be a military briefing a short while from now. That's what we've been telling our viewers as well. Arunima gets us more details. Arunima, the proof is all there. The damage that has been done on Pakistani military assets is visible, which is also why there was panic there.
Yes, and in a short while from now, we are going to hear officially from the Indian Defence Forces. I'll just step aside and show you the podium. The nameplates are already there in place. Lieutenant General Rajeev Ghai, the DGMO, is going to lead the press briefing, accompanied by the Indian Air Force and the Indian Navy representatives. So there is going to be a complete operational briefing right now. There has been a lot of misinformation. The DG ISPR in their press conference have put out, accusing India of not putting out the right facts, accusing that India is trying to hide the damages that have been done. I think this press conference, A, will set to rest all speculations and all the misinformation campaign that is going on, and B, also apprise the country through the media about what has really gone on in the last 42 hours. Since 5 p.m. when cessation of hostilities were announced on May 10, we have seen Pakistan continue to send drones and fire on the line of control. This happened on the evening and night of May 10th. Last night was relatively peaceful. All has gone quiet. But the call that was supposed to be between the DGMOs of the two sides, which was originally scheduled for 12 o'clock, is now delayed till about 5 p.m. So ahead of that call, this press conference then assumes a significance, because this in a way will tell us about the broad framework in which Indian DGMO will speak to his Pakistani counterpart.
Right, so in a short while from now, in less than 15 minutes or so, we are expecting that press conference to take place. Akash and Ishan continue to be with us as well. Akash, as far as Pakistan is concerned, it's not just the military airbase, the airfields that have been hit. Pakistani terror groups have also been struck. One of the most important bits why Pakistan went into a panic mode was after the attack on the Noor Khan base. It's one of their major operational headquarters, and that's when they decided to go to the United States for de-escalation. That's when they decided to call the Indian DGMO to stand down. But before I get in, Akash, on that, we have news now coming in. Indian markets are soaring after this understanding between India and Pakistan. We're given to understand that Nifty has smashed past 24,850 points. This is the biggest jump since April 2021. Sensex is also rallying. We're given to understand 2,700 points is where the Sensex stands at. This is after the victory of Operation Sindur over the weekend, the kind of proof that was put out by the Indian military has triggered the markets in a way that it has. CNBC TV 18's Mangalam Malu now joins us, getting us more details on this. This is a clear effect that we saw, Mangalam. We saw it in the opening trade as well. That rally continues.
That rally continues, and how? You know, the Indian markets are doing extremely well. The largest single intraday rally that we've seen in terms of absolute points all the way since April 2021. But just to put things into perspective, we opened about 500 points higher. From there itself, we continued to surge higher for a couple of reasons. One, before the India-Pakistan skirmish began, the Nifty was at around 24,500. During the skirmish, because of nervousness, we saw a decline of 500 points. So we were closer to that 24,000 mark as of Friday's close. And then over the weekend, talks of de-escalation came by, and eventually the de-escalation that happened and the success of Operation Sindur, that took away a lot of the risk aversion from the street. And right from the word go itself, we were higher by about 500 points. So that told you that the entire deficit was first erased. Thereafter, all the positions started building in the equity markets. All the stocks continued to do well. But more importantly, towards the second half of today's trading session, around noon, we got the deal coming in between US and China, where they've settled on a 30% tariff itself. And that's a positive for a lot of these IT stocks which were under pressure because of worries of US growth going forward because of the tariff-related uncertainty. So it's basically a double-powered bazooka for the Indian markets. On the one hand, the success of Operation Sindur, and the second, reduction in geopolitical uncertainty over trade tariffs because of the deal between US and China taking place has added a further impetus to some of the sectors which are exposed to this, like metals and IT. All of them put together, along with the recent underperformance of our markets, have led to this spring-like rally that we're seeing in our indices. Now very close to the 25,000 mark on the Nifty on the Indian bourses.
Good news as far as markets are concerned at the moment. Mangalam, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. Shifting focus now to more breaking news that's coming in. Pakistan is facing complete embarrassment. International media too is now mocking the Pakistani military, citing the Pakistan Army's several faux pas that we've seen in the recent past. Gaffes that were made during press conferences by the Pakistani military. All of that is being cited by the international media as well. Remember, India has been fact-checking Pakistan, the Pakistani administration and the military over the last few years, over the last few days in fact, but now even the international media coming out and citing the kind of faux pas that the Pakistani media, the Pakistani army, the Pakistani establishment seems to be making after Operation Sindur hit them hard. Aman now joins us, getting us more details. Aman, it looks like the Western media, international media too, is waking up to what India has been saying all along.
Well, absolutely, Poonam. It seems that Pakistani press conferences are an act of complete falsehood. You know, they may be trying to impress their own local population that Pakistan has been successful against India, but there is no evidence which is being offered in this regard. What the Indian government sources are saying that 2 to 3 exact claims of Pakistan have proved to be extremely false. Number one, they are giving completely unrelated social media clips and old videos to say that our air bases were attacked and India's air bases have been damaged. This is completely false. In fact, India on the morning of May 10th has released footage of all our air bases which are time-stamped to show that there has been no damage to any of our air bases, including Sirsa and Adampur. The missile that was fired by Pakistan towards our Adampur air base, in fact, was brought down by India. Also, the second point that they are raising, this laughable, claim by the DGISPR that there were drones flowing over Delhi. There is no such input in this regard. This seems to be a complete falsehood that a Pakistani drone could reach till Delhi. It's completely impossible and it was never happened. That's also a laughable claim made. And also, Indian government sources are pointing out this claim by the Pakistani DGISPR at his press conference that the viral image of this Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorist, who was seen at the funeral along with the army men, at the JEM funeral which has happened there. The Pakistani authority that shared his national ID card to show he's just a party worker, but more probe by international media and other authorities has now clearly shown that that man actually is Hafiz Abdul Rauf, who's a proscribed terrorist, a designated global terrorist under sanctions. So India is now asking that why is the international media not also asking this? What is a proscribed global terrorist doing at the funeral, reading prayers at when Jaish terrorists have died? So I think India is very, very clear that we have released concrete evidence. In fact, India has put out concrete evidence of the damage which has happened on the multiple Pakistani army bases. But Pakistan has not been able to provide any credible evidence. In fact, Indian air bases all remain safe. But the damage which has been inflicted on the Pakistani air bases, those satellite images which we have been showing since last evening after the government released them, the evidence is very much there for the world to see.
And in fact, we had seen the kind of faux pas that were made over the last few days. Even on CNN, when Khwaja Asif, the defense minister of Pakistan, went on, he said that there was evidence that India was hit by Pakistan. When asked where that evidence was, Aman, he said it's all over social media. He was grilled on how social media seems to be their go-to for all kinds of information when a conflict like this has broken out.
Provide any single concrete piece of evidence to show this, what you're just mentioning, that Mr. Khwaja was there saying it's all over the social media that we have downed Indian Rafale jets. Where is the proof? That is what India is asking. Of course, there are other things also, like on the morning of May 10th, Poonam, you remember Shahbaz Sharif saying that they've called a meeting of their nuclear authority, which was soon denied, also by the other authorities. So it's in Pakistan has been doing a complete flip-flop. The fact is that the strike by India on May 10th or their multiple air bases was so devastating. India has been able to penetrate so deep into Pakistan to the air bases in Rawalpindi.
Right. Sorry to interrupt you there, Aman. I'll come back to you, but we have more piece of information that's now trickling in. We're given to understand that the briefing of the military of the Indian Armed Forces, just like yesterday on Operation Sindur, is going to take place. It's going to begin in just a few minutes from now. In fact, we are seeing some people trickle in already there at that press briefing venue. Siddhant joins us, getting us more details. Siddhant, are we going to be seeing the same individuals who addressed the briefing yesterday, today as well, to come out and give us more details?
Well, yes, that's right. DGMO equivalent will do the press briefing, in fact, in some time from now. This will be the second briefing being done by Indian Armed Forces. Yesterday, there was a very detailed briefing conducted by them, perhaps for the first time. Indian side came up, Indian Armed Forces came up with maps showing pre and post location sites after the attack. In fact, yesterday, Indian side gave all the evidence to perhaps put all the evidence in public domain. In fact, they also went on to confirm that the 5 soldiers have fallen in this fight, and in fact, they also confirmed that many Pakistani jets have been downed by the Indian Armed Forces. So today we could expect that in today's briefing they could come up with more evidence, more material, and in fact they could give more details about how these precision strikes were conducted by the Indian side, both on 7th of May and on 10th of May. Perhaps that is something which they didn't divulge yesterday. Perhaps they cited a reason that operation is still going on. So we could expect today they could give out more details that how first on 7th of May the terror camps were targeted by Indian Armed Forces, and then on 10th when the 8 army and military bases in Pakistan were targeted, how that was done and how those precision strikes were conducted. Perhaps Indian side could share more details on that. Earlier it was this briefing was scheduled after the DGMO level talks with Pakistan, so we were expecting that that this briefing would be more about what actually gets discussed in that conversation with Pakistanis. But now, since the DGMO level talks have been delayed, in fact that is what Akash is reporting, so it's going to take place late in the evening, so we could expect that some more details to come out from Indian Armed Forces, some more proof. And as in fact Manoj Gupta has also been reporting that Pakistani side's briefings are full of rhetorics, lies, propaganda against India. Perhaps they couldn't produce a single piece of evidence, proof against the 26 targets which they are claiming that they had hit in Indian territory. But yesterday also Indian side came up with maps, with pictures. Today also we could expect some more pictures, videos to be given out by the Indian Armed Forces. At the same time, they could also reveal more about how the precision strikes were done, through what ammos have been used to do the precision strikes. Perhaps in some time from now, this press briefing will commence here at National Media Center.
Right, we are seeing in fact some movement behind you. Some people seem to be moving around. In a few minutes from now, the briefing would begin. But at 5 p.m. today, Siddhant, is when the DGMO level talks are going to take place. Is it possible that we could get some insight into what India is going to be saying at that particular meeting, or will we have another briefing scheduled after that?
Well, we don't have the exact detail about why the DGMO talks did not take place at the set timing, the decided time, and why it has got delayed. But today it would more be about the ceasefire violations that have taken place in last 24 hours. Perhaps, in fact, there were some drone droppings also which were cited. So those things will be raised by Indian side, and I'm sure Pakistanis will also come up with their own agenda, perhaps making false claim that Indians also try to penetrate, do air intrusions and ceasefire violations. But the understanding which was reached on 10th of May, perhaps it was decided then that both sides will hold DGMO level talks on 12th of May. So it will take place, may not be at the time decided on 10th of May, but yes, it has got postponed, and now we've been told, in fact Akash is reporting, that late in the evening this conversation will take place.
Right, do stay on with us. Arunima also joining us from that press briefing venue, which is about to begin in just a few minutes from now. Arunima, yesterday during that press briefing, we had details that were put out of at least 35 to 40 terrorists that were eliminated. During that briefing, they spoke about Pulwama attackers, about IC-814 hijackers being killed. Are we expecting more details on who these terrorists were, perhaps to be revealed today in this briefing?
See, more than 100 terrorists, in fact, eliminated, and 35 to 40 Pakistani army regulars who attained martyrdom as well in this conflict is the number that we have so far. But what was the most significant takeaway of that briefing that happened yesterday was how, point by point, there was a rebuttal of the misinformation coming in from Pakistani side. What was the main objective of India, taking on Pakistan? It was to avenge Pulwama, and there were three-pronged objective. One, to destroy the terror hubs, the terror factories, and that was achieved after what we saw in Bahawalpur and Muridke. Second was to tell Pakistan that there will be a cost if they continue to use terrorism as a matter of foreign policy towards India. And the cost that was imposed was, the way their air bases as close to their capital in Islamabad, as close as to their military headquarters in Rawalpindi, their radar centers, their UAV launch pads, all of them were targeted. In fact, their runways were made inoperational, and there were pictures that were put out. There were satellite images that showed before and after in the briefing yesterday. Today it is expected to be taken forward. Pakistan is trying very hard to tell its domestic constituency as well as its international constituency that this was a misadventure on part of India, and India is countering it by saying that the original misadventure was Pahalgam, the original escalation was Pahalgam. We only responded to it and we stopped the moment Pakistan requested for cessation of hostilities because our motive was achieved. You see behind me the podium, the stage that has been set up. There is also a PowerPoint presentation for which the screen is being readied. So once again, you could see slides coming up which would tell you about the before and the after, what things looked like before India started hitting back at Pakistan for taking revenge for Pahalgam, and post that, whatever has happened in the last 24 hours, the last 36 hours, including the violation of the cessation of hostilities agreement, all of that I think will be on display here, both for the national and for the international media.
Absolutely, and it's also a messaging sent politically, isn't it, Arunima? Because back when the Balakot airstrikes had taken place, when the surgical strike had taken place, there was always this question of what is the proof that was asked politically here back home as well. So this is exactly what is the change this time around. That kind of proof is being put out right after the operation has been done.
Yes, and to your top Indian government functionary, in fact, addressed that question by saying that after Balakot and after the surgical strikes that happened, perhaps it was the first time that India was taking in this kind of an action, and it took time for us to learn our lesson. But by the time, the current escalation happened, where Pakistan tried to attack us after Pahalgam, kill innocent lives, and then India responded. India was ready. It took us 2 weeks, but we were ready. Okay, as I'm speaking to you on the podium, all the DGMO and the other officials from Air Force and the Navy are here. So any moment now, you will get the live feed for the press conference to begin. So I think I'll just step aside and allow you to get the audio of the press briefing as it begins.
We're just seeing those gentlemen take their seats.
Gentlemen, may I request you to settle down, please?
चाहता हूँ अब तुम संकल्प सुनाता हूँ याचना नहीं अब रण होगा जीवन जय की मरण होगा नाश मनुज पर छाता है पहले विवेक मर जाता है हित वचन नहीं तूने माना मैत्री का मूल्य न पहचाना तोले मैं भी अब चाहता हूँ अंतिम संकल्प सुनाता हूँ
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Jai Hind. Welcome to this special press conference on Operation Sindur. Like yesterday, we'll have the opening statements by the three senior officers who are here with me. You all know them well now. However, for those who were not here yesterday, let me introduce you to them. In the middle, we have Air Marshal A.K. Bharti, Director General Air Operations, who will provide insights on the air domain. To his right, is Lieutenant General Rajeev Ghai, Director General Military Operations. He will cover the land aspects. And to my immediate right is Vice Admiral A.N. Pramod, the Director General Naval Operations. Following these briefings, we will be having a few question and answers. May I now request the DG Air Operations to commence the proceedings.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, we had a detailed brief on the successful joint operations that were carried out to destroy the terror infrastructure in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, as well as in Pakistan itself. We also iterated that our fight was with terrorists and their support infrastructure and not with Pakistan military. However, it is a pity that the Pakistan military chose to intervene and bat for the terrorist, which compelled us to respond in kind. दोस्तों, हमारी लड़ाई आतंकवाद और आतंकवादियों के खिलाफ थी। इसलिए 7 मई को हमने केवल आतंकवादी ठिकानों पर ही हमला किया था। पर अफसोस इस बात का है कि पाकिस्तानी सेना ने आतंकवादियों का साथ देना उचित समझा और इस लड़ाई को अपनी लड़ाई बना ली। इस परिस्थिति में हमारी जवाबी कार्यवाही अत्यंत आवश्यक थी और इसमें उनका जो भी नुकसान हुआ वे खुद इसके लिए जिम्मेदार हैं। हमारी तरफ से हमारी एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम्स देश के लिए दीवार की तरह खड़ी थी और इसको भेदना दुश्मन के लिए नामुमकिन था। This brings me to the point, how have Indian forces managed to minimize the damage to both civilian and military infra in the country, in spite of the unrelenting efforts by the Pakistani forces? Most of you and the majority populace within the country have had a lot to say about the layered and integrated air defense systems put in place by the Indian Armed Forces, which includes the assets of the Indian Army, the Indian Navy, in addition to the primary air defense assets of the Indian Air Force. As you all are well aware, this robust AD system comprises of a large variety of multi-layered AD sensors and weapon systems, from point defense weapons like the low-level air defense guns, shoulder-fired man-pads, and short-range surface-to-air missiles or SAMs, to area defense weapons like the air defense fighters and longer-range surface-to-air missiles within our inventory. Additionally, the numerous waves of drones and unmanned combat aerial vehicles employed by Pakistan were also thwarted by the indigenously developed soft and hard kill counter-US systems and the well-trained Indian air defense personnel. All this was brought together as an efficient and effective AD environment by the Integrated Air Command and Control System, or the ISCCS of the Indian Air Force, which accords us the net-centric operational capability which is vital to modern days warfighting. While much has been said and written about the newer systems, I would like to place on record the performance and efficacy demonstrated by even the older battle-proven AD systems like the Pechora, the Osa AK, and the LLAD guns in countering the Pakistani threat vectors in the current operations. They were all modern generations, but these battle-proven systems stood the test of time and took them on head-on. Another highlight has been the stellar performance of the indigenous air defense weapon system like the Akash system. Here, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to mention that putting together an operationalization of this potent AD environment has been possible over the last decade due to unwavering budgetary and policy support provided by the Government of India in acquiring state-of-the-art equipment and weapon systems. Some of the results achieved in countering the enemy threat vectors over the last week are now being shown on the screen. Shown on the screen is a probable enemy PL-15 missile, which is of Chinese origin. This missile has missed its target, and you can see the pieces now which are available with us. Another weapon system or weapon which was found was the long-range rocket, the pieces of which you can now see on the screen. We have talked about the loiter munitions and the unmanned aerial systems, and here are some of the glimpses of those systems which we have brought down. To your right, with the right undercarriage or the wheel, you can see is the Yeeha system, which is of Chinese origin with Pakistan. You can see some quadcopters, and you can see one odd Sonka drone hanging by the wire. All these have been brought down by our trained crew and air defense systems. As far as our offensive actions are concerned, yesterday I had already shared some details about the targets engaged by the Indian Air Force. The composite picture of the Indian Air Force targeting so far is now shown on the screen. As you can see, we have targeted the length and breadth of the adversary. I'm sure most of you would have already seen the effect of these strikes on ground, courtesy the large number of videos and photographs being circulated in the media. A few representative examples from the open source are now being shown to you on the screen. In fact, two of them. This is the strike on the Noor Khan Air Base. And you can see the effect. I'm sure most of you have seen the video. I have also picked it up from your sources only. And this is the aftermath of our strike at Raimiar Khan Air Base. You can see the massive crater that it has left on its runway. And you can see the pinpoint accuracy of our weapons. So with that, giving you an overview of how our air defense systems have thwarted the enemy drones, their fighter aircraft, their missiles, and resulted in minimal losses on our side. I would now hand over to the DGMO to cover his portion.
धन्यवाद एयर मार्शल भारती। मैं आज आप सब के साथ भारतीय सेना के एयर डिफेंस मेजर्स जो कि हमने इंडियन एयरफोर्स के साथ मिलजुल कर तालमेल में लिए, उसके बारे में कुछ बातचीत करूंगा। इस विषय में मैंने कल भी कुछ टिप्पणी करी थी, लेकिन आज मैं इस युद्ध के अहम एस्पेक्ट के बारे में आपको थोड़ा और पर्सपेक्टिव देना चाहता हूं। हमें एयर डिफेंस ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के एयर डिफेंस की कार्रवाई को एक कॉन्टेक्स्ट में समझने की आवश्यकता है। मैंने आपको कल बताया था कि पिछले कुछ सालों में आतंक की गतिविधियों का कैरेक्टर जो है उसमें कुछ बदलाव आ रहा था। अब हमारी मिलिट्री के साथ साथ मासूम सिविलियंस जो कि अपना बचाव करने में विफल थे, उन पर भी हमले हो रहे थे। 2024 में जम्मू सेक्टर में शिवखोरी मंदिर को जाते हुए यात्री और इस साल अप्रैल में पहलगाम में मासूम पर्यटक इस खतरनाक ट्रेंड के विशेष उदाहरण हैं। पहलगाम तक पाप का ये घड़ा भर चुका था। उसके बाद जो हुआ उसके बारे में हम कल विस्तार में बातचीत कर चुके हैं। क्योंकि आतंकियों पर हमारे सटीक हमले लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल और इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री को पार करे बिना किए गए थे, हमें पूरा अंदेशा था कि पाकिस्तान का वार भी बॉर्डर के उस पार से ही होगा। इसलिए हमने अपनी एयर डिफेंस की पूरी तैयारी पहले से ही कर ली थी। हमारी इन्वेंट्री में शामिल काउंटर मैन्ड एरियल सिस्टम्स, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वॉरफेयर के साधन और एयर डिफेंस वेपन्स का इंडियन एयरफोर्स के इसी प्रकार के सिस्टम्स के साथ एक अनोखा मिश्रण किया गया। इसलिए आपने देखा कि जब जब पाकिस्तान एयरफोर्स ने हमारे एयरफील्ड्स और लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशंस में 9 और 10 मई की रात को लगातार हमले किए, वो इस मजबूत एयर डिफेंस ग्रिड के सामने विफल हो गए। आपके सामने इस ग्रिड को एक तरीके से दर्शाया गया है। आप देख रहे हैं कि इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से कितनी लेयर्स, रडार्स, काउंटर अनमैन्ड एरियल सिस्टम्स, उसके पीछे शोल्डर फायर्ड वेपन्स, हमारे विंटेज एयर डिफेंस वेपन्स जो कि काफ़ी सालों से हमारी सेना में हैं। एयर मार्शल भारती ने भी उसके बारे में बात करी। और लास्ट में हमारे मॉडर्न एयर डिफेंस वेपन सिस्टम्स। तो कोई मौका नहीं था कि पाकिस्तान एयरफोर्स ये मल्टी टियर डिफेंस को पार करके पीछे हमारी एयरफील्ड्स या लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशंस को टारगेट कर पाए। ये जो डायग्राम आप अपने सामने देख रहे हैं, ये मुझे एक इंसिडेंट की याद दिला रहा है। और मैं आपको इस उदाहरण के ज़रिए से एक ये एस्पेक्ट हाईलाइट करना चाहता हूँ। जब मैं स्कूल में था तो तकरीबन मेरे ख्याल से ये 70 का दशक था और उस समय इंग्लैंड और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के बीच में, आज शायद क्रिकेट की बात भी करनी चाहिए क्योंकि मैं देख रहा था कि विराट कोहली ने टेस्ट क्रिकेट से रिटायरमेंट ले ली। कई भारतीयों की तरह वो मेरे भी फेवरेट क्रिकेटर हैं। तो 70 के दशक में ऑस्ट्रेलिया और इंग्लैंड की फेमस एशेज सीरीज चल रही थी और उस समय ऑस्ट्रेलिया के दो बहुत तेज गेंदबाज जो कि क्रिकेट हिस्ट्री में बड़ा उनका नाम है, जेफ थॉमसन और डेनिस लिली, उन्होंने अंग्रेजी बैट्समैन और उनकी बैटिंग लाइनअप को तहस नहस कर दिया था। और ऑस्ट्रेलियंस ने उस समय एक कहावत निकाली थी, दैट फ्रॉम एशेज टू एशेज एंड फ्रॉम डस्ट टू डस्ट, इफ थॉमो डोंट गेट हियर देन लिली श्योरली मस्ट। और अगर आप इस लेयर को देखें तो आप समझ जाएंगे कि मैं आपको क्या बताने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं। तो अगर आप सारे सिस्टम्स को पार कर भी गए तो आपको फिर भी एयरफील्ड या लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशन या जो भी चीज़ को आप टारगेट कर रहे हैं उसमें पहुंचने से पहले कोई ना कोई इस लेयर्ड ग्रिड का सिस्टम ज़रूर गिरा देगा। जो दुर्दशा कल आपने पाकिस्तान एयरफील्ड्स की देखी और शायद आज भी एयर मार्शल भारती की प्रेजेंटेशन में, हमारी एयरफील्ड्स हर प्रकार से ऑपरेशनल हैं। यही नहीं, पाकिस्तान के ड्रोन्स और वेपनाइज्ड यूएवीज से की गई हमलावर कोशिशें भी इस ग्रिड के कारण नाकाम हुई और जो बचे कुचे ड्रोन्स थे उन्हें हमारे शोल्डर फायर्ड हथियारों से मार गिराया गया। मैं यहां पर अपनी बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स की भी सराहना करना चाहता हूं। उनके डायरेक्टर जनरल साहब से लेकर बॉर्डर पर तैनात बीओपी पर पहरा देने वाले आखिरी जवान भी हमारे इस अभियान में बढ़ चढ़कर शामिल हुए और बहुत बहादुरी से उन्होंने हमारा साथ दिया। उनके काउंटर अनार्म्ड सिस्टम्स भी हमारे इस मल्टी टियर्ड एयर डिफेंस ग्रिड का हिस्सा थे, जिसके कारण पाकिस्तान की नापाक हरकतों का विनाश किया गया। आपने सुना ही होगा, जब हौसले बुलंद हों तो मंजिलें भी कदम चूमती हैं। In the end, I would like to highlight again that in every single domain that Operation Sindur has been prosecuted, there has been absolute synergy between the three services. Not only have we, in this endeavor, been fully supported by our government, departments, and agencies, I cannot here not mention our 140 crore countrymen that have stood behind us with their prayers and goodwill, urging and inspiring us to achieve our mission and objectives. For that, we salute you. You are indeed the best. Jai Hind.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. To talk about the air defense capability, the Indian Navy operates as a composite network force capable of simultaneously addressing threats emanating from all domains. That is
air, surface and subsurface through amalgamation of advanced sensors synchronized on the combat management systems. In effect, the maritime force is able to ensure persistent surveillance, detection and identification for a comprehensive maritime domain awareness, including the airspace. Effectively using multiple sensors and inputs, we are maintaining continuous surveillance to degrade or neutralize threats as they emerge or manifest to ensure targeting at extended ranges. All these are conducted under the umbrella of a comprehensive and effective layered fleet air defense mechanism that caters for all threats, be it drones or high-speed missiles or aircraft, both fighters as well as surveillance aircraft. The fleet operates as a composite force, maintaining a surveillance bubble at extended ranges using advanced radars. Any aerial target that attempts to penetrate this bubble is detected and identified using various techniques and technologies, affording quick and clear distinction between commercial, neutral, and hostile aircraft or flying objects at ranges in excess of the anticipated attack range. The carrier battle group, with its integral air wing, provides the first layer of this layered mechanism. Adequately equipped and trained to high degree of proficiency, our pilots are able to operate both by day and night. In the current standoff, the presence of our aircraft carrier with large number of MiG-29K fighters and airborne early warning helicopters prevented any suspicious or hostile aircraft to close the carrier battle group within several hundred kilometers. अगर मैं सरल शब्दों में बोलूं तो कोई भी संदिग्ध और दुश्मन के हवाई जहाज को कैरल बैटल ग्रुप के कई सौ किलोमीटर पास आने का मौका नहीं दिया. Over the past few years, and most importantly, immediately after the cowardly incident by Pakistani-sponsored terrorist attack at Pahalgam, we had validated our anti-missile and anti-aircraft defense capability in a complex threat environment using cross-platform cooperative mechanism. Our powerful carrier battle group with formidable offensive capability was able to operate with impunity and maintained an uncontested presence in the area of operations. Effectively, it compelled the Pakistani air elements to remain bottled up close to the Makran coast denying any opportunity to be a threat in maritime space. The Indian Navy maintains a credible capability to detect, identify, and neutralize any aerial platforms that threaten our units at sea. To sum up, the Indian Navy's dominance thus ensured that, should we choose to, we can strike at will. Thank you. Shabdon Varna, Jai Hind. May I now hand over to Director General Air Operations for further proceedings.
Thank you, Pramod. I think a lot has been said, and I would only end by saying and emphatically state that all our military bases, all our systems continue to remain fully operational and ready to undertake any future missions should the need so arise. और अंत में यह मैं स्पष्ट शब्दों में कह देना चाहता हूं कि हमारी सभी मिलिट्री बेसेस और सारे इक्विपमेंट और सिस्टम्स ऑपरेशनल हैं और ज़रूरत पड़ने पर अपने अगले मिशन के लिए तैयार हैं और तत्पर भी हैं। शुक्रिया दोस्तों, और यदि कोई अभी क्वेश्चंस हैं तो हम लोग तैयार हैं उसके लिए।
Ladies and gentlemen, like yesterday, I'll request you to raise your placards, which most of you are doing. Again, repeating it, anything which is confidential in nature will not be responded to. And as you are aware, the DGMOs, all three of them, have got an important assignment after this, which you also are very well aware of. So we shall not be taking too many questions today. I started with both the ends yesterday. Today I'll start from the center, 237. 237. And I'll request you to please maintain, I'll ask you, I'll come to you.
हेलो हेलो सर, मैं आवाज़ आ रही मेरी? हेलो सर, मधुरेंद्र, मैं न्यूज़ नेशन से आपके प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के शुरू होने के ठीक पहले एक वीडियो हमने स्क्रीन पर देखा जिसमें राष्ट्रकवि रामधारी सिंह दिनकर की कृष्ण की चेतावनी की प्रमुख पंक्तियों को उद्धृत किया गया और सीधे सीधे दुश्मन को ये संदेश दिया गया कि याचना नहीं। मधुरेंद्र, मैं न्यूज़ नेशन से प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस शुरू होने के ठीक पहले राष्ट्रकवि रामधारी सिंह दिनकर की जो कृष्ण की चेतावनी है उन पंक्तियों को सामने रखा गया और कहा गया कि याचना नहीं अब रण होगा, जीवन जय या मरण होगा। कल शिव तांडव स्त्रोत के जरिए दुश्मन को संदेश दिया गया था और आज राष्ट्रकवि रामधारी सिंह दिनकर की इन प्रमुख पंक्तियों के जरिए ये किस तरह के डिटरेंट को क्रिएट किया जा रहा है, किस तरह के मैसेज को दिया जा रहा है, इसको थोड़ा इलेबोरेट करके अगर आप बताएं तो जाहिर तौर पर ये संदेश और व्यापक तौर पर जाएगा। और एक छोटा सा सवाल मेरा यह है कि ड्रोन अटैक को लेकर जो बातें सामने निकल कर आई हैं, एक बहुत हाइप क्रिएट था टर्किश ड्रोन को लेकर, TV2 और उसके तमाम ड्रोन को लेकर। ऐसा लगता है कि वो हाइप और ओवररेटेड ड्रोन जो है वो भारत में धराशायी हो गया, एक मैसेज दुनिया को चला गया कि अब हाइब्रिड वॉरफेयर में इसकी औकात नहीं बची है।
ओके, ऑल राइट, ओके, थैंक यू। आपने क्या नाम बताया अपना और किस एजेंसी से हैं? न्यूज़ नेशन से। बहुत अच्छा लगा आपकी हिंदी सुनकर और हिंदी कविता सुनकर। तो मेरे कलीग ने अभी बताया, आई थिंक आई मेंशन्ड येहा टू बी चाइनीज origin. I would like to correct myself. The Yeha drones are of Turkish origin. So that comes to your question. All right. चूंकि आपने शुरू किया श्री रामधारी सिंह दिनकर जी की कविता से, हमारे राष्ट्रकवि रहे हैं, और क्या संदेश दिया जा रहा है, तो मैं बस आपको रामचरितमानस की एक कुछ पंक्ति याद दिलाऊंगा, आप समझ जाएंगे। तो याद कीजिए वो पंक्ति जो है, विनय न माने जलधि जड़, भय 3 दिन बीत, बोले राम सकोप तब, भय बिन होए न प्रीत। तो समझदार के लिए इशारा ही काफी। और जहां तक ये टर्किश ड्रोन्स का सवाल है, आपने देखा किस तरह के रेकेज यहाँ पे फोटोग्राफ्स हमने दिखाए हैं, चाहे वो टर्किश ड्रोन्स हो या और कहीं के भी ड्रोन्स हो। हमारे काउंटर यूएस सिस्टम्स, हमारे ट्रेंड एयर डिफेंस ऑपरेटर्स पूरी तरह सक्षम हैं और हमारी देश की जो इंडिजिनस कैपेबिलिटी है काउंटर यूएस के लिए, उसने दिखा दिया है कि चाहे किसी भी तरह की टेक्नोलॉजी आ जाए, हम उसको काउंटर करने के लिए तैयार हैं। और मुझे बोलने की ज़्यादा ज़रूरत नहीं है, आपने खुद ही अपनी आंखों से देखा है हमने इनका क्या हासिल किया है। धन्यवाद।
All right. 226.
Sir, Aditya Raj call from TV9 Network. Yesterday, the DG ISPR came out with a press conference, and while you have been continuously providing satellite images and proofs, undeniable proof really, of the airstrikes that happened and the damage that is caused, there's no evidence coming in from the other side. What do you think is there? Are they trying to bluff their people? Are they trying to build some kind of a propaganda for the anger that domestically is there in Pakistan? And secondly, related question, you mentioned Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists. The brother of Maulana Masood Azhar, Rauf Asghar, who was killed. Pakistan DG ISPR is trying to build a propaganda where he's saying that Lashkar-e-Toiba, Rauf from Lashkar-e-Toiba was at the entire funeral, but he's saying that he's alive, and they're trying to confuse the people because the two names are similar. The Jaish chief, who is the brother of Maulana Masood Azhar, and the Lashkar guy who was with the Pakistan army at the funeral. So could you clarify what has really happened? Because there is a lot of propaganda and information warfare happening from the Pakistan side. Thank you.
I think the first part of the question you have answered yourself. I need not delve more on it. Why they are doing what they are doing, information is not forthcoming from there. Obviously, that is expected, and they would do whatever it takes to assuage their people and minimize whatever information about the damage comes out. Here, I would like to clarify, as I said yesterday, our fight is with the terrorists. Our fight is not with the Pakistan military or Pakistan civilians. So that is very clear, and we are very clear in our targeting. So coming to the second part of your question as to what media or what propaganda spin the other side is trying to make out a story. Well, it is for them to answer, and it really is not a military question for us to answer here. We've done our job, we have done what we are expected to do, and that is it.
I'll come this side, 249.
सर, मैं पूनम पांडे हूँ नवभारत टाइम्स से। पाकिस्तान ने जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की थी उसमें एक सेंटेंस उन्होंने यूज़ किया था कि दिस इज़ न्यू आर्ट ऑफ वॉर। तो हम सब ने देखा, शायद पहली बार देखा कि किस तरीके से आसमान में दोनों एयरफोर्स के एयरक्राफ्ट थे। क्या आप बता सकेंगे, क्योंकि हम जो लगातार जब कवर करते हैं हम देखते हैं 2016 में के बाद ड्रोन का जो पूरा वॉरफेयर में रोल है वो दिखा था, तो हमने भी वो दिखाया, और किस स्तर की ये वॉर थी? अगर थोड़ा आप क्लैरिटी दे सकें कि कितने एयरक्राफ्ट उनके इन्वॉल्व थे, लगभग कितने हमारे थे, क्या इसे अब तक का सबसे बड़ा जो जंग हुई है आसमान में वो कहा जा सकता है, और ड्रोन के रोल पे थोड़ा और ज़्यादा, क्योंकि 2016 के बाद जिस तरीके से बड़ा है।
देखिए, जैसा मैंने कल कहा था कि इस लड़ाई के डिटेल्स अभी हम शेयर नहीं कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि इसमें काफ़ी कुछ ऑपरेशनल डिटेल्स होंगे। कितने जहाज थे दोनों तरफ से, किस तरह की लड़ाई हुई, these are questions of technical details which we may not be able to share firstly, and which we may not be able to share to explain to you the way it needs to be explained. Suffice to say कि yes, ये एक दूसरी तरह का warfare था, and it is bound to happen. हम लोग पिछली लड़ाई, अगली जो कभी भी लड़ाई होगी, भगवान करे ना हो, लेकिन अभी यदि हुई तो ये पिछली लड़ाई की तरह नहीं होगी। हर एक लड़ाई जो है अलग तरीके से लड़ी जाती है, और टेक्नोलॉजिकल एडवांसमेंट्स हो रहे हैं। हम भी उस एडवांसमेंट्स के हिस्सा हैं, हमारे एडवर्सरीज भी हिस्सा हैं। सो इट इज़ अ कैट एंड माउस गेम, एंड यू हैव टू बी अहेड ऑफ द कर्व टू बीट योर एडवर्सरी. So that is what is going to happen. So if you ask, was this different? Was this engagement different? Definitely it was different. and a lot of new aspects have come out, but we were prepared for it, we were trained for it, and we were equipped for it. That is the only aspect that I can share with you at this time. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the last question, 161.
Hi, sir. Thank you, sir. Snesh Philip here from the print. So the social media, the Twitter is abuzz with the fact that we hit a site called Kirana Hills, which is supposed to be the nuclear storage facility. And there is a lot of rumors about Sargodha. There are foreign analysts who've mentioned that the Sargodha attack led to certain leaks. Is there a confirmation that we actually hit Kirana Hills, or we were careful of not to do any such thing? Thank you.
Thank you for telling us that Kirana Hill houses some nuclear installation. We did not know about it. Okay. And we've not hit Kirana Hills, whatever is there. Okay. I did not brief in my briefing yesterday. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. As I said yesterday, as I said earlier and yesterday, it is difficult to take everybody's questions, and the DGMOs have to reach somewhere right now. So thank you for coming. Please send in your questions on paper. We will definitely answer them. Thank you.
That was the military briefing on Operation Sindur. All the tri-services chiefs were briefing the press here in India. This is right ahead of the DGMO level talks between India and Pakistan that's slated to happen at 5 p.m. today. Remember, key points that have been mentioned, particularly about our impregnable air defense system, a point that was reiterated by the Air Marshal A.K. Bharti, where he said the enemy could not breach our AD system, and that was a fact that was underlined in this press conference, in this press briefing. Also, there is a claim that was put out at the very fag end of that press briefing, where all the tri-services chief have mentioned with thumping clarity that all our military bases and systems are fully operational. They are ready to take on any future missions should the need arise. If we choose to, we can strike at will, was also a statement that was made at that very press conference. There were also images and evidences that was shared on the kind of strike that India has done, particularly after the escalation and the ceasefire understanding breach by Pakistan. We could see how there are craters left of the Pakistani airfields. All of these are put together and put out before the media. My colleague Akash Sharma is with us on the broadcast. Akash, an important press brief by the Tri-Services Chief. All this ahead of the DGMO talks between India and Pakistan. But one thing is clear, they are not standing back. They are saying that if the need arises, they will strike back.
Right, a little clarification, Griha, these were not Tri-Services Chief, these were three-star officers from the Indian Army, Indian Air Force and Navy, and these were DG operations. Now, further to the details that were given, given out yesterday, Griha, today, it was once again a detailed press conference where the three aspects of this sort of conflict were discussed. How, the PL-15 missiles, how their drones, kamikaze, and in fact the TB2 possibly, were taken down by the air defense of Indian Armed Forces was very much discussed. Now, importantly, in the video, you must have noticed, Griha, it was mentioned that how wreckage of Mirage, fighter jet of Pakistan was found. So possibly Indian Armed Forces have taken down a Mirage of Pakistan. This is one confirmation that we are getting out of the press conference. However, I was waiting for some sort of clarity on it. I was assuming that some of my colleagues would be asking that question, but it was not asked. Mirage 2000 was very much mentioned in the press brief and in fact the video that was played out.
Okay.
Now, coming to the sort of defenses we have. The important aspect of the press conference was also the naval element. You must be remembering that we have discussed that how Indian Army and Indian Air Force were a very part of the were the very part of the operation that was carried out. But we did not know as to how Navy is helping. Today, it was categorically mentioned that how Navy was posturing, and not just posturing, but just few days back. In fact, I had reported that how Navy has fired BrahMos in the Arabian Sea to test, and in fact, they were firing. They were in fact involved in several sort of firing exercises off coast Gujarat, and in fact in the nearby areas within the exclusive economic zone.
Okay.
So why it was happening today, it has been made very clear. Also, it has been made very clear that we have received very minimal damage, to our infrastructure. In fact, they had targeted our civilian properties, and in fact, at the civilian properties, we have that minimal damage. But Pakistan, on the other hand, has been affected badly. Specifically, we talk about their bases like Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi, which is very close to their army headquarters, and others. Also, Griha, last few points when we talk about these sort of operations. So we know that a lot of details are still not out in the public domain. But, the sort of warfare that one of my colleagues asked in that press conference, we have seen that how, around the world we are seeing the intensified use of UAVs.
Yes.
And even in this conflict, we have seen that how from both the sides, drones were used, loitering munitions were used, precision air-to-surface missiles were used, which is clearly indicating that BrahMos was likely used, and we have been reporting that how precision weapons were used. So, it's a big message to Pakistan. We know about the narrative that has been ongoing on social media. We know the narrative that has been played out by Pakistani media as well. In fact, the DG ISPR is coming out with several sort of claims that have been rebutted by the armed forces today.
Okay.
And also, as far as proofs are concerned, so we know that how satellite images from Indian side were released as a proof as to what kind of destruction we have carried out there in retaliation to what they tried to do initially. Also, we know that how they have been using Indian news channel clips, and in fact several sort of other things to propagate the sort of narrative that they have. But at this point in time, it has been made very clear that as far as India is concerned, so we were successful in achieving what we intend to, and today they have come out. In fact, the officers from the armed forces have come out with the sort of proof that were required at this point in time.
Right. Arunima is also with us. Akash, do stay on with us. Arunima, Akash was mentioning about the UAVs and how, in fact, we had seen that even the Air Marshal particularly had mentioned that wars from the years and the time to come, obviously, they go ahead and they are undergoing that kind of technological advancement. So any war is different from the previous one, and that was an underlined aspect that came out of this press briefing as well. But two facts particularly that were underlined was how Chinese drones were brought down by India, and also Turkish Yiha drones particularly mentioned here about that.
Yes, and photographs, video evidence was put out. So it was not just an allegation that was being made, it was backed with proof. And the Turkish drones had managed to create some kind of an aura around them that they're invincible. That aura, I think, has been demolished by this offensive that India has carried out. Those drones have also been brought down. 2-3 important points from that press conference. India once again reiterating that we wanted to take our quest for justice against what has happened in Pahalgam, and that is why we had targeted Bahawalpur and Muridke. We had targeted only terror launch pads and terror headquarters. It is Pakistani military which chose to side with the terrorists. So once again, that narrative being underlined, that India had no qualms, it had no plans really of targeting military establishments of Pakistan. Our hand was forced when Pakistan decided to stand with the terrorists of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba. Second thing is that India chose to take a step back the moment Pakistan offered the white flag, and it is because India had achieved what it had initially set out to do. The third important thing is synergy. We've been seeing that how Pakistan, India, air, navy, as well as the army, they've all been coming together, speaking in one voice. A mention also being made of the border security force, which has lost 2 martyrs, and the fact that there's perfect synergy in the sky, in the water, and on land between various agencies, and the multi-layered defense. There were actually diagrams put out to show that how there's a multi-layered multi-layered defense system that has been put out, and whatever Pakistan might say as part of its propaganda, India is confident that its defense system cannot be breached because of the kind of system that has been put and the multiple level of security that has been put to ensure that our air assets are fine. And the last line that the Air Marshal said was that our assets are all ready to get into an operation any moment now. None of them have been damaged.
Yeah, that undercurrent of preparedness as far as Operation Sindur is concerned has always been there, even in this DGMO briefing. I would also like to bring in our colleague Siddhant, who is also with us on the broadcast. Siddhant, there was a question that was posed in this press briefing on the propaganda that's coming in from the Pakistani side. And there was a very, very sharp response to that it is for them to answer. We have done our job, and which is to strike Pakistan because they were escalating this entire process, and we had nothing else to do but to counter them with a proportionate response.
Well, you know, Indian Army is a professional group, and in fact, they were here to perhaps speak to the Indian people, Indians, that what they have done, what kind of technology was used to struck terrorist targets, how they were struck. They have given evidence, satellite images, pictures, videos. So yeah, they have given proof, and in fact, the world was watching this press conference done by the Indian Army. So when they were asked about the lies and rhetorics and propaganda that DGISPR have been doing from day one. In fact, the last press briefing also was full of, allegations on the Indian Army, Indian Armed Forces, perhaps to which, Indian Armed Forces has to say that we have done what we are expected to do. Perhaps it is up to them now to respond. So a very, very, gentleman's reply was given to the question which was asked on Pakistan's propaganda and lies. So this is a difference between Pakistani Army and Indian Army. Pakistani Army is busy doing damage control, perhaps doing image makeover of Asim Munir, and perhaps, proving before their own people that they have won against India. But the fact is that they don't have any proof, any evidence, material to substantiate their claims. On the contrary, Indian side is only talking by showcasing proof, coming out with the videos, pictures, satellite images, perhaps, substantiating their claims, the targets which were hit. And in fact, there were two also very strong points which were made by the officials today. One, that there is a change in character of terror in the valley. There were two incidents which were cited by them. One, there was an attack on civilian before Pahalgam, and the other is Pahalgam. So now the character of terrorism has changed in valley. So that was one point which was highlighted, and the other point which was highlighted that Indian Army's fight is not against Pakistani Army, it is against terrorism. So very strong and clear message, perhaps coming from the Indian Army ahead of DGMO level talks. Perhaps it got delayed. It was expected to take place early today, but now it will be in the evening. So ahead of those talks, Indian Army has made it very clear that Pakistani Army is not the enemy. Enemy is terrorist.
Absolutely. Do stay on with us. Let me bring Akash back on the broadcast. Akash, there was one fact that was also underlined as far as DGMO Lieutenant General Mr. Rajeev Ghai is concerned. He also mentioned that India managed to attack Pakistan from within the line of control, from within the international border. There was no crossing of the LC or the IB. Another important aspect here.
Yes, and it has been an important point since the beginning of this Operation Sindur. We have categorically mentioned that we haven't violated any sort of agreement when it is about LC or international norm at the international border. We had, in fact, we wanted to kill the terrorists who were somewhere behind the sort of incidents that have happened in the past here in the country. And we wanted to destroy their targets where, they are, in fact, living, they are residing, they are giving trainings to the terrorists and, in fact, are recruiting youth. So, no boundary was crossed, of course. But important part, of course, is the sort of weapons that were used. And Greha, I have been mentioning about BrahMos again and again.
Yes.
I have been mentioning about, Spice 2000 and, in fact, Scalp missile. We have used Rafale, In fact, we have no confirmation on that. But yes, frontline aircraft, including Rafale, Su-30 MKI and Mirage 2000 were used. And sources, in fact, multiple sources have confirmed this, that how we have used these aircraft. Other than these aircraft, the air defense system, a layered air defense system, integrated one. We know that how Indian Army is also responsible for some sort of air defense, and then Indian Air Force is also responsible for some sort of system. There is an integration. Akash Tir is one of the prime example for it. Akash Tir is a system that, is an integrated system that takes automated call. We have command centers as well at different places across the country. Of course, we cannot name it, but we have command center across the country. We have Air Force officials, very much sitting there. We have Indian Army officials very much sitting there for the coordination. We have, a counter drone technology. We have, in fact, upgraded our AD guns recently in the past few years, to deal with the sort of drones, drone threat that can come towards us. We know that how we have been working to induct more and more soft kill and hard kill technologies. We know about the laser kill test that was conducted by DRDO. A number of technologies by DRDO, indigenous technologies that will soon be inducted in the Indian Armed Forces. This conflict, and in fact this sort of operation, has somewhere shown the capabilities of Indian Armed Forces. And not just that, but it has also proven that Chinese systems, that is HQ9, there used to be a comparison between HQ9 and S400, and it has been, proven now that which system is better and how HQ9 cannot protect any sort of asset or any sort of infrastructure. Other than that, we have seen that how Turkish drones were taken down by the armed forces using AD guns and the weapons, and also the Chinese equipments. PL-15 was very much mentioned by the officer, and we know that how wreckage was found for several drones. So armed forces have taken down all the aerial threats that were coming from that side. We know the ballistic missiles also came, and the drones came, UCAVs, of course, we have been mentioning about it, and a number of threats came. All of these were taken down, and on the other hand, we in fact targeted their property, their infrastructure using the precision weapons that we had, in fact the loitering munition initially by the Indian Armed Forces. And these attacks, in fact these strikes were successful because we have got the evidences as well.
Right, Akash. Thank you so much for that. I request all my colleagues to continue to stay with us. And like the Raksha Mantri himself has mentioned, BrahMos in itself is a message. Remember, the fire and forget stealthy cruise missile that India likely used against Pakistan, something that has been reiterated by our defense correspondent there. We will throw more light on that aspect as well. But right now, we go into a very short break.
We have a confirmation now. 5 p.m. is when the discussions between the DGMOs take place.
Right. So two confirmations. First one is that press conference that was scheduled for 2:30 is happening.
Okay.
And, we will be seeing some sort of brief by the officials. But yes, as you rightly pointed out, the DGMO level conversation that was about to happen at 12 p.m. between the DGMOs of India and Pakistan has been rescheduled and in fact has been postponed to 5 p.m. in the evening. Prithveen, it is important to highlight that we still don't know the reason, but there can be some technical reason behind the delay. We know that, how this is an important, matter for both the countries, given the fact that we have seen the military action and we are on a verge, to go towards a war. And that's the reason why this meeting is very important. Till now we have some sort of pause in the sort of military action that were undertaken by both the sides. But this time around, this particular meeting is going to decide the way forward. Prithveen.
Okay, many thanks, Akash, for joining us with those details. So 5 p.m. is the time when the meeting begins. 2:30 p.m. is when we're once again going to hear it officially from the armed forces through a press conference. Going across to Major General Rajan Kochar, who is with us on the broadcast too. Major General Kochar, just a short while ago, we were breaking down an exclusive bit of information that's been shared by our Security Affairs Editor Manoj Gupta on a possible location of General Asim Munir to a fortified bunker in Rawalpindi. So clearly shows Pakistan is rattled, but would you see this as a sign of panic or some sort of a re-strategy that Pakistan is working on?
What I see is that, I'll just take you back to how General Soleimani was killed and in Saudi Arabia. Also, at the same time, I will also take you to the Israeli strategy of targeting these leaders like the Hezbollah leader and Hamas leader in Iran and Lebanon. So what I am presuming is that General Munir is, he must have got certain intelligence reports that he is going to be targeted, and seeing the capability of the Indian armed forces, and it has been demonstrated capability this time, when we have been able to pierce through entire air defenses of Pakistan and target their 11 air bases with precision. And I'm highlighting this word, precision. So I think Pakistani intelligence must have felt that General Munir can also be targeted, because it's a possible scenario. It cannot be ruled out. So as a matter of precaution, I would presume that he is being moved into a bunker, because if you remember the statement of Prime Minister Modi, what he made was that we are going to target chun ke. We are going to target the terror infrastructure and the people behind this attack in Pahalgam. So that message is rattling the minds of the Pakistanis, because so far we have demonstrated entire destruction of the terror network in Pakistan, and the next objective or the next target for us would be the people behind this terror. So presumably I have a strong belief that General Munir actually fears that there may be a targeting him now.
Yes, because there's a parallel universe that Pakistan seems to have created, or is at least attempting to create, that the world will buy its version. But India stands right there to counter each of those fake narratives. General Kochar, what I do want to understand from you is also, how do you see the DGMO level talks play out at 5 p.m? Earlier was set to take place at 12 noon, a little bit of a delay at 5 p.m. And what's your expectation really, or perhaps what do you anticipate coming in from this meeting?
You see, I actually anticipate, I think why it has been delayed is because certain modalities have to be firmed up, have to be understood by each country's DGMO before the meeting, and these things require a bit of deliberation, I would say. So I think the first is that Pakistan or the Indians will project to Pakistan that why this ceasefire was violated. They would like to know the reasons, and they would.
Welcome back. Now, India has firmly rejected any offer of third-party mediation on the Kashmir issue. All this following US President Donald Trump's recent proposal to mediate between India and Pakistan. While Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has welcomed Donald Trump's offer and praised the US's role in ceasefire talks, India has made its position clear. Government sources are stating that only issue remaining is the return for Pakistan-occupied Kashmir between India and Pakistan, and India maintains that there is nothing else to negotiate with Pakistan unless it involves the handover of terrorists. The government also stressed that it does not need or want any international mediation and considers the matter strictly bilateral. Pakistan, meanwhile, continues to push the narrative that Kashmir is a long-standing dispute, urging international involvement and thanking President Trump for his quote-unquote constructive role and support. My colleague Siddhant Mishra is now with us. Siddhant, there has been an underlying statement that's coming in from India where they have rejected any offer, any mediation offer when it is about Kashmir. They have unilaterally called this an India and Pakistan issue. It's a bilateral thing. It's our internal matter. Despite that, there have been a lot of statements that have come in, not just from the White House, but from President Trump himself, something that's also been seconded by Pakistan because it suits their narrative. Just break all of that down for us.
Well, yes, that's absolutely right. In fact, India never sought America's assistance. It was General Asim Munir who called up Secretary of State Marco Rubio on 10th of May. Perhaps this is after Indian Armed Forces struck 8 military air bases in Pakistan. And when he called up Marco Rubio, in fact, he asked Marco Rubio's assistance perhaps to stop India firing on Pakistan. And after which Marco Rubio spoke to EM S. Jaishankar. But, you know, there was never any conversation around doing mediation or perhaps, you know, asking for any kind of assistance or US extending any kind of assistance for that matter. It was all about US speaking to India to know India's position and also India conveying India's position to United States. In fact, when on 22nd May, when Prime Minister was in Jeddah, that was the first day when there was a call which took place between US and India. Prime Minister Modi spoke to President Trump. Then on 1st May, Secretary Rubio spoke to Minister Jaishankar. Then on 9th May, J.D. Vance spoke to Prime Minister Modi. And on 10th May, again, Marco Rubio spoke to EM S. Jaishankar. In all these 4 calls, India, Prime Minister Modi and Foreign Minister Jaishankar only stated India's position. Prime Minister Modi very clearly told Secretary of State Marco Rubio that if they will hit us, we will hit them harder. We will hit them. They will get devastated. That was the message which Prime Minister Modi gave to Marco Rubio, Secretary of State. And next day only, Indian armed forces did strike air bases and military bases inside Pakistan. When Marco Rubio spoke to Minister Jaishankar on 10th, you know, and in fact, at that point in time also, Mr. Jaishankar told Marco Rubio about India's position. If they will fire us, we will fire back. That has been the India's position all throughout. Now, from where this entire mediation, US mediating between India and Pakistan, or perhaps you know, using its good office to de-escalate came, you know, Indian side has no clue. In fact, you know, it could be that Pakistanis leaked this information to Americans, perhaps to please them, and that how, you know, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance came with social media post announcing ceasefire between India and Pakistan ahead of Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri's presser. So, you know, it is believed that Pakistanis leaked this information to US. Indian side had no information, no clue about from where did US got to know about the DGMO level talks between the 2 countries and perhaps both reaching to an understanding. So, so you know, obviously, and a very last point which I would like to make, that Donald Trump was looking for a ceasefire for you know, deal from a very long time. He couldn't get one in Europe, he couldn't get one in West Asia. So, you know, he thought that since things are settling down and you know, both sides have reached an agreement, why not take credit for it? So that's what he has done.
So, Siddhant, here's what the problem really is in the Trump narrative, particularly the second part of his post on Truth Social, where he's not just drawing an equivalence between India and Pakistan, something that India would never want to happen. The other thing is that an intervention is happening from the global quarters, particularly from the US, in a matter which is very, very intrinsic to India, that is Kashmir. And the other aspect is that he is speaking of it in a very, very peripheral term, where he also in the end talks about how he's going to be rather benevolent to both India and Pakistan and talk about more trade with the 2 nations. Where does this leave us?
Well, as far as mediation over Kashmir is concerned, that has never been Indian government's policy. In fact, the position, official position of Indian government is that Kashmir was, is, and will be an integral part of India. And in fact, the only issue, as far as the Kashmir issue is concerned, then that is the illegal occupation of POJK by Pakistan. Perhaps that Pakistan needs to return to India. So that is the official position of the Indian government. So maybe if President Trump has spoken about mediating Kashmir issue, or maybe somebody else tomorrow talks about it, Indian government will not there will not be any takers here in India of for that. And in fact, if you also would like to highlight here that in multiple television interviews given by Indian envoys in US, UK, perhaps each time around these international media networks, referred to Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir as India-administered Kashmir. Perhaps they were immediately corrected by Indian envoys, whether it's UK High Commissioner Vikram Doraiswamy or whether it's US Ambassador Vinay Kumar Quatra. So, as I said before, that the official position of Indian government is very clear, not just to the Indians, but perhaps to all the governments worldwide, that there cannot be a compromise on the issue of Kashmir. Kashmir was, is, and will always be an integral part of India.
Right, Siddhant, thank you so much for that. With that, let's get you a very important update now. This is a CNN News 18 mega exclusive that we have for all our viewers. This is as per top government sources. They have told us that the Navy, the Indian Navy, wanted to participate in a big way in Operation Sindur. In fact, the Navy also ended up giving a full plan to the National Security Advisor, and it was nearly approved. Complete roundup of the Karachi port was on the cards, and before that ceasefire was really announced, Karachi port was used, remember, for ammunition supply to Pakistani army. This intervention would have worked as major supply disruption for Pakistan, could have served as a major blow to Pakistan. My colleague Akash Sharma has all of these details. Akash, we have been underlining precision strikes by the country. This is an important piece of information, and you have been talking about how Navy has been really steadfast. There are certain statements that were made, in the press conference that happened right now and the press conference just a day before. And that one thing really came out, that the Navy is ready. We are dominating the Arabian waters and we are ready to strike. How does one see this development?
Greha, you see, as far as, Navy is concerned, so we know that how the battle group was very much there in the northern Arabian Sea. We know that how MiG-29s were very much there to carry out any sort of strike, and this input is by our investigation editor Manoj Gupta, that how Navy wanted to participate in Operation Sindur in a big way. In fact, they gave a detailed plan to NSA as to how they want to carry out the operation, what they intend to do, and what will be the outcome, and what will be the final result of it. Complete roundup of, in fact, the Karachi port was done. Yes. And we have been told that, there is a reason why it did not happen. Maybe, this is some operational detail that has not come out. But Manoj Gupta has been telling us that this intervention would have worked as major supply disruption. We know that how Karachi port is important for Pakistan as far as trade is concerned, as far as supplies are concerned. And we know that how when the operation was carried out by the Indian Armed Forces in the northern and western borders, at that time they stayed very much in their EEZ, and in fact were trying to protect the Karachi port using their platforms, using their ships, and in fact submarines. We have been told that their submarines were very much present in the EEZ because they wanted to keep an eye on the developments and the movement of the battle group of Indian Navy. Battle group, of course, INS Vikrant, we have been told, was very much there present in the Arabian Sea, northern Arabian Sea, and was with the sort of frigates, corvettes, and all other things that are generally a part of a battle group. Right. MiG-29s are very much mentioned by the DGMO, in fact, in the press conference, and we know that how capabilities were tested just few days back of the operation. BrahMos was fired in the Arabian Sea, and some sort of firing drills were carried out by Indian Navy in the close to western coast.
Right, Akash, do stay on with us. Let's actually listen into what the DGMO Vice Admiral A.N. Pramod had to say in that press briefing.
In the aftermath of the cowardly attacks on innocent tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir by Pakistani-sponsored terrorists on 22nd April, the Indian Navy's carrier battle group, surface forces, submarines, and aviation assets were immediately deployed at sea with full combat readiness in concert with the joint operation plan of the Indian Defence Forces. Our forces remained forward deployed in the Northern Arabian Sea in a dissuasive and deterrent posture with full readiness and capacity to strike select targets at sea and on land, including Karachi at time of our choosing.
Akash, that's a statement by the Vice Admiral. He has mentioned in bold that if we choose to, we can strike at will. And of course, now we are learning that the Karachi port was pretty much on target. A precision strike that Pakistan could not even see coming was planned by the Navy, but something that was stopped. At the moment, there is a halt, but not altogether, because there was a ceasefire understanding that was arrived upon.
Right, an understanding, of course, between the countries where the DGMOs from both the sides have had a conversation, yesterday, and in fact, a day before yesterday, in fact, Ghai, and why they want to cease the military activity and why, how they want to pursue is something that would be decided today, in fact, at around 5 p.m. when both the officers, the Lieutenant General rank officers from Indian Army and Major General rank officers from Pakistani Army, would be connecting via hotline once again, and modalities would be somewhere tried. As far as the battle group is concerned, so we have been told that how this battle group was in fact present, in the Arabian Sea, and the I quote, our powerful CBG with formidable offense capability was able to operate with impunity and maintained an uncontested presence in the area of operation. This is what Vice Admiral had to say. We know that when we talk about carrier battle group, so Pakistani Navy doesn't have any aircraft carrier.
Okay.
Their Navy is the strength, and in fact the sort of platforms they have is just half and half. Is just 1/3 of the kind of things that we have in the Indian Navy. It is not about comparing strength or comparing two Indian navies, but it is also about the sort of adversary you have and you are dealing with. So at this point in time, forces are very confident about the sort of capabilities that they have, and in fact this is the reason why Indian Navy wanted to carry out an operation, and in fact they had a whole plan. It was shared by NSA, shared with NSA in fact, and why it was not carried out or why it was not implemented, this is something that is a very part of operational details, and we will not go into it. But definitely, this operation has somewhere shown the sort of integration that we have been working on for last so many years. This operation has shown the capabilities that Indian armed forces have been talking about for last so many years. This shows about Atmanirbharta, the advantage of Atmanirbharta, the advantage of systems like Akash missile, systems like several indigenous AD guns that we have upgraded in the recent past. This operation was a successful one, and now the outcomes we know, but what is going to happen in future, what is going to happen next, this is something we'll wait and watch for. DGMOs are going to connect at 5 p.m. today. We'll of course get the outcome, and then it will be decided whether or not, and in fact in which direction we are moving now.
Also, Akash, is there going to be a briefing post the DGMO talks with Pakistan?
Some sort of statement would come out. We have got a confirmation that some sort of statement, is expected after that particular briefing, that particular, conversation. No briefing till now, but yes, some official statement we'll get to know as to what has happened.
We have been speaking about the kind of bravado that's coming in from the Pakistani side. Of course, that is coupled with a lot of propaganda. One particular thing that was mentioned in the ISPR press conference was also the fact that how they had not had to scramble, in fact, get in all the forces from the western side of the country, the forces which were on this particular side, maintaining that international border with India was enough. But when we talk about this significant development through the matter of sources that we are getting to know, that Karachi port was in the eye of the storm, there was an attack that was possible from the Indian side. What kind of reaction are we expecting now, particularly the fact that this has come out in the open right before the DGMO level talks?
Once again, Pakistan is going to carry out a press conference with several sort of fake claims. This is what we are expecting. We saw yesterday, Ghai, I should not say it in such a way, but then it was a mockery of an army, that how you have been coming out with TV channel clips.
Yes.
That how one Indian channel, I remember, was talking about the sort of destruction that is happening on the other side. And they, framed it in such a way that the channel is talking about the destruction that is happening at an Indian Air Force base. So, Pakistani army is not behaving responsibly, and now international media has in fact understood the point after the fact that they, propagated that they have got the custody of one, one fighter, in fact, female fighter, from Indian Air Force. I personally checked with that female fighter whose name was, very much going round,
Yes.
on social media, Greha. It is quite funny. Then they said that, Indian Air Force doesn't send, the female fighters to the missions. That was categorically mentioned by the Air Force officials, that we have no such policy. When we are giving some sort of training to a female pilot, it means that we are going to utilize her for a sort of mission. It depends on the kind of mission, the type of mission, we are going to carry out. So it doesn't have, it has nothing to do with the sort of claims that are going there. So a number of, theories are going around on social media. A number of narratives are being, in fact, discussed in the media by the social media handles based in Pakistan. But PIB is there to fact check.
Yes.
Indian Armed Forces are there with the regular briefing that has been happening. And in fact, now everyone is waiting for that sort of the communication between the DGMOs, Director General of Military Operations, from both the sides to somewhere take it forward.
Right, Akash, we've got more updates. We were just talking about Karachi, and now we are learning that India also has now destroyed an air defense installation in Karachi's Malay cantonment. Akash has all the details. Yes, Akash.
So Karachi, is something that was in news then. You must be remembering that how news channels, several news channels, though not CNN News 18, were talking about, in fact, destroying Karachi port. But now we have got a confirmation from Indian Air Force that it was air defense installation in Karachi that was in fact destroyed by Indian Air Force on that particular day. In fact, when we talk about several sort of air defense systems and air radars, we know that how in retaliation Indian Air Force carried out these strikes, and Karachi's air defense system, is one of those destructions that were carried out on that particular day. In fact, IAF and Indian Air Force officers have just mentioned this in the PC today.
Absolutely. You were also mentioning in particular, Akash, about the use of BrahMos. We will deliberate on this further. But right now we are in fact talking about the kind of politics that the country is seeing, particularly after the ceasefire understanding that was reached upon and later breached by Pakistan. Now there is another round of DGMO talks that is slated to take place at 5. But while all of that is happening, the Congress has slammed the Modi government after US President Donald Trump announced a full and immediate India-Pakistan ceasefire. This is following the US mediated talks. Congress has accused the centre of bowing to American pressure and has even invoked Indira Gandhi's 1971 war stance. They have gone on to say that Indira Gandhi would never have allowed such foreign intervention. The Congress party also hailed Indira Gandhi for resisting US pressure and decisively protecting India's interests. These are the statements that are coming time and again from the Congress leaders. In fact, Congress MLC has even questioned Bharti Janata Party if the centre broke the Shimla agreement. The BJP has now hit back over these claims and attacks by the Congress, with the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma now alleging that the Congress-led political leadership of 1971 failed to capitalize on the military victory and secure long-term strategic gains, calling it a quote-unquote historic opportunity lost. The US brokered de-escalation has triggered a political firestorm, and now the Congress is set to hold a protest against the centre. This is going to happen at 5:30 this evening, but in a sharp contrast to the party line. Yet again, there are some of the Congress leaders. This time, P. Chidambaram is joining Shashi Tharoor, and they have gone on to back the ceasefire, calling it wise, necessary, and a move that avoided needless escalation.
Every war that happens is not something India ever wanted. We are not an aggressor. We have never went out and sought trouble from anybody. But when our supreme national interest is at stake, we must act decisively. This time, killing of innocent tourists in Pahalgam was an act of war, I feel, on the Indian state. And we had to respond appropriately. The Congress and the opposition, the entire country became united and supported the government. And we still do. Our armed forces are second to none. We have done a tremendous job. We are proud of their valor and their and the strength that they've displayed. Moving forward, the ceasefire being announced from Washington was something that's unprecedented. It has never happened before. And I think it's a departure to have Kashmir being discussed at a neutral site, as the US Secretary of State has mentioned. These things need to be clarified. That's why we have sought a special session of Parliament, so all these things can be discussed. An all-party meeting where the Prime Minister himself sits and takes into confidence all those people who've supported him from April 22nd.
फोन हमारे डीजीएमओ को पाकिस्तान के डीजीएमओ का आया था. पाकिस्तान के डीजीएमओ ने कहा कि देयर शुड बी सम काइंड ऑफ स्टॉपेज. और चूंकि हमारा लक्ष्य पूर्ण हो चुका था, हम तो शुरू से ही एस्केलेशन के फेवर में नहीं थे. एस्केलेशन नहीं होना चाहिए था, नॉन एस्केलेटरी था. पाकिस्तान के डीजीएमओ ने फोन किया. दूसरे देशों का फोन, जहां तक दूसरे देशों का फोन आने का सवाल है, देखिए ऐसी परिस्थितियों में तमाम देश एक दूसरे को फोन करते हैं. सभी देश एक दूसरे को फोन करते हैं, क्या मदद कर सकते हैं, किस प्रकार से कूल डाउन हो सकता है, इस विषयों पर चर्चा होती है. इसमें किसी प्रकार का मगर संशय नहीं है.
Taking this across to my colleague Pallavi Ghosh, who's now with us on the broadcast. Pallavi, the Congress, while attacking the government, says that it is not attacking, it only wants a discussion and a response by the Narendra Modi-led government on why this US-mediated peace arrangement between India and Pakistan. What is slated to happen at 5:30?
So there are two things which are working over here. The Congress's two-pronged strategy. One, reviving the Indira legacy to make the point that unlike the Prime Minister, the present Prime Minister, Indira Gandhi as a Prime Minister had brokered a deal. Not brokered a deal, but she had ensured that Pakistan faced 8 humble pie, unlike the present regime. But that is the second important thing that they're raising now is that why is it that it was mediated by Donald Trump? Why was the American president the first one to announce the calling of a ceasefire? And this is a violation of India's traditional foreign policy, which doesn't allow a third-party interference as far as the issue of Kashmir is concerned. 5:30 onwards, the Congress is going to start raising this issue and reviving the Indira legacy. But while reviving the Indira legacy, it's also going to be talking about the larger factor is that the present Prime Minister and his government hasn't shown that kind of sternness vis-a-vis Pakistan as Indira Gandhi had when she was a PM.
Any response by the Bharatiya Janata Party so far, other than this press conference?
See, it's very interesting. It's very interesting that today, when the same question was asked to Mr. Sambit Patra at the press conference, he did not want to respond to it, saying that this is not the time to talk about politics. It's the time to actually focus on our operations. But by not responding, I think the BJP has given out a response to Congress, accusing it of needless politics at a time when the entire country really needs to be on the same page and forget politics over the issue.
So is this, all right, Pallavi, we'll leave it at that. We will continue the conversation around this politicking that has started after the much-needed ceasefire arrangement that has been brokered so far. Let's see what happens at 5 p.m. today as the DGMOs of both the nations speak with each other, and we would see what is the plan of action after that. We do know how the DGMO has made it very, very clear that Operation Sindur is very much on. We leave it at that. We're going into a very short break.
We have a confirmation now. 5 p.m. is when the discussions between the DGMOs take place.
Right. So two confirmations. First one is that press conference that was scheduled for 2:30 is happening.
Okay.
And, we will be seeing some sort of brief by the officials. But yes, as you rightly pointed out, the DGMO level conversation that was about to happen at 12 p.m. between the DGMOs of India and Pakistan has been rescheduled and in fact has been postponed to 5 p.m. in the evening. Christine, it is important to highlight that we still don't know the reason, but there can be some technical reason behind the delay. We know that, how this is an important, matter for both the countries, given the fact that we have seen the military action and we are on a verge, to go towards a war. And that's the reason why this meeting is very important. Till now we have some sort of pause in the sort of military action that were undertaken by both the sides. But this time around, this particular meeting is going to decide the way forward. This means.
Okay, many thanks, Akash, for joining us with those details. So 5 p.m. is the time when the meeting begins. 2:30 p.m. is when we're once again going to hear it officially from the armed forces through a press conference. Going across to Major General Rajan Kochar, who is with us on the broadcast too. Major General Kochar, just a short while ago, we were breaking down an exclusive bit of information that's been shared by our Security Affairs Editor Manoj Gupta on a possible location of General Asim Munir to a fortified bunker in Rawalpindi. So clearly shows Pakistan is rattled, but would you see this as a sign of panic or some sort of a re-strategy that Pakistan is working on?
What I see is that, I'll just take you back to how General Soleimani was killed and in Saudi Arabia. Also, at the same time, I will also take you to the Israeli strategy of targeting these leaders like the Hezbollah leader and Hamas leader in Iran and Lebanon. So what I am presuming is that General Munir he must have got certain intelligence reports that he is going to be targeted, and seeing the capability of the Indian armed forces, and it has been demonstrated capability this time, when we have been able to pierce through entire air defenses of Pakistan and target their 11 air bases with precision. And I'm highlighting this word, precision. So I think Pakistani intelligence must have felt that General Munir can also be targeted, because it's a possible scenario. It cannot be ruled out. So as a matter of precaution, I would presume that he is being moved into a bunker, because if you remember the statement of Prime Minister Modi, what he made was that we are going to target chun ke. We are going to target the terror infrastructure and the people behind this attack in Pahalgam. So that message is rattling the minds of the Pakistanis, because so far we have demonstrated entire destruction of the terror network in Pakistan, and the next objective.
Hello, Navai. Good evening. Thanks for staying tuned to CNN News 18. I'm Prithvi Walia. First up, we start with another CNN News 18 mega exclusive we're tracking for you. Top government sources say that the Indian Navy wanted to participate in a big way in Operation Sindur, and that the Indian Navy gave full plan to the NSA and was almost approved as well. Complete roundup of Karachi was on cards before the ceasefire was agreed upon. Karachi port, remember, was used for ammunition supplies, and this intervention would have worked as major supply disruption for Pakistan. As is, we did hear during the DGMO briefing last evening how Indian Navy's strategic position effectively locked Karachi, with forces remaining forward deployed in the Arabian Sea. It was a decisive posture, was spoken of by the DGMO during the briefing last evening. So this is related bit of breaking news update that is coming in. Top sources in the government telling us that the Navy did express its intent of wanting to participate in Operation Sindur in a big way, and to an extent that the NSA was apprised of it and the suggestion was almost approved. All this happened right before the Pakistan DGMO dialed the Indian counterpart on the hotline, requested for a ceasefire, following which India gave in to Pakistan's request. But let's listen in to the DG of Naval Operations, Vice Admiral Pramod, break down some of those crucial details as well.
In the aftermath of the cowardly attacks on innocent tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir by Pakistani-sponsored terrorists on 22nd April, the Indian Navy's carrier battle group, surface forces, submarines and aviation assets were immediately deployed at sea with full combat readiness in concert with the joint operation plan of the Indian Defence Forces. Our forces remained forward deployed in the Northern Arabian Sea in a dissuasive and deterrent posture with full readiness and capacity to strike select targets at sea and on land, including Karachi at time of our choosing.
And in related news, we're also learning that India destroyed an air defense installation in Karachi's Malir cantonment, and that was also once again shared during the press conference which was held by the Director Generals of the Armed Forces just a short while ago. So look at this, two big developments. Yesterday came in the big word from General Pramod, who went on to say, or rather emphasize on India's naval preparedness in the Arabian Sea and how Karachi could have been the target had Pakistan not stepped back, had Pakistan not gone ahead with a de-escalation. I do want to take in a word from Siddhant Mishra, who joins us with more details. Siddhant, this is, what we picked up from the press conference that was held just a short while ago. So important takeaways. One is, of course, India's air arsenal being put to use in destroying, one military installation in Karachi, coupled with what the Navy had planned, was fully militarily prepared in the Arabian Sea with its best defense positions to take on Pakistan. So how do we piece the two